assistance regardless of miles. That's why with a major service at Pinehurst Toyota, you will receive a complimentary loaner for all qualified warranty repairs. Call Pinehurst Toyota at 910-692-2424. That's 910-692-2424. Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
Contractors, stop wasting time looking for tile. Go straight to the local experts, the ones who have it all. Meadow Creek Tile. They've got upscale porcelain, ceramic, glass, stone, marble. It's your one stop for materials. And they offer special services for contractors. No more running all over town dealing with amateurs. Meadow Creek Tile, start to finish for any job. Located on 15501 next to Zaxby's. 910-693-7711.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. No exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
Moore County, the heart of the Sandhills, your home and mine. I'm Richard Hudson, Moore County's congressman. There's nothing more important to me than delivering results for you, your family, and our region. That's why I've opened my main office right here in Southern Pines. We are ready to help you with the VA, Social Security, passports, or any other federal agency problem.
Congressman Richard Hudson wants to hear from you at his new office located at 340 Commerce Avenue, Suite 16 in Southern Pines. Congressman Hudson's office is open 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday through Friday.
Make an appointment, visit hudson.house.gov or dial 910-910-1924. It's an honor to serve you in Congress.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
Ever wish you had a local store which beats online prices on guns, cases of ammo, factory accessories, and magazines? Now you do. Proven Arms and Outfitters, the retail arm of Quantico Tactical, offers an awesome selection of modern sporting firearms from leading manufacturers like SIG, FN, Smith & Wesson, and Israeli Weapon Industries at better prices than online. Proven's knowledgeable, experienced, and friendly staff will help you with all of your firearm needs. Proven Arms and Outfitters is open Tuesday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. and is co-located with Quantico Tactical east of Aberdeen on Highway 211 or online at ProvenOutfitters.com.
If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m. here on WEEB.
As our economy gradually reopens, remember to support local.
Know you're doing the right thing and stay proud.
Be a part of the greatest comeback of all time with Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
The Zumwalt Zone is brought to you by Quality Sheds. Get a quality shed with 1 month down payment, no credit check, monthly payments, free delivery, and deals if you want to pay cash. Visit Quality Sheds at 5200 U.S. Highway 1 in Vass or call 910-638-8907.
Hello, I'm John Zumwalt, and you're in the Zumwalt Zone. I think all of us know that criminals are not the brightest people on earth. Sometimes, though, I think they can surprise you with how stupid they really are. If you're a bank teller, for example, you'd be kind of dim-witted to take a stack of bills out of the drawer you're responsible for and walk out the door. Same logic goes for a person working in the jewelry store taking a couple of expensive watches. You're going to be one of the first persons they suspect. Let me introduce Davian Irwin to you. He works at the Dallas Zoo. I don't know how Davian did it, but he managed to steal 2 monkeys from the zoo. 2 monkeys, Davian. I get it. You really, really wanted a monkey. But you work for the zoo. Don't you think they might suspect you, or did you think the cops were going to be puzzled by this particular caper? Davian, they were monkeys. Monkeys stink, and they make noise, and they swing and stuff, and you work at the zoo in the monkey section. Anyway, Davian wasn't sorry. He told authorities he would do it again if given a chance. How much you want to bet that we're reading about him again in a few years, working at another zoo, stealing monkeys? You don't kick the monkey stealing habit just like that. If you have a zoo, do not hire Davian. All right, how am I going to tie this into politics? Actually, just like this. Never vote for a liberal, no matter what. You'll be sorry. Okay, I know that wasn't much of a tie-in, but I did the best I could. I hope everybody has a wonderful day. From the Zumwalt Zone.
We've got a nice forecast on the way today with mostly sunny skies and comfortable temperatures in the upper 60s this afternoon. Things start to change, though, as we head into tomorrow. It will be breezy out ahead of a cold front, and that same front will bring rain to the forecast, especially tomorrow afternoon and evening, and then continuing into our Saturday morning. So just keep the umbrella handy if you're headed out tomorrow night. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
It's another day. Don't put that on me.
That's negative, man.
I don't need that kind of negative energy in my life.
I just know this is going to be a great day.
This is a great day?
What's your proof? Proof of what?
Look, I don't need to prove anything.
Let's just try to think positively.
Let's all just be professional and positive.
Let's try to be positive.
It's showtime. Catching up in a neon light. Didn't know till we walked in, it was karaoke night. She was in a circle of girls chasing a shot with a line. She was laughing, they were daring her to get on the mic. One of them walked up and turned in her name. Next thing I knew, man, she was up on the stage singing Heads Carolina, Tails California. Maybe she'd fall for a boy from South Georgia. She's got the bar in the palm of her hand, and she's a 90s country fan like I am. Hey, I got a Chevy, she can flip a quarter. I'd drive her anywhere from here to California. When this song is over, I gotta find her, 'cause she had me at Heads Carolina.
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams, along with the Colonel, retired Marine Colonel Jeff Drummond. Good morning, Colonel.
Good morning, Moore County. Hey, sun's up. Dump's in the basement, so you can get out and enjoy your day without fear of rubbing elbows with any of them. So, still a little cool. So you're going to need a coat, maybe. But yeah, get outside, enjoy that sun, take the dog for a walk. I guess you can get out on the golf course. I think there was some frost out this morning, though. I'm not sure. So it'll burn off here pretty soon. You can get out on the golf course.
All right, don't forget, of course, we're being heard and seen around the world on our live videos. Now I take it back. YouTube's not playing video with us today. So we'll figure out the techno problem. Windows had an update last night, so you know things are screwed up after that. So I'll get it straightened out later today, and hopefully that video will be back tomorrow. But we have the audio train going. That's located in the upper right-hand corner of every one of our web pages at talk973.com or talk1041.com or WEEB990.com. Top right-hand corner of every page has an icon that says On the Air, Listen Live. Click that once and you're listening that quick. Weather for us today here in the Sand Hills area. Look for mostly sunny skies today. 66 for your high. Tonight, partly cloudy, a low of 46. Tomorrow will be the day to be out. Mostly cloudy, though, with a high of 71. Tomorrow night, I'll bring the umbrella. 100% chance of you getting wet with a low of 46. Saturday, we'll drop it to a 70% chance of rain and a high of 57. Then for, let's see, Saturday night, partly cloudy, 31. Sunday, mostly sunny with a high of 50 when you return to work on Monday, mostly sunny with a high of 53 degrees. Right now around the Sand Hills, winds are calm, pressure 30-27, dew point 20, humidity 46%, and it's partly cloudy and 39 here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right. We didn't check in with the best of the late night Unique Boys last hour, so we'll start out with that this hour and see if they and all their writers came up with one single joke worth laughing at.
Two Russian fighter jets collided with a U.S. surveillance drone and sent it crashing into the Black Sea. Yeah, the damage would have been a lot worse, but luckily on its way down, the drone bounced off a bunch of Chinese spy balloons.
Taco Bell has announced that next month it will remove the quesarito from its menu in order to bring back two popular items, napkins and the bathroom code.
Due to high-budget concerns, Netflix is no longer moving forward with Nancy Meyers' $130 million romantic comedy. But I know what's going to happen. Any minute now, Netflix is going to realize they messed up and run to catch Nancy Meyers at the airport. Hold the doors! Hold the doors! Nancy! I've made the biggest mistake of my life.
Well, that sucked.
Yeah, I don't know. I've read a couple different things. I read that the Russians had actually shot down that drone, not run into it. Yeah. So I don't know what the truth is. I mean, if...
well, they come out first and say that the propeller had been damaged.
Yeah, I read all of that, the timeline. Well, yeah, at first it was a collision, then they flew by and dumped fuel on it, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't know, I read somewhere that it was shot down, which would be an act of war. So, yeah, I'm not sure what the
Careful
truth
with
is.
The words,
yeah, I'm not sure what the truth is on this.
Well, somebody put together a video of famous people impersonating a celebrity in front of the actual celebrity they're impersonating. So we got John Malkovich, Nicolas Cage, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Shaquille O'Neal being impersonated here. And that's the order. Here we go.
My name is John Malkovich.
I don't sound anything like that.
No, you sound exactly like this.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. Oh, no.
This Nick is calm and stealthy like a ninja warrior, whereas this Nick is an exaggerated, screaming psychopath who really just doesn't exist. That's high praise.
what it takes to be Dwayne Johnson.
Oh, I'm glad you asked that question. First of all, you're Kathleen from Screen Junkies, right? I never forget a face. I never forget a thing. Mine's like a steel trap. I wake up at 5 a.m. and do 27,000 rip curls. There's no time like the present to enjoy your loved ones, your family, things, that, the other thing. And then projects, I gotta go.
Wow, that's good. I've been doing Shaq for so long, I can tell you exactly what he's thinking right now.
All my friends are saying mean things. Hurt my feelings. Shaq a big, strong man outside, but soft inside. Shaq hate bullies. Everyone is calling Shaq dumb, but Shaq not dumb. I have a doctorate. Charles is the dumb one.
Okay.
All right. Were those just random people mimicking?
No, these were famous people. You had, let's see, Bill Hader doing John Malkovich.
All right.
Andy Samberg doing Nicolas Cage. Jack Black doing Dwayne The Rock Johnson, and Jay Farrow doing Shaquille O'Neal.
Okay. Well, most of those guys I've never heard of. I mean, I've heard of the celebrities. I've never heard of whoever the comics were or stand-up guys were. But,
you probably recognize them.
Some of them were pretty close. The first guy doing Malkovich, no. Sorry, that was pretty bad.
He was all right.
Nah. The rest of them, the rest of them kind of were on
Get a passing grade, huh?
The first guy didn't impress me. I'll just leave it at that.
Well, high inflation, healthcare costs, Silicon Valley Bank shut down, and Congress threatening to shut down. Americans are concerned. So we thought we'd play this public service announcement for all you.
Thousands of tech job layoffs, pressures on smaller banks, the rising federal deficit, and fears of a recession can only mean one thing. Betting on March Madness. Legalized sports betting is booming, and this is your big chance to finally get out of debt. So join the 68 million other suckers and waste your remaining dollars on the possibility of beating the Vegas odds. Good luck, and see you in line at the soup kitchen.
Yeah, well, I mean, this gambling stuff is almost as bad as the drugs in some respect. I mean, there's family people throwing money away.
Well, one's legal, one's not.
Well, I got it, but I mean, they're still ruining lives in a lot of cases. So, I don't know.
There are those that just have to have that fix of winning.
Well, the NFL, I just read this a while back. The NFL's going to allow it or something. They're going to have a betting parlor in some of the stadiums this year, apparently. And that's what I thought I read anyway. So I don't know. It's just
they're the people setting up the parlor don't lose any money.
Yeah. Well,
because they lay off bets equal to what they have equal bets on both sides, number wise. They keep adjusting the odds to make sure it happens that way. Then they charge you, 10% of your winnings?
Yeah, I got it. I understand how it works, but, anytime there's so much money involved, it just leads me to believe there's some impact on the outcome. So I'm not impressed with all this betting garbage.
Well, we're living in a time where modern science can help us know so much more about our origin, our family tree, and most importantly, ourselves.
Now that we're a few months into 2023, how are you doing with your New Year's resolutions? If you're still looking for motivation, go no further than 2023andMe. 2023andMe is a new app that'll give you the kick in the pants you need to make some progress.
You have lost 0 pounds. You have been offered no new jobs. Your boyfriend is still a loser.
2023andMe. Failure. It's in our DNA.
Well, I just sent in my 23andMe test kit.
Oh, yeah. So now the Chinese have all your DNA data?
Now I'll find out how much royalty I'm attached to.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Well,
I'm sorry, King Charles, but Elizabeth had me first.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is to start working your genealogy on one of the big sites, because they'll come up. I did that, and I just deleted the whole thing because every time you went on there, oh, you're related to, and get out of here. It's just it's ridiculous.
You had one gene the same as he did.
No, it wasn't. It was genealogy. It was, the paperwork side of it, not the DNA side of it. DNA wouldn't lie. The paperwork lie. I know where some of these guys come up with stuff that just makes your head spin.
Well, I'm not as you know, Colonel, I'm not an advocate of all this green crap that goes around.
Neither am I.
But I heard something that made a little sense. And when something makes sense, I don't mind talking about it. And that is, they had this farmer on. I don't forget what it was something, film called Keep It in the Soil or something like that. But he had a farmer on that had, he was a regular farmer, and he did 4 or 5 years, and things were good, always making good money. And then one year, the hailstorm hit him, wiped out his crop. Second year, the hailstorm hit him again, wiped out his crop. Third year, the floods hit him and wiped out his crop. And the fourth year, the hail came back. And he says, there's got to be a little better way than this. And he had a big farm. So what he did was he did some research of his own. He wasn't all into this green stuff either. But he found out one thing that would, A, solve all the green problem, and B, allow him to make a living. And what it was he took all his bare dirt. One thing they've learned is that bare dirt gets much hotter than covered, grass dirt during the summer, and much cooler than grassed over land in the winter. So you had those variables there, so you could get that more down to the middle range with ground cover. And so what they did was come up with a ground cover, such as a breed of grass that grows right for that area.
Right.
That cows can graze on, because cows are a part of this too. And anyway, they got new tilling machines that will just put a little thin line in the grass and plant your corn and all that. Corn grows up through the ground cover and will yield you about the same that it has before, because your soil will be have more nutrients in it from the ground cover. Because they turn it up, and the microorganisms that grow in there enrich the soil. And then once he's gotten his crop up, he would take cattle and put them in on that acreage and let them hoof it in, as they call it, with the cow hooves into the ground and graze away. And once they graze an area, they don't come back for 6 years. But he has a big enough farm he can rotate like that.
Yeah.
But his point was, if you covered the ground in Africa and then all the other areas that have bare dirt everywhere, he said it would absorb all the carbon dioxide that's in the atmosphere, and then some, and stuff it back in the ground where it belongs. Problem solved. You can forget all this green crap and cars and charging stations and nuclear power, everything else. You forget. All you got to do is take the grass and seed and get it out there growing.
But it ain't going to work in Africa. I can tell them. Well, you have areas like you had the prairies.
Yeah.
That's what he's talking about.
I'm not saying it can be 100% everywhere.
Well, Africa's kind of a special case. Is why Africa never developed is geology. It's just not the same as the North American continent, et cetera. Geographically, but in any case, that's what the prairies were. You had the grasses, etc., and You had millions of buffalo grazing, and they would move, et cetera, et cetera.
They were good for the the ground and the grass.
Yes,
but we killed them all.
Well, and then we plowed up the prairies.
Yeah. But all it needs to be restored, and there was something. Oh yeah, NASA sent up a scientific research satellite that looked at the greenhouse gases on Earth through color, and when it turned, you saw the red in the photograph. That was the greenhouse gases. When you saw the blue, that was the lack of greenhouse gases.
Yeah. Okay.
And it showed during the summer, all that red appeared, and during the winter, it receded.
Yeah.
And you could see, and they said, well, if you had ground covered the whole year round, you wouldn't have any of the red showing up.
No, that makes
the volumes
sense.
that it is.
Yeah, is it just a? Well, I'll have to watch it. Where was that on Netflix?
I think it was.
What was the name of it?
Put it in the ground. Put it in the soil. I know in the soil was part of it. I can't remember what the first word is.
I'll look it up. Yeah, it sounds plausible. Sounds reasonable. Yeah, get back to a more natural way. I mean, when you look at how the Indians before the white people showed up. I mean, there were a lot less trees, especially on the East Coast, etc. You have to read the diaries of the first contacts, etc. I mean, miles and miles and miles of farm. I don't want to call it farmland, but cultivated cornfields, etc. But it was in line with what you're talking about. When you think of a cornfield, the development of a cornfield today, it says tractor, all the ground is plowed up, and then, the corn gradually grows, etc. Well, back then, what you're talking about is exactly what you've just described. You had grassland. The Indians had cut trees and, burned out the stumps, etc. But they weren't plowing the ground from end to end. They were just plowing where they are, making the place where you needed to grow the corn, and they had miles and miles and miles of I think pretty much what you're describing.
Ground.
It was covered. It wasn't just bare dirt. It was covered. It was grasslands, and that's interesting.
The grasslands were the salvation of it all.
Yeah.
And that way, you still want to be good to the atmosphere, but it doesn't become this, we're going to die in 12 years crap.
People are so tired of hearing that. I think, there's less and less credence given to that by most people. You have the hardcore knuckleheads that are actually teaching their kids that, and they just need to grow up and realize that they're being played for fools. Yeah. But it's we don't handle anything naturally anymore. If you think about it, you had Indians at first. Millions of Indians here in North America, etc. But you didn't have you didn't have a lot of reported wildfires and everything on fire. And then if you think of the way they lived, it was a nomadic lifestyle to a certain extent. And all that dead wood, et cetera, was always picked up and used for firewood, et cetera. There was not a lot of undergrowth, et cetera. And today, you can't pick up a chunk of wood, otherwise some green weenie will go spastic that you're, actually cleaning up the woods, etc. I mean, if you look back at some of those things, there's probably a lot to be learned from what was.
All right. Well, check it out. Woody Harrelson, by the way, I wouldn't have thought this. He's the narrator of this. And like I said, it did make sense. It's worth talking about versus all this crazy green crap they want to try to impose on us with a whole lot of taxes. All right, well, we've covered the headline news, but what about the not headline news?
This is not headline news. This weekend, the city of Glendale, Arizona temporarily changes its name to Swift City while Taylor Swift kicks off her new tour. Wish we would have made it temporary, said the people of the nearby town Smashmouthville. The federal government halted the merger between JetBlue and Spirit. So gone are the dreams of flying on jet spew. For the first time, the Mars rover transmitted images of the sun. Or we could have saved $1 billion and just looked at it in the sky. And Flavor Flav turned 64 today. It's easy to track your 15 minutes of fame when you have a clock around your neck. This is not headline news.
Flavor Flav. I saw a picture. I just happened to... Jeez, yeah, I haven't heard that name in like 10 years. Flavo Flav. Yeah, he used to work. You ever see that guy?
Yeah. He's always on time.
Yeah, apparently. Oh, my God.
All right, it's Thursday, time for Thursday Hard Trivia. This is where we'll ask the Colonel hard trivia questions.
Oh, no.
These aren't super hard, but they're lean on the heavy side. And he usually does pretty well at these. All right, here we go. What is the name of the Super Bowl trophy?
Oh, man. I don't know. It's the Super Bowl trophy.
Once I tell you, you'll know.
Probably. Oh, it's the Vince Lombardi trophy.
That's right.
That's it. Yeah, I had to think about it for a minute. Good Lord.
Lombardi was the first coach for what team?
Head coach, Green Bay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, prior to that, he was a New York Giants assistant coach. Buried in New Jersey, by the way.
Which superhero is referenced in every episode of Seinfeld?
Superhero?
Yeah.
In Seinfeld?
Yeah.
Huh. I don't know. Superman, I guess.
It is Superman.
Is it?
Yeah.
I never would have guessed. Well, that was a guess, actually, so I did guess. But Seinfeld. I still haven't seen the last episode of Seinfeld. I'll have to go find that.
What year was the sound of a toilet flushing first aired on TV?
Man, I have no clue. 1980.
You're a little late. The year I graduated high school, 1971, during an episode of All in the Family.
All in the Family, yeah. Huh, okay.
What player was on the 49ers starting in 1985 and played for 16 seasons and was in the Pro Bowl 13 times?
1985?
Yeah.
85. Was that Jerry Rice?
That's who it was. Very good.
I thought he was there before 85. Okay, yeah, all right.
What red-hot pungent powder are made from various tropical chilies originated in French Guiana?
What's the name of the pepper you're asking?
Yeah.
From French Guiana. I don't know. Ghost peppers. I have no clue.
Cayenne.
Cayennes?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Makes sense.
Who is the youngest self-made billionaire ever that Forbes named in 2019?
The youngest self-made billionaire?
Yeah.
I have no clue. I don't read Forbes and haven't watched any of that.
Kylie Jenner.
Kylie Jenner, okay, yeah.
Was that Bruce?
Bruce Jenner's daughter, I guess.
Oh, it's his daughter.
The
young 18-year-old.
Well, it would have to be his daughter.
Okay.
Because certainly not his wife.
On a standard typing keyboard, which vowel is not on the top line of letters?
Which vowel is not on the top line? A.
A is correct.
It's been so long, I don't know.
All right, this one you should get. What is the title of the 1986 film that quoted, "Life moves pretty fast. If you don't stop and look around once in a while, you could miss it"?
Man, I don't know.
Bueller. Bueller.
All right, yeah.
Ferris Bueller's Day Off. What is the name of the fictional home country of Marvel's Black Panther?
No clue.
Wakanda. Like with Kara.
That came long after I quit reading comic books. Somewhere around like 1968.
Let's see. In The Simpsons, Homer is named after the creator Matt Groening's father. True or false?
I don't know any Homer Simpson trivia, so I don't know.
It's true.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Colonel. And so it goes for this Thursday. Have yourself a great, safe day. We'll see you back bright and early tomorrow, 7 to 9 for TSIF. Thanks, Steve. It's Friday. Until then, be sure to support the businesses, mom and pop businesses you hear on WEEB because they're the core of our economy. We can survive anything by growing ourselves out of it, but we got to stick together and shop local. And if you like to be a part of the pool of successful businesses, well, then you need to join in and be a part of our advertising pool because they are winners, and I guarantee they all make money and make a good living at it, too. All right. We'll see you later. Nick and Colt and I will all see you at the dog park this afternoon at 2 o'clock.
When I come back, you'd better be laughing.
So, what did we learn? Heck, I don't know. But this is one crazy show. Bye now.
Cut! That's it. Go home, everybody. None of this ever happened. Well, y'all come back now, you hear?
I think we're through here.
Yeah, man. Thank you very much, man. That's pretty much all I got, man. Okay, class dismissed. Rock on!
Well, let me tell you something. Everything comes to an end.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Homeland Security does not have operational control over the entire southern border. That testimony from U.S. Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz at a congressional hearing the other day in McAllen, Texas, flies in the face of Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas's insistence that the border is secure. Ortiz also telling Oklahoma GOP Congressman Josh Brecheen that a wall would have gone a long way to securing the border.
Under the prior administration, we had 200-plus wall that was appropriated, and the President of the United States, President Biden, by executive order, shut that down. Do you disagree with his decision to shut down the construction?
Yes, sir. Democrats boycotted the hearing, calling it a political stunt. Republican Mark Green says the only stunt is the Democrats' boycott. The Pentagon has released video of a Russian aircraft pouring fuel on a U.S. Air Force surveillance drone and clipping the drone's propeller in international airspace over the Black Sea. The hostile action forced the drone to crash, and Russia is now trying to recover the remains. The arguments have been presented. Now it's up to a Texas federal judge to decide whether to overturn FDA approval of a widely used abortion drug. Correspondent Sean Murphy says Alliance Defending Freedom Attorneys argued for rescinding the approval.
They argue that the FDA should withdraw its approval of this drug because the approval process was flawed and that the drug is more dangerous than the FDA has indicated.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen testifies at a Senate Finance Committee hearing today, looking to reassure lawmakers and the nation that the U.S. banking system remains sound. On Wall Street, ahead of this morning's opening bell, stock futures are mixed. Right now, the Dow futures down 127 points. NASDAQ futures up 37. S&P futures 3 points in the red. More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Mike Riley. Some state leaders hope to change current restrictions for a popular medication used for abortions. Right now, patients must take the drug, mifepristone, in person in front of a doctor that's prescribed it after a 72-hour waiting period. Attorney General Josh Stein is pushing for the change in North Carolina and tells WECT.
I'm part of a coalition of states that are asking the court to reject the effort of these Republican AGs to strip away from women their reproductive freedom. Medication abortion is incredibly safe.
The U.S. Air Force released dramatic video of the mid-air confrontation between Russian fighter jets and an American surveillance drone that crashed near Ukraine. Florida Senator Marco Rubio was on CBS Morning.
So this is a direct test of the Biden administration to trying to see what the limits are.
North Korea fired a long-range ballistic missile into the sea between the Korean Peninsula and Japan on Thursday. North Korea has conducted multiple missile launches this week amid the ongoing joint Korean-U.S. military drills that Pyongyang condemns as hostile action.
And I think what we'll see is enhanced bilateral cooperation with the U.S. and South Korea, and also with the U.S. and Japan.
With the end of the 2 consecutive terms as North Carolina governor in sight, Governor Roy Cooper announced his priorities for the state budget.
I'm proposing an 8% across-the-board pay increase for state employees over the next 2 years, with retention bonuses of either $1,000 or $1,500, depending on salary.
Environmental Protection Agency Administrator Michael Regan came to Wilmington to announce proposed regulations to make drinking water safer. The National Primary Drinking Water Regulation would establish legally enforceable levels in drinking water. Regan was at UNC Wilmington.
We anticipate that when fully implemented, this rule will prevent thousands of deaths and reduce tens of thousands of serious PFAS-related illnesses.
You're listening to NCN News.
If you or a loved one have been a victim of crime, the North Carolina Department of Public Safety Office of Victim Compensation Services provides programs to help you find peace of mind. They are here to help you apply for benefits that you may qualify for to recover from hardships such as lost wages and medical expenses. To learn more, visit ncdps.gov/4victims. That's ncdps.gov/4VICTIMS.
The world around us is changing rapidly, and the stakes are high for our state's rural leaders. The NC Rural Center ensures that rural leaders have access to and are equipped with the tools and resources to work towards resiliency for the future. Save the date to join the NC Rural Center for the annual Rural Summit on March 20th and 21st, and reconnect with the common goal of building a stronger tomorrow. Learn more about the Rural Summit and how to register at ncruralcenter.com.
Want to create the bathroom or wine wall of your dreams? This is Amy from Main Street Glass, and every step of our process is tailored to your wants and needs. We specialize in residential and commercial glass, so whether you need a custom shower enclosure, wine room, storefront entry door, or custom mirror, we can do it all. So stop by Main Street Glass at 195 Pinehurst Avenue or call us at 910-639-6336 to schedule your free estimate today.
It is going to be a great forecast for us today with high temperatures in the upper 60s and lots of sunshine this afternoon. So head outside and soak up that fresh air. Tonight we'll see partly cloudy conditions. It'll be cool, but not as cold as the past couple of mornings on our Friday, with wake-up temperatures tomorrow morning in the upper 40s. Warmer tomorrow with high temperatures in the low 70s, but we will see scattered showers pushing in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
This hour of the Chris Plant Show is brought to you by King Heating and Air of Sanford. Call 919-895-3600 for all your heat and air conditioning needs.
After a U.S. drone was forced down yesterday by a Russian fighter jet, Russia's ambassador to the U.S. denied that the two aircrafts collided, and Putin is claiming the drone just fell out a window.
That was a funny little joke about communists murdering people by throwing them out of windows, as Vlad the Impaler does so frequently. Comedy has changed, I think. I've noticed. Is it Friday already? How did that happen? No, it's not. It's Thursday. Sorry. It'll be Friday tomorrow, though. That'll be good then, especially for the Biden family, because Boy, we got a news media that is really busy sweeping stuff under the rug for Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and James Biden. And then who's the mystery Biden? We have a mystery Biden. It's like a game show. Big reveal coming at some point later. An amazing Washington Post today. Washington Post on the front doorstep this morning, a front page above the fold story attacking Ronald Reagan. They're not done yet, these Democrat rascals. GOP split on Ukraine. There's a GOP split on Ukraine because not everybody believes that we should be all in with Ukraine and Russia and, our national interests, and questions answered by Ron DeSantis and President Trump and on and on. The Washington Post detects a split, and they're going to seize on that. They're going to jump in there and try to drive a wedge in because that's their role as a Democrat Party paper. GOP split on Ukraine shows Reagan's fading allure. That's the actual headline above the fold in the Washington Post today. It's quite a remarkable story. Leaders, voters growing sour on Cold War tenant of foreign intervention. Well, the Democrats have more than made up for that, haven't they? They go to war anywhere. Joe Biden he's the military-industrial complex guy, and the Democrats, of course. I mean, come on. If it weren't for Democrats, how many wars would we have? I think we'd have Grenada, and that'd be about it. I think it'd be Grenada. That was the Soviets, of course, horning in our backyard, the Grenada thing. I spent a month in Grenada one time. It was nice. It's nice. I wouldn't move there or anything, but it's okay. That aside, Ronald Reagan, they're still attacking. What do we have? 40 years later, the Washington Post is still attacking Ronald Wilson Reagan, savior of the Western world. That's one of the things they don't like about him. Terrible thing, collapsed the Soviet Union. But, the Democrats are kind of, the commies are back, and the Democrats are here to help once again, as they were in the old days in Central America and elsewhere when the Soviets were galloping around the world, beating people's teeth out with rifle butts. The Democrats were in their corner then, too. Oh, we played some Hanoi Jane earlier this week. Jane Fonda. She of course, pro-Soviet, North Vietnamese communists. She's pro-communist. And, that's what happens when you're born and raised in Beverly Hills and you're told that this is what it is to be a liberal. What it is to be a liberal. I'm making quotation marks with my fingers. But I digress. Also on the front page of the Washington Post today, Credit Suisse. I like to pronounce it Credit Suisse because it sounds real local, like Kiev, except locals don't pronounce it Kiev, but that's okay. Credit Suisse, a big bank in Europe, adds to jitters. They got a case of the jitters. They got some jitters going on there. Woes raise specter of global turmoil. How about tumult? Raise the specter of global tumult as well. Swiss Central Bank they've stepped in with $53.7 billion to bail out Credit Suisse. And it means that it's not just some American banks with Democrat donors and, left-wing billionaires that put their money in this Silicon Valley Bank. It looks like it could be a global thing, and that makes it scarier to the people who watch the scary things, You know what I mean? It's remarkable. Remarkable stuff. But I was digging around yesterday, the Hunter Biden and Joe Biden and James Biden, and I think Dr. Jill Biden is the mystery guest who's getting millions from China. It's amazing the Biden family got $3 million from China, from communist China, moments after Joe Biden left the vice presidency. And it's a non-story in the American news media. Isn't that amazing? Russian collusion. There was no Russian collusion. There was someone that President Trump knew provided some polling material, which hours later would be made public and given to the press anyway. And that's their Russian collusion. On the other hand, the Biden family just took in millions of dollars, $3 million in cash from a couple of representatives of the Communist Chinese Party in Communist China, where the Wuhan Red Death came from. killing millions of people worldwide, they tell us, and more than 1 million in the United States, they tell us. And the Democrats yawn. They have no interest in it. In fact, if you bring up the origins of the COVID Red Death, of the Wuhan Red Death, they attack you for just bringing it up. It's kind of an amazing thing. Not that they're stooges for the communist Chinese or anything like that. And the Biden family, gee, why would they have any interest in covering up for the Wuhan Institute of Virology and for U.S. tax dollars going to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, never mind, through the Eco Health Alliance, which it turns out we're double billing the United States of America for millions of dollars of stuff. But none of this is a problem because, the Democrats, they live in a consequence-free world, thanks to a very, very corrupt fourth estate. That's what we used to call the news media, the fourth estate. And boy, they're corrupt. It's amazing how corrupt they are. You're not going to find stories on the $3 million from communist China. The Republicans in the House, through subpoenas, they have the bank records. They have the records of the money transfers to the Biden family friend, and then the Biden family friend disbursing the funds. That's the term they like to use. Disbursing the funds to 3 different members of the corrupt Biden organized crime family. And the news media just says, well, what? He left the vice presidency and then 4 years later became president. And there is nothing to see here. It's just an amazing thing. But I was poking around and I was reminded of the, because I was, researching and reading. Hunter Biden probe turned up an $80,000 diamond that was given to Hunter Biden as a gift, because that happens to me all the time. People give me $80,000. I just pass them along to my best girl, because what am I going to do with diamonds? But every time some foreign corrupt influencer in Washington gives me an $80,000 diamond, I just pass it along. A diamond given to Hunter Biden by a since-vanished Chinese energy tycoon is part of the ongoing tax fraud probe. This is just the tax fraud probe. And a potentially broader probe into President-elect Joe Biden's son. This is a story, of course, from December 10th of 2020, after Joe Biden had been elected, before he had been inaugurated. The investigators have examined the gift of it's a 2.8 carat gem, but it's extremely high quality, which is how you get to $80,000 for, not that I'm a diamond merchant or anything, but for a 2.8 carat gem, I think you might be able to get it for less than that elsewhere. That Hunter got from CEFE China Energy founder Yi Jianming in 2017. CNN even mentioned it a couple of years ago, citing a source, anonymous, of course, briefed on the matter. And it's unclear whether the diamond, which is estimated to be worth as much as $80,000, remains the focus of the tax probe. But when you're, when you're a member of the Democrat Party, the news media just doesn't have any interest in this. They just go to lunch and get back to cheating on their wives and if need be, cheating on their husbands, because that's our news media. That's a pretty amazing story. But this all just gets swept under the rug. You remember Russian collusion, and the Ukrainian phone call, President Trump, and all that stuff. Pretty amazing stuff. The Democrat Party and the news media, but I repeat myself, very, very corrupt times we're living in the United States of America. Our news media is an extension, an engorged appendage on the body politic of the Democrat Party. It's quite something to see. Yes, it is. Kamala, you know her. She is the number 2 in the Democrat Party. She, for all the wrong reasons, she's the vice president of the United States. She lives in the vice president's residence. Used to be the chief of naval operations residence, but now vice presidents live there. And it's it's a perfectly nice place. It's a couple miles from the radio station and on Massachusetts Avenue, Gesundheit, Embassy Row, and the big residence there. She went to New York last night to be on the television with her pal in the Democrat Party's bootlick, Stephen Colbert, who lost his mind long ago. He's crazy. He's a crazy person. Apparently that show makes you crazy. Look what happened to David Letterman. And now we got Colbert. Letterman used to be a nice Midwestern guy who was funny, told jokes, and people laughed. And then he turned into a crazy person. Now he's wandering along the side of a road somewhere with a beard down to his belt, poking bugs with sticks. He's out of his mind. And Colbert is well on his way because he lost his mind long ago too, and he doesn't do comedy. He does Democrat Party propaganda and nothing more. That's what he does. But Kamala was on there last night, and she was asked a question. What is the job of vice president? What does that entail? And she had no answer at all. She didn't know what to say. She didn't know how to answer. And then she cackled, and Colbert even looked confused that she seemed so ignorant. But that's because, they don't follow the news. They don't pay attention to what's going on in the world. Otherwise, they wouldn't be Democrats. They wouldn't self-identify as Democrats. Do all Democrats self-identify as non-binary these days? Is it all of them, Michael, or just most of them? It seems like most of them in the public life. But when she left the Ed Sullivan Theater, I think it is, in New York, the city that never sleeps. And when she was leaving, there were protesters outside, pro-American people. I saw one nice lady holding up a sign in support of the First Amendment, which the Democrat Party is very much against. They don't like the Bill of Rights at all. And since the First Amendment is first, that's the one they like the least. Well, they like the Second Amendment the least. But they don't like the Bill of Rights at all. But there were people outside who were pro-American, and they were heckling her, and they were chanting "Lock her up." They were chanting "Lock her up" because it's kind of a traditional chant at this point, and they're all crooks. Everybody knows that they're all a gang of crooks. Also, the Washington Post today, they're really wound up. It's on the front page below the fold, and the Audubon Society. The Audubon Society, they like birds and nature and things like that. And this guy John James Audubon, who founded the Audubon Society, turns out he was a slave owner. And centuries ago, of course, not like 20 minutes ago, like in China, he's not Chinese, but the Audubon, he owned slaves, and they apparently just discovered this about a week ago. And now of course they didn't, everybody knew it all along. And now they've got to get rid of the name Audubon Society. Based on this, we're going to have to get rid of the name Democrat Party, because the Democrat Party is the party of bullwhips and plantations, the Confederacy, trees and ropes, Jim Crow laws. Really is time to get rid of it. And a smart Republican in Florida started that effort about a month ago, I think, to you got to cancel the Democrat Party. They're the biggest slave operation still going in the post-Civil War era. But John James Audubon, he supported slavery, and he owned a couple of slaves apparently at some point. So they got to get rid of the name. The D.C. Audubon Society is changing their name to like the Charles Manson Society or something like that, because they like that. Also, I went and because I've read about this before, so I went and found it again today. The New York Times is going to have to be canceled too, because the New York Times, their boy Ox, the founding owner of the New York Times, big pro-slave guy, big pro-Confederacy guy, slaver from way back, pro-slavery guy. And I want to share that with you too, because if the Audubon Society has got to change their name, then the New York Times has to change their name to the Bullwhip Society or something like that. Pretty amazing stuff. Also, speaking of Karen Johnson, Whoopi Goldberg. Her real name is Karen Johnson. Why Goldberg? Like I get Whoopi, because the whoopee cushion, she has a flatulence problem. But why Goldberg? What is that? Sniveling, groveling. She apologized for using an ethnic slur on The View. She's really, really sorry. It was a terrible ethnic slur, and really she should be canceled. She should be fired by, it's ABC, right? It's ABC. In D.C., Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, more than 2/3 of the people arrested for crimes are never charged. You know why, Michael? Democrats. Democrats is why. That's the answer. We got Don Lemon news. An Axios reporter was fired. We got more transgender in, transgender people in sports, the Democrats really fight for boys and men to compete against girls and women. I just, they're not well, these people. And the Sacramento Bee actually had to apologize to Charlie Kirk for slandering him and lying about him, as the newspapers do to conservatives all day, every day. Amazing stuff. Boy, I got a lot of things right. Colin Kaepernick. There's a funny Colin Kaepernick thing. And a lot more. We're at 888-630-9625.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
This is an urgent announcement for anyone that's $10,000 or more in debt. Before you make another minimum payment, you need to know there are special programs that can completely free you of your debt. Total Financial Freedom can help you become debt-free in months instead of years. Resolve your credit card debt, signature loans, department store cards, internet loans, and timeshares. Call now at 800-533-6605 for a free consultation. For 16 years, Total Financial Freedom has helped thousands get out of debt. You can feel confident when calling because Total Financial Freedom is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Battling for years and years, stuck in the endless cycle of minimum payments could take decades. You have the right to get your debt resolved and substantially reduce your monthly payments. Call Total Financial now at 800-533-6605. That's 800-533-6605. 800-533-6605.
Paid for by government.com.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation. And now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government-struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right. You can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-969-0689 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan Silver Dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-969-0689 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan Silver Dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-969-0689. That's 1-800-969-0689.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, it's so great to finally be able to get together again.
Oh, it sure is. And I really appreciate you picking up the bill.
I'm happy to. I've got the extra cash. Since we've all been driving so much more again, I've been using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes. I get real cash back just for buying the gas I was going to buy anyway.
But is it a hassle to use?
No. It's super fast and easy, and I can cash out whenever I want.
That's a total no-brainer. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PUSH for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code PUSH. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PUSH for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PUSH.
It's no surprise. Pinehurst Toyota has done it again, a third award. And this one is the Golden Carfax top-rated dealer, based on Toyota and Hyundai ability to consistently provide the best pre-owned vehicles and service. Pinehurst Toyota also has the Pilot Best of the Pines Service Department and the Sandhills Magazine Best Dealership in Moore County. The Pinehurst Toyota Advantage Plan is our goal to make you 100% satisfied with your visit to Pinehurst Toyota. The first 2 years or 25,000 miles are covered by the Toyota Care Program, and you get 5 years of roadside assistance regardless of miles. That's why with a major service at Pinehurst Toyota, you will receive a complimentary loaner for all qualified warranty repairs. Call Pinehurst Toyota at 910-692-2424. That's 910-692-2424.
Looking for ideas to update your home's tile work? Come to Meadow Creek Tile in Southern Pines. They are a locally family-owned business that's been here for over 35 years. Call and set up an appointment or come in and browse their showroom from 9 to 4 Monday through Friday and select from the finest ceramic, marble, glass, and stone tile materials in hundreds of styles to suit your taste and budget. They're located on Highway 15-501 South near Zaxby's. That's Meadow Creek Tile, 910-693-7711.
At Heavenly Pines Jewelry, we are 3 generations of women that can customize the ring of your dreams or redesign family jewelry to fit your style while keeping the integrity of your loved one's piece. We also do in-house repairs, pearl restringing, appraisals, watch batteries, and free jewelry cleaning. Visit Heavenly Pines Jewelry located at 45 Dowd Circle in Pinehurst, across the street from the main post office. Or call us today at 910-235-9086 for all your jewelry needs.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Poor Colin Kaepernick. Colin Kaepernick is having a really rough life. I think somebody said something to him that wasn't entirely positive once. It's been very traumatic for him. But the headline is, Colin Colin Kaepernick recently, he's racist, and he attacked during an interview his parents. He doesn't like his parents. Now, he was adopted by a couple of Caucasian people. He's African American, has a big afro, and kneels for the national anthem because America's a terrible, unfair country that made him a millionaire in his 20s, but somebody said something mean to him once. And the headline is, Colin Kaepernick sues adoptive parents for $21 million in reparations. $21 million. His parents, but they don't have $21 million. They're just regular people that adopted a son and raised him to be a millionaire. What's the thing? And it says, a statement from the lawyer, the damage done to our client by growing up in a loving household under 2 white parents is incalculable. That's what it says. It says right here. Now, I'm happy to report that this is the Babylon Bee and not the New York Times, although it might as well be the New York Times, which is, vying for the Babylon Bee's business every day, just like the Washington Post. It's amazing. The damage done to our client by growing up in a loving household under 2 white parents is incalculable. He's a tragic joke, but he's perfectly representative of what the Democrat Party has done to race in America in the 21st century. You should see what the Democrats did to race in America in the 19th century, though. Well, and then the 20th century as well. The history of the Democrat Party is a sordid affair, isn't it? Yes, it is. I got lots of updates for you on banking, on the Biden administration, on the border, on crime and punishment or the lack thereof. We're at 888-630-9625.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
From the paranormal to aliens among us, it's Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Overnights here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 Seasons Heating and Air. Get comfortable with us.
4 Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
Do you have aches and pains, or do you just need to calm your mind? Then come to Flowland in Aberdeen and get your CBD MD products from the most trusted retailer in the area. All CBD MD products are THC-free, and you can get yours at Flowland 7 days a week. With over 20 years of experience, Flowland can help you with which product is best suited suited to your needs. Visit Flowland at 1200 North Sandhills Boulevard in Aberdeen today or on the web at shopflowland.com.
Are you interested in protecting your assets from market volatility, rising taxes, and economic uncertainty? Then tune in to Retire 360 with Dwight Mejan to learn how you can protect and grow your hard-earned money. Retire 360, Sundays at 3 p.m. right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Protect your hard-earned money today at Retire360show.com. What's better than watching college basketball at Rodino's? Watching college basketball on the patio at Rodino's. With nice weather finally here, there is no better place in Moore County to watch your favorite team than at Rodino's. Don't miss a minute of the conference tournaments, Selection Sunday, and then on to the big dance. Be sure to check their website for daily specials. Rodino's Pizza and Grinders is on Pinehurst Avenue in Southern Pines. They are open Sunday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., and Friday and Saturday from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. See you there.
Moore County, the heart of the Sandhills, your home and mine. I'm Richard Hudson, Moore County's Congressman. There's nothing more important to me than delivering results for you, your family, and our region. That's why I've opened my main office right here in Southern Pines. We are ready to help you with the VA, Social Security, passports, or any other federal agency problem.
Congressman Richard Hudson wants to hear from you at his new office located at 340 Commerce Avenue, Suite 16 in Southern Pines. Congressman Hudson's office is open 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Make an appointment, visit hudson.house.gov or dial 910-910-1924. It's an honor to serve you in Congress.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
Plumbing is proud to serve Moore County with superior workmanship and dependable plumbing service, including 24/7 emergency service. Like the name says, we take pride in our work and your safety. Our employees must pass background and drug tests and share Pride Plumbing's reputation for quality service. From simple leaky faucets to new water heaters and sewer lines, backflow testing and installation, drain cleaning, plumbing repairs, and, if necessary, replacement and remodeling. A family business with over 50 years of prideful service. Go online to callprideplumbing.com and check out our 5-star customer reviews. We offer a 10% discount to all veterans and active military. Call Pride Plumbing of Moore County at 910-295-0152. 910-295-0152. Serving with pride since 1965.
Your local weather forecast is brought to you by Sunbelt Service Pros. For professional service, call 910-944-2044. Anytime, day or night.
It is going to be a great forecast for us today with high temperatures in the upper 60s and lots of sunshine this afternoon. So head outside and soak up that fresh air. Tonight we'll see partly cloudy conditions. It'll be cool, but not as cold as the past couple of mornings on our Friday, with wake-up temperatures tomorrow morning in the upper 40s. Warmer tomorrow with high temperatures in the low 70s, but we will see scattered showers pushing in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Boy, oh boy. We have the border, the border. The Republicans held a hearing yesterday down on the border. The House of Representatives took the entire, well, not the entire committee, just the Republican members of the committee down to the border in Texas to talk about the border crisis and the fentanyl deaths by the tens of thousands and the illegals and by the millions and the Democrat Party wrecking the country on purpose and all that. And not a single Democrat showed up. Not a single Democrat showed up. All right? But that's okay, because the news media didn't show up either. It turns out Media Research Center points out, gosh, the whole border hearing didn't even show up on ABC News last night, you know, their chief anchor is a Clinton administration official, George Snuffleupagus, didn't show up on CBS News last night. I'm going alphabetically. Didn't show up on NBC News last night because they don't cover the news. They uncover it. That just like the Washington Post did for a little while. They tried that out as their slogan. We don't cover the news, we uncover it. Then somebody pointed out that, you know, that means that you don't cover it. And so they stopped using that. Now they're back to it looks like a newspaper, but it's not. It's remarkable stuff. When you're a Democrat, you can do whatever you want. I mean, honestly, Joe Biden could shoot somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue, and the New York Times wouldn't cover it. That's it would, not only would he not lose a vote, but the media wouldn't cover it. It's quite amazing. You're a Democrat Party and the news media, but I repeat myself. Just amazing stuff. And let's go. We've got audio from yesterday because we're radio, not television. We don't have video, but we have audio. It came from video, I can assure you. And yesterday, the hearing on Capitol Hill, excuse me, not on Capitol Hill, but down at the southern border, the congressional people, they brought the show on the road, and they brought it to where the crisis is. Not that the news media covers it as a crisis, because they don't. In fact, they really don't cover it at all, unless it affects, you know, where they go on vacation with each other in Martha's Vineyard to, cheat on their spouses and all that stuff, because that's where they go. One of the places that they go. They all see each other. So that was a problem. 50 illegals landed in Martha's Vineyard. It was a big story for 2 weeks. Of course, the Democrats called out the military, and they rifle-butted the illegal aliens and brought them to a military base and on the mainland, and that's the last we heard of them, isn't it, Michael? We never heard from those illegals again. There was no follow-up on any of that. Yeah, isn't that amazing? Yes, it is. But let's go to the board. You may remember also, I was doing research on this, and I was reminded by Newsbusters, again, Media Research Center, that about a month ago, well, not even a month ago, a couple of weeks ago now, the Republicans went to the border for a Judiciary Committee hearing. The House of Representatives, Republican-controlled Judiciary Committee, brought the committee down to the border for a hearing, and the Democrats skipped it, and then even C-SPAN didn't cover it. Media Research Center from Tim Graham from March 2nd, 2023. C-SPAN fails to cover House Judiciary border hearing in Arizona since Democrats skipped. See, there you go. Julio Rosas of Town Hall reports that C-SPAN is showing a pro-Democrat bias. They failed to cover the House Judiciary Committee hearing on the border crisis February 23rd in Yuma, Arizona. And, you know, the Republicans went down there for a hearing so they'd talk to the local people and local officials, regular citizens. The Democrats boycotted it. And then even C-SPAN, you know, didn't cover the thing, because we're living in something closer to the Soviet Union these days than the United States of America that most of us grew up in, because the Democrat Party and the news media, but I repeat myself, are so profoundly corrupt. Just amazing. So even C-SPAN didn't cover it. Now we have the latest update, and that is the Republicans going to the border in Texas to hold a hearing yesterday, which they did. And the Democrats once again boycotted because they're arrogant, anti-American, open border mental cases, you know, and they're Democrats. And they and then the news media, you see, the Republicans had good stuff, but the news media, ABC, CBS, NBC, they just don't cover it. And that means that it didn't happen. It's the tree falling in the Democrat forest. It's amazing that, the Democrats own the media, and they don't have to say anything. They don't have to say a thing. The media just does it for them. So that's their thing. And Fox News reports today, Homeland Department of the Homeland Security Committee, rather, The Democrats booked travel, so we probably already paid for it. They called witnesses, and then they pulled out of the border hearing. All right. The headline is Homeland Dems booked travel, called witnesses before pulling out of border hearing. Republicans say. They say that because that's what happened. The hearing focused on the unprecedented crisis at our southern border. Isn't that amazing? That's your Democrat Party for you. Democrats on the House Homeland Security Committee said they would attend Wednesday morning's in-person field hearing at the southern border, even going so far as to book their travel and call one witness, before pulling out of the hearing earlier this week, a GOP spokesperson tells Fox News. The committee is holding field hearing on the ongoing crisis at the southern border. The hearing to be held in McAllen, Texas on Wednesday, with witnesses including Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz. And he was there yesterday, that's for sure. Democrats earlier this week pulled out of the hearing after careful consideration, they said, and said it had become clear Republicans planned to politicize this event from the start. Wait a minute. Politics entering politics? What next? Medicine entering medicine? It's a political process. These people are a clown car of corruption. Breaking with the committee's proud history of bipartisanship. That's what the Democrats said, that they're going to politicize. Not like that Ukraine phone call hearing or the Russian collusion hearings or the January 6th hearings, for that matter. Let's have hearings on all the Democrat riots. Let's have days and days of hearings for each Democrat Party frenzy of violence. We'll start in Seattle and work our way east. This could take years and years. But the Democrats, they booked their flights. I assume they booked their hotel rooms. We're going to end up paying for it anyway. Then they decided not to go because they're crooks. That's the thing. And now I want to go to some audio from the big event there yesterday, because there were highlights. There were moments, to be sure, that were revealing. And at least one Republican member of Congress, who's a freshman member of Congress, only been in Congress for weeks, said that more light had been shed in yesterday's hearing that had been shed in the last year because, our news media attacks. If a Republican governor sends 50 illegal aliens out of the tens of thousands that land on his doorstep, say in Texas, you send a few illegal aliens to New York or Washington or to, God forbid, Martha's Vineyard, and then it's really big news because you can't do that. But little towns in Texas are supposed to take in 100,000 people when, they don't have 100,000 people in their town, and that's okay. Let's go to soundbite number one, Michael. Congressman Mark Green asked the Customs and Border Chief, Raul Ortiz, because you may remember Alejandro Mayorkas. A while back he was asked, it was last year, he doesn't testify very often, do we have operational control over the border? And he said, oh yes. We have. He lies all the time. He lies under oath, Alejandro Mayorkas. It's sad, really. But here is Congressman Mark Green, Republican, because he showed up at McAllen, Texas for the border hearing yesterday with Customs Border Protection Chief Raul Ortiz.
Does DHS have operational control of our entire border?
No, sir. No, sir. But wait, no, sir. You can't just say no, sir, because that's, come on. But the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security said that we do, and that's the most important thing. You can't just say no just because you know that we don't have operational control under the, just amazing. Mark Green, a Tennessee Republican. Now, let's have a little flashback in time to last year when Alejandro Mayorkas was asked in Congress under oath whether we have operational control over our southern border.
Will you testify under oath right now? Do we have operational control, yes or no?
Yes, we do.
That's perjury, and but that's okay because Democrats perjure themselves before Congress quite constantly. It's a regular feature of congressional hearings now when Democrats appear, and the media is fine with that, and it seems that Congress is fine with that too. We had James Clapper lying under oath about spying on all of us and collecting all of our metadata for spying purposes. That's okay. Congressman Green, Mark Green, the Tennessee Republican, then, they played the video in the hearing of Mayorkas saying that a year ago, and he said, what about that?
Chief Ortiz, do you think that Secretary Mayorkas is lying there?
About 10 years ago, we used operational control as a measuring stick of our effectiveness along the southwest border. My new strategy is geared towards mission advantage.
So I'm asking a very specific question,
yes,
and you're kind of describing how the goalpost has been moved because of the mass waves of people that are coming.
And here's the thing. Chief Ortiz is outranked by the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, the big liar under oath, Alejandro Mayorkas, and he can't say, yes, the guy who's up the chain of command from me is lying. He can't say that. That's up to the politicians and not to Chief Raul Ortiz. Really, he's in no position to call the boss's boss a liar just because he lied under oath on camera before the American people. That's up to Congress to do something about that, and not Ortiz. So, I'll cut him slack on that. But Congressman Green is making the point that the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security lied under oath, and then nothing will be done about it. It continued.
You heard the Secretary. He said we have operational control. That's the definition of operational control.
Based upon the definition you have, sir, up there, no.
We don't have operational control.
No, sir.
No, sir, we don't have operational. But they'll just say that we have operational control, and then no one will do anything about it because the country we live in now is full of liars who lie under oath before Congress and elsewhere. And if you're Democrats, then it's okay, because the New York Times and the Washington Post are sanguine at most. Congressman Dale Strong was there as well, and he started ticking off what is being seen. You go down to the border, you talk to people that are at the border, the law enforcement people and the local officials, and they'll tell you what's going on. And here's Congressman Dale Strong describing what we're seeing down there.
They're coming from Mexico. They're coming from Guatemala, El Salvador, Ecuador, Colombia, Cuba, Haiti, Iran, and they're coming from China too. Our country is under attack.
Dale Strong of Alabama knows what's going on, and he's not afraid to say it out loud. And hey, does it look like an invasion?
America is being invaded. No American is safe. This invasion is not a Democratic issue. It is not a Republican issue. It is an American issue.
Yeah, but the Democrats aren't there. They don't care. Dale Strong from Alabama just came to Congress a short time ago.
I'm a freshman United States congressman. I've been in office for 9 weeks, and we're learning more here than we've heard in the last 9 weeks.
Heard more here than we've heard in the last year, and we've got a Democrat Party and the media, which is a part of the Democrat Party, covering this up for the American people. It doesn't matter. The downside doesn't matter to them because this is what the party has ordered. Congressman Dale Strong.
I thank each of you, but I can tell you this. The thing I'm most distraught about, there's not a Democrat here. This is an American issue. It's appalling that the Democrats didn't show up and America is under attack.
The networks, ABC, CBS, NBC, failed to cover this hearing because they are Democrat Party front groups and nothing more, masquerading as television news organizations. The former head of ICE, Tom Homan, you may know him. He is now that he's no longer in the employ of the government. He feels free to tell the truth out loud, and he's unabashed about it.
I've been calling for his impeachment for a year and a half. Mayorkas. He lied to the American people repeatedly. He lied under oath in front of Congress. He vilified and slandered the men of the Horse Patrol. And 2 days before, he went up on a White House podium and said they whipped, black migrants. He was briefed that didn't happen. So he's not only ignoring the law, he violated the law. I testified for the state of Texas in federal court in Houston, Texas, on the ICE priorities, and the judge said not only are they ignoring the law, they're actually instructing ICE to violate the law. There are numerous reasons he needs to be impeached. I mean, they impeached President Trump and make him a phone call. They certainly can impeach Alejandro Mayorkas for everything he's done.
Well, and lying under oath. Lying under oath when you've taken an oath to tell the truth, and this is where the American people get to the truth. And then they blithely and casually lie under oath, as Mayorkas did, as James Clapper did. And then you discover that you can do that, and it's consequence-free. There are no consequences as long as you're a Democrat. I'm sorry to have to report that the United States of America is a very corrupt country, and our politics, in large part because of our media, have become very, very corrupt. We're at 888-630-9625.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
As a kid growing up in Chicago, I would envy my neighbors when their Omaha steak shipments arrived. Now I'm all grown up and I can get them myself. Spring is suddenly in the air, and that can only mean one thing: spring grilling. And the steak experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to spring into something delicious with their semi-annual sale. With 50% off site-wide, you can grab all your favorites like perfectly aged tender steaks, ocean fresh seafood, juicy burgers. Plus, when you go to omahasteaks.com and use the promo code PLANT at checkout, you're going to save an additional $30 off your order. It's the perfect way to get fired up and spring into something special. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use the promo code PLANT at checkout, and take advantage of this deal. Omaha Steaks is ready to ship your order right away, and you're going to want to hurry because 50% off site-wide is only happening for a limited time. So don't miss your chance to save. Visit omahasteaks.com, use the code PLANT at checkout to get an additional $30 off when you shop their semi-annual sale today. Minimum order may be required.
Breaking news.
Tax refund shock is everywhere, but what is it?
My tax refund shrank.
Mine too. The culprit? Pandemic-related stimulus payments and tax credits expiring. In this reporter's opinion, you need a tax expert.
Hey guys, Jackson Hewitt guarantees your biggest refund.
And tax prep is 50% off? Going there now.
50% off is a limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
As the stock market slumps and instability this year got you concerned, would you like a way that could protect your retirement when the markets are down? Gold Alliance would like to give you 2 free reports: the Inflation Survival Plan and the Stock Market Correction Plan. Both give actionable insights you can use now that could protect your savings in uncertain times. Absolutely free. Don't wait. Call 800-200-2079. 800-200-2079. 800-200-2079.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
Hey, we've all been there. You're in the middle of something important. And then, boom, the power goes out. But what if it didn't? What if you skipped the candles and flashlights and just carried on with your day? With a Kohler generator, your power stays on, even when the utility power goes out. So your food stays fresh, your home stays powered, and you stay happy.
Call Premier Power Generation at 910-295-3188.
Contractors, stop wasting time looking for tile. Go straight to the local experts, the ones who have it all. Meadow Creek Tile. They've got upscale porcelain, ceramic, glass, stone, marble. It's your one-stop for materials. And they offer special services for contractors. No more running all over town dealing with amateurs. Meadow Creek Tile, start to finish for any job. Located on 15501 next to Zaxby's. 910-693-7711.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms of the Plumbing Act. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. No exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
Want to create the bathroom or wine wall of your dreams? This is Amy from Main Street Glass, and every step of our process is tailored to your wants and needs. We specialize in residential and commercial glass, so whether you need a custom shower enclosure, wine room, storefront entry door, or custom mirror, we can do it all. So stop by Main Street Glass at 195 Pinehurst Avenue or call us at 910-639-6336 to schedule your free estimate today.
Appliances and more, now open at the Old Sears location in Aberdeen. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps. Joe and I are the owners of Appliances and More. We're creating relationships and helping you make an informed buying decision is our business. All home appliances are up to 20% off, and we have an in-stock Take It Home Today program. We also offer delivery and installation. So please come by and see the new changes at Appliances and More in the Town and Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
All right, we've got a whole lot of news and madness for you today, as you might expect, because it's been another day in the United States of America, and there's just a lot of it. Axios fired a reporter. You'll never believe why. It was, the media loves to attack Ron DeSantis because they think that he might be president, and they've got to start attacking early for the Democrat Party, downfield blocking, But they did fire a reporter. I don't wish anybody be fired, but, every reporter should be fired in America, and we should start over again. Let's go to the telephones, Michael. Let's go to Kathy calling from McLean, Virginia. Kathy, oh, Kathy, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Yes. Hey, Chris. Good morning. I was commenting about changing names because there's maybe some history of slavery. Uh-huh. And I think, as many of us know, Lord Fairfax, I live in Fairfax County. Everything's named Fairfax. Lord Fairfax was a large slaveholder. And until recently, his descendant used to come and visit us from jolly old England. And there would be all this, celebration and stuff.
No kidding. Is that right? The descendants of Lord Fairfax, I think Lord Thomas Fairfax, and, he's a lord, so he's from England, which is another country altogether, and they're the ones that inflicted slavery on what were the 13 colonies. The Spanish brought the first slaves to Florida, the first ones to arrive in what is now the United States of America. Not like that 1619 Project says, which is all wrong, the New York Times. Complete fiction. But yes, the Audubon Society is now, the Washington Post and others demanding that all Audubon Society outlets across the country change their name because the Audubon person that it's named for owned slaves. And, the Democrat Party owned slaves. The Democrat Party promoted slavery. What do you think we should do, Kathy, about the name of the Democrat Party?
Oh, well, we could call it the Party of the Donkey.
Yeah, well, the bullwhip. We should rename the Democrat Party.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. It appears Poland will become the first NATO member country to supply Ukraine with fighter jets, something Ukraine has been urgently pleading for. Poland's president says his country plans to give Ukraine a dozen MiG-29s. The Pentagon has released footage of the incident involving an American military drone and a Russian fighter jet.
The declassified video shows a Russian jet flying close to the surveillance drone and dumping fuel near it in what U.S. officials say was an apparent effort to damage the American aircraft as it flew over the Black Sea. On a second approach, either the same jet or another Russian fighter struck the drone's propeller, damaging one blade, according to the Pentagon.
White House correspondent Greg Clugston says Russia insists its warplanes did not strike the drone. As economic conditions worsen in Latin America, hunger is spreading throughout countries like Guatemala and Honduras, causing malnutrition at levels not seen in decades. SRN News and our companion network Town Hall News, working with the nonprofit international relief organization Food for the Poor to rush desperately needed food to children in the region. CEO Ed Rain says conditions on the ground are almost beyond belief.
You know, you just see people trying to dig everything up. We time and time again, we see kids digging through garbage, trying to find something to eat. It's so desperate that you have to witness it firsthand to really understand how desperate it is. It is so widespread.
Ed Rain adds that as hunger spreads, it is children who suffer most. More information on the emergency efforts of Food for the Poor is available on srnnews.com. Unemployment applications tumbled by 20,000 last week, falling to 192,000 from 212,000 the week before. And watching Wall Street, the Dow is down 161 points, while the NASDAQ trading 16 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
MCN News. I'm Mike Riley. North Carolina Republican lawmakers are hoping the second time's a charm with rebooted anti-critical race theory legislation. Legislators are trying to prohibit K-12 educators from teaching concepts from critical race theory. Representative John Torbett, a Gaston County Republican, is the lead sponsor of the Equity in Education bill.
This bill protects whatever group that is from soiling the minds of our kids with thoughts that don't collectively bring us together.
Governor Roy Cooper released his recommended budget, which includes raises for teachers and funding for child care and health.
It recognizes that historic investments in education and child care are needed now to make sure we have the well-trained workforce for the jobs of today and tomorrow.
The U.S. Air Force released dramatic video of the mid-air confrontation between Russian fighter jets and an American surveillance drone that crashed near Ukraine. Florida Senator Marco Rubio was on CBS this morning and says this was a test of the Biden administration to see how they will respond.
We should fly more of them. We should stop flying them. And in many cases, we should be prepared to scramble jets and respond if they are threatened by Russian aircraft.
Stocks fell early in trading with new concerns about the banking sector. Gene Peroni, president of Peroni Portfolio Advisors, says it'll be interesting to see what impact the recent concerns may have on next week's Federal Reserve meeting.
It's going to be a little bit more of a balancing act with the stock market, where investors ponder what the Fed's next steps might be with respect to battling inflation, if they might pause raising rates.
The freezing weather continued last night, and it's tough on farmers' crops. Butch White owns a farm in Vanceboro and said he's trying to protect his strawberry crop.
If everything works good, it shouldn't be too awful bad. I mean, I'm just going to have to stay up and watch everything. Hopefully, everything will work out.
You're listening to NCN News.
I feel like it's ever changing. I never know what to expect every morning when I wake up. December 18th of 2020 is when I tested positive. Even though this is 2 years in for me having long COVID, I have faith that I'm going to get better. Pull up your sleeve and give yourself a fighting chance.
Visit myspot.nc.gov to find a vaccination site near you.
Hi, Darcy the Cow here for Black Cow, the mature manure. It's time to start getting your flower and vegetable gardens off to a great start with Black Cow. Prepare new plant beds with a 1.5-inch layer of Black Cow in the area and then mix it in with the soil 6 inches deep. Black Cow is organic. Pick up the bright yellow bag and get growing.
Black Cow, the mature manure. Black Cow.
At First Casualty Insurance Group, we're all about customer service. Now, if that's important to you, then we're a good match. If you prefer to do business with experienced, knowledgeable, good listeners offering advice you can trust, then First Casualty Insurance Group is made for you. We represent over 3 dozen outstanding companies, and yes, we're that place you go to insure virtually anything of value. Call us anytime you have an insurance question. We want to be your insurance people. 910-692-8303. First Casualty Insurance Group, Southern Pines. 910-692-8303.
It is going to be a great forecast for us today with high temperatures in the upper 60s and lots of sunshine this afternoon. So head outside and soak up that fresh air. Tonight we'll see partly cloudy conditions. It'll be cool, but not as cold as the past couple of mornings on our Friday, with wake-up temperatures tomorrow morning in the upper 40s. Warmer tomorrow with high temperatures in the low 70s, but we will see scattered showers pushing in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
The Chris Plant Show is sponsored by Sandy Ridge Memory Care and Assisted Living in Candor, a place for compassionate care. Call 910-974-4162.
So this has been really a moving target. And that's the reason why we've had to many times change some of the things that we said and recommended. People saying that's flip-flopping, but it isn't. It's learning as you go along and making your recommendations according to the new data as it evolves.
And it's ever evolving and evolving very quickly.
Yeah, you got, fortunately, you got, Joe Scarborough in there to ask the tough questions of Anthony Fauci. St. Anthony, if only you had said that from the beginning, maybe you'd still have some credibility. But fortunately, the media's got his back. Well, it's ever evolving. I said from the very beginning, I am not a, pathologist of Chinese bat-borne coronaviruses, but I knew from the beginning that they were saying things with great certainty that they should not have been saying with great certainty. I knew very early on that they should have been telling the American people, listen, this is a novel coronavirus. That means it's new. There's a lot that we don't know about it. We're going to learn as we go, and we will share the data and the information with you as we collect it. But that's not what they did, is it? No, they're very certain about everything. Then so much of it turned out to be false, incorrect, untrue. And now with egg all over their faces, they've got the likes of Joe Scarborough and Mika and the rest of the news media to clean up their faces, to dab their chins for them. Yes, that's what's going on here. Well, happy Thursday and welcome. We are, of course, at 888-630-9625. 888-630-9625 is the telephone number here. And, it don't cost nothing. You can call in wherever you are, pretty much, at least in the United States. There are people listening all over the planet, by the way. We have listeners in various places in Latin America and Asia and Scandinavia, which is Europe, and beyond. And those calls aren't necessarily toll-free, depending on what sort of device you use, I suppose. But that said, we've got a lot going on. We had the big hearing in Texas yesterday. The House of Representatives brought their show on the road and had a big hearing about the border, but the Democrats boycotted it because they don't want to talk about it. And since the Democrats boycotted it, well, fortunately for them, the media boycotted it too, and they're just not covering it. It's an extraordinary thing. The House Homeland Security Committee, Republicans only, because the Democrats were no-shows once again. Weeks ago, the Republicans, a different committee in the House of Representatives, also went down to Arizona along the border to hold a hearing. Again, the Democrats did not attend because they don't care about the United States, and you should just shut up. So it's kind of their point of view, and the news media agrees. So they shut up as well. Man, oh man. Yeah, and you remember Clapper. What did I say? Did I not say Clapper? Because we had Mayorkas lie under oath, and then we had Clapper lie under oath. That was, not wittingly was James Clapper. Yeah, that's right. He said, oh, yeah, are you spying on all of the American people? No, he lied under oath, and he rubbed his forehead. That's his tell. And then left-wing Senator Ron Wyden said, you're not, because he knew they were spying on all Americans. And then he lied again, and he said, not wittingly, which is, just another, count of perjury is what it is. But when you're James Clapper or Alejandro Mayorkas, you've got the Democrat Party and therefore the news media backing you up, and you can commit all the crimes you want and live a consequence-free life. It's good to be a Democrat. I've been saying that for a long time, and that's pretty much why. It's not really good to be a Democrat because you got to live with it. I don't know how you sleep at night and everything, but setting that aside. Lots and lots of amazing stuff to get to. We've got amazing stories all over the place. And let me start getting to some of them because wild and wacky stuff. Here's a story that was shared with me yesterday by a friend who follows the news very closely in Washington, D.C. And Tim sent me this story. I shared it with a couple of police officer friends of mine yesterday. Oh, speaking of which, my best girl and I were in the middle of a D.C. crime scene yesterday, gun drawn and the whole thing. But here is the Washington City paper. This is the paper for which it's a little kind of local left-wing paper in Washington, D.C. Jake Tapper wrote a piece in this paper about his date with Monica Lewinsky. And that launched his career in big-time journalism because, you know, Monica Lewinsky, date, all that stuff, City paper. And then he was off to the races. Really, it's been an amazing career ever since. Here's the headline in the City paper. More than 2/3 of the people arrested in D.C. are never charged. The gap between arrests and criminal charges has widened in recent years. And coincidentally, crime has gone up at the same time. Have you noticed that? Because that's fairly interesting. That's one of the primary effects of what the Democrats are doing here. They're the left. They're not liberals. The U.S. Attorney's Office says unreliable forensic evidence. That's a big problem. And body camera footage are primarily to blame. The body camera footage is primarily, but the Democrats said that body cam footage would fix everything. Once all the police had the body cam footage, that would be the cure-all for everything. And then it turns out that the left, they use the body cam footage against the police most of the time. Most arrests by police officers in D.C. do not result in criminal charges filed in court, according to the most recent data from the U.S. Attorney's Office. In fiscal year 2022, which ended in September, because why would they use the normal calendar year, the Gregorian calendar, when they can use a government calendar that's completely different? The U.S. Attorney's Office received 15,315 arrests from police working in D.C. and declined to prosecute 10,261 of them. That's 67% of the arrests that they just declined to prosecute. That figure includes 8,238 declined misdemeanor arrests. That's 72% of misdemeanor arrests. And 2,023 declined felony arrests. That's 53 felony arrests. So really, if you want to commit a felony or a misdemeanor, D.C. is a pretty good place to do it because, you know, they got Democrats behind the curtain and they're looking out for the criminal. The discrepancy points to a major gap in how two of the primary law enforcement entities in D.C., police and prosecutors, view the strength of evidence against people arrested in D.C. And the gap has only gotten wider in recent years, according to an analysis by Joe Friday. Joe Friday, you know, from Dragnet, a local crime blogger. But I shared with you some of the crime stats quite recently, as a matter of fact, in Washington, D.C., and how crime, like in all your Democrat cities, crime is going up and up and up. Between 2022 and 2023, homicides have increased 13%. Sex abuse up 118%. Auto theft up 17%. Other theft up 17%. Arson up 400%. Which is good and pretty amazing stuff. Total property crime up 29%, all crime up 23%, and then you see that, well, they don't even prosecute more than half of the cases that the police bring. Now, if you're a police officer, why do you even, would you even run fast? Would you even drive fast? Would you even put the cuffs on the guy when you catch him? It's pretty crazy. Now, my best girl and I yesterday were minding our own business. We live in Washington, D.C. We were in Washington, D.C. yesterday afternoon. And heard a hubbub going on, and took just a couple of steps. I got a beat on it just a few seconds earlier than my best girl. But a man in a tussle with a police officer on the sidewalk in Northwest Washington, D.C., and the police officer is trying to gain control of the individual. The individual, a man, I would say in his 30s, not in his 20s, but in his 30s. And because it's important to liberals, it was, well, I'll hold this for a second. And the man was resisting the police officer physically, and then the citizen, the defendant, did a spin and broke away from the police officer and began running, sprinting away. The police officer pulled his gun out, and drew down on the guy. Now the guy's running away at this point. Police officer quickly put his pistol back in his holster. Now it turned out, this is kind of strange, because it was miles from Georgetown University. Turned out the police officer was a Georgetown University campus police officer, pulled his gun after wrestling this guy a couple of miles from the Georgetown University campus. Remarkable though that may seem. Then there was lots of yelling and screaming. The police officer ran after the guy. There was traffic. The guy slowed down. The police officer grabbed him. The guy continued to resist. The police officer is yelling, "Stop resisting, stop resisting." He's yelling, "Stop resisting," and you can hear him, "Stop resisting." And he's trying to wrestle the guy to the ground, and the guy was fighting him. And the police officer wasn't doing a good job of wrestling the guy to the ground. He was, a little bit bigger than the police officer. Not a huge guy, but a medium, large-sized guy, and had a beard, I believe, and he's resisting arrest. And finally, another police car, D.C. MPD, Metropolitan Police Department, comes screeching up. One police officer jumps out of the car, comes over, joins the campus police officer. They take the guy to the ground. I think he kneeled on his back for a minute. Can you still do that? Because that led to a lot of arson by the Democrats. And got him in handcuffs, and finally restrained the guy. The guy's yelling and yipping and yapping. Sounded like he might have been a little crazy. So I think he's probably a Georgetown University professor or something. And contributing to that thought also, because liberals care, it was a white guy. See, the guy being arrested was a white guy, and in his, I'd say, early 30s, had a beard, resisting arrest, assaulting the police officer, and gets the gun pulled on him. Almost got, I'm going like, whoa, because I thought we were about to witness a police shooting. Very close, gun out, gun drawn. Guy resisting, but then the guy was running away. I was like, well, if you can't really shoot him running away unless he's got a nuclear bomb or something, unless he just murdered people and he's a real threat to the community. But it ended up there were 12 police cars on the block. 12, I counted them, and 12 police cars in the block, and the guy was dragged away. But it was the gun-drawn situation that got to shield your best girl in case the bullets start flying, because you never know what's going to happen next. Life in the big city, you know how that is. But then you see that in the district, half the people they arrest, they never even charge them. And in the meantime, murder is up. Sex abuse is up. Arson is up 400%. Lots of crimes are up. Overall crime up 23%. Property crime up 29%. And then you see, well, they're really not prosecuting anybody. This is the Democrat plan. And they just got in, even the Congress got in their way, and Joe Biden got in their way, and the Democrat mayor got in their way when the Democrat City Council passed a law in the council making it much better for criminals in Washington, D.C. to get out of jail sooner for gun crimes and things because, Democrats. What's the matter with these people anyway? That's what I want to know. Something terribly wrong with these people. That's crazy. All right, let's see. I got a lot of things going on here today. Lots of news, lots of story. We've got, I got CNN news about Don Lemon, too. You know Don Lemon? He's an award-winning journalist, $1 million journalist. He works for CNN. They love him over there. They think he's great. But not everybody loves him. Like his colleagues don't love him very much at all. You know, growing up in Chicago, I envied my neighbors when they got their deliveries of Omaha steaks come to their front door. I knew what they were. I could see. And my friends, they said, look what we got. And then their dads were out grilling in the backyard. And you could smell them, and they were real good. Well, now I get Omaha steaks delivered to my house. Let me tell you something. Spring is in the air. That can only mean one thing, spring grilling. And the steak experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to spring into something delicious with their semi-annual sale. With 50% off across the entire website. Grab all your favorites like perfectly aged tender steaks, ocean fresh seafood, juicy burgers, and a whole lot more. Plus, when you go to omahasteaks.com, use the promo code PLANTY at checkout. You're going to get an additional $30 off your order because you hang with me. It's the perfect way to get fired up for spring. Spring into something special. Don't wait, though. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use the promo code PLANT at checkout. Take advantage of this amazing deal. Omaha Steaks is ready to ship your order right away. You know, and you're going to want to hurry because the 50% off deal site-wide is only happening for a limited time. And then you got the $30 off for hanging from me in addition. So don't miss your chance to save big. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use the code PLANT at checkout. Get an additional $30 off when you shop with their semi-annual sale today. A minimum order may be required. Yes, sir. Yeah. Oh, and the Democrats and transgender sports for girls, because I think the Democrat Party there, they like cheating. Cheating is their thing. Forget that whole Title IX thing. Let's get back to cheating. We're at 888-630-9625.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
paid-for-by-government.com.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation, and now, for a limited time only, full-pound bags of original U.S. government-struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-969-0689 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan Silver Dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-969-0689 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan Silver Dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-969-0689. That's 1-800-969-0689.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-826-9895. That's 800-826-9895. 800-826-9895.
We expect our information in real time. U.S. Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. U.S. Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 800-730-8405 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check. As easy as, that's 800-730-8405.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, it's so great to finally be able to get together again.
Oh, it sure is. And I really appreciate you picking up the bill.
I'm happy to. I've got the extra cash. Since we've all been driving so much more again, I've been using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes. I get real cash back just for buying the gas I was going to buy anyway.
But is it a hassle to use?
No. It's super fast and easy, and I can cash out out whenever I want.
That's a total no-brainer. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PUSH for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code PUSH. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PUSH for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PUSH.
I really don't know anything about insurance except that I need it. I wasn't even sure I had the best coverage for my money. Was I glad I found FCIG, First Casualty Insurance Group in Southern Pines. They did a search among about 36 different companies and found just what I needed. You know, if you haven't taken a look at your insurance in a while, maybe it's a good time to call FCIG, First Casualty Insurance Group, Southern Pines. 910-692-8303. 910-692-8303.
Did you know 80% of Americans think pre-planned funeral arrangements are a good idea? At Pines Funerals, we encourage our community to have a plan in place to take care of those you love so that your final wishes are observed. Call 910-947-2224 or visit us at pinesfunerals.com today to request free planning information and see why more families prefer Pines. Pines Funerals, in association with Fry and Prickett, Kennedy, and Powell Funeral Homes, serving Carthage, Robbins, Southern Pines, and surrounding communities.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. No exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
You know, the Democrats in San Francisco, they have a plan for reparations for African Americans, you know, to give cash. And they're offering millions and millions of dollars to each African American. There should be a wagon train forming right now for all African Americans to move to San Francisco. Go ahead and bankrupt the whole place. It's an amazing story. Wait till you, and CBS News, they love it. Wait till you hear what they had to say about this. Right now, let's go to the telephones, Michael. Let's go to Sam, calling from North Carolina. Samuel, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Good morning. Nice to be with you this morning.
Hello, Sam. Welcome.
Yeah, I just had a comment about reparations. I thought about it the other day. They were talking about it need to be funded. People from Massachusetts or something were trying to come up with some way to pay for it. And it dawned on me, the way they ought to pay for reparations is with Confederate money.
Confederate money? Well, that's Democrat money, isn't it?
Well, that's where it all started, isn't it?
Yeah, that is. That's Jefferson Davis and the Democrats and the Confederate States of America and Confederate money, which that way they could give hundreds of millions to everybody, and the Democrats it'd just be another fake by the Democrats, another trick where they're going to give you somebody else's money, and we really should use Democrat money, and Democrat money is Confederate money, right?
Correct, and you know, with the inflation and all, and seeing how that's how it is, the Confederate money is probably worth more now than it was when they quit using it.
At least as you know,
antiquity.
Yeah, that's right. They're collectibles now. Now they're tradable. So maybe and it is Democrat money. I wonder what they did with all their Democrat money at the end of the Civil War when it became useless. And will you hear, Sam, what CBS News had to say about the San Francisco? Will you hear the San Francisco proposal coming up.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
Moore County, home to historic Yadkin Road, majestic pine forest, and a deep-rooted community. And as part of the Cooper Ford family, they live here, shop here, share their faith here, and support the causes you care about. Cooper Auto Choice is locally and family owned. So if you're in the market for a pre-owned vehicle, you have a choice. Cooper Auto Choice, just down the street from Red's Corner on Broad Street in Southern Pines. To learn more, call 910-725-1111 or visit CooperAutoChoice.com.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the 3rd generation of a family-owned business. We've been in business for 83 years. We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound or 1s or 2s, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, 42 years. And they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back and picked it up and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware for 28 years. I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
My name is Bob Bonneville. I own Griswold Home Care of Planters and live right here in the Sandhills. Griswold Home Care is dedicated to helping you live independently in the comfort of your own home. Our network of home care professionals enables us to refer to you the perfect caregiver. For personal care, homemaking, live-in, or companionship services, call Bob Bonneville at 910-420-2360. That's 910-420-2360. Or go online to griswoldhomecare.com/Pinehurst. We've been keeping the heart at home since 1982.
American Water Treatment has grateful customers, and this is one of them, Allison Burlingame in Southern Pines. Allison, what was the problem that caused you to call American Water Treatment?
After a water analysis purchasing our farm, they were able to give me an economical and corrective solution to adjusting the water quality at my home.
So how did that work out?
Great. The water quality in my home is better than the bottled water from the store. My laundry is cleaner, my skin and hair is softer. I've even become a bit of a water snob because I prefer to bottle my own water at home, which saves me time and money. I would not hesitate to recommend American Water Treatment to anyone who has issues with their water.
Call American Water Treatment at 910-944-3140 and ask for the Water Guys, or check the yellow pages under water. 910-944-3140.
It is going to be a great forecast for us today with high temperatures in the upper 60s and lots of sunshine this afternoon. So head outside and soak up that fresh air. Tonight we'll see partly cloudy conditions. It'll be cool, but not as cold as the past couple of mornings on our Friday, with wake-up temperatures tomorrow morning in the upper 40s. Warmer tomorrow with high temperatures in the low 70s, but we will see scattered showers pushing in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
Sam was just talking about it out of North Carolina, and I was talking about it a couple of weeks ago because San Francisco, left-wing Democrats, they got homeless people and human feces all over the sidewalk and spent hypodermic needles from drug use and dead people laying there. It makes Calcutta look like the Upper East Side of Manhattan in San Francisco. But they are saying that it's a guilty white liberal thing, and they collapse banks, and then the taxpayers bail them out, and they're paying no attention. Some billionaires being bailed out on this, by the way, by the Democrats, but they're Democrat Party donors, so keep a close eye on that. And what the Democrats are doing is they're saying, well, it's not a bailout, and besides, it's the Republicans' fault, it's Trump's fault, and none of that is true, but that doesn't matter because, that's what information dominance is for. If you can't abuse it under those circumstances, when your donors need help, what good are you? But back to San Francisco for a minute, which the Democrats, the left, have just demolished. One of the world's great cities. And now, one of my brothers was there recently for a week on business and was reporting back to me about the sights, let's just say. And it's everything that you've heard. The needles, the human feces, the people sprawled out all over the sidewalks, the homelessness, the mayhem. You're a police officer in San Francisco. Why would you even, breathe hard or walk fast? The Democrats are waiting to lynch you if you should enforce the law. But Newsbusters Media Research Center, they have the story from yesterday. Our friend Curtis Houck at Newsbusters has the story. CBS cheers San Francisco reparations proposal to give black residents $5 million. That's $5 million each, not to be distributed. $5 million per African American, guaranteed incomes. Now listen to this that Curtis Houck wrote. Amid the litany of weather reports and coverage of a U.S. drone being downed in the Black Sea after colliding with a Russian jet and recent woke banks going under, CBS, this is called CBS Mornings, that's what they call it. Wednesday's CBS Mornings show made it interesting when they spent a few minutes fawning over San Francisco moving closer to, listen carefully now, offering that for each African-American resident, I would move there tomorrow. In fact, I may go the Rachel Dolezal route and my best girl too. That way we could get $10 million between us. And who are they to say that we're not black? San Francisco moving closer to offering $5 million for each African-American person living there. Guaranteed incomes of $97,000 a year, whatever that means, and homes for the price of $1 to black residents as reparations. Now, this is a pretty amazing offering here. It is insane. Communist China, the Soviet Union, never made suggestions even this crazy. It's completely insane. These are mentally ill people. There literally should be people with white coats going in and dragging away the city council. They call them supervisors, right? This was despite the fact, as they admitted very briefly, a Hoover Institution estimate which found it could cost San Francisco's of other races, and presumably everyone living in poverty too, $600,000 each in new taxes. $600,000 in new taxes each for each San Francisco resident who's not African American. Talk about a case of mass racial arson. But for the far-left CBS, such a move would be fantastic. Now, this is kind of an amazing thing. They had this host who was filling in, Michelle Miller, and this Jamie Wax, another fill-in host, and apparently they don't have full-time fill-in. Come on, these are $1 million jobs. Get some full-time hosts. And this is what it sounded like. This is more than a minute. It's about a minute, 20 seconds. But listen to, if you're watching CBS Mornings yesterday, San Francisco reparations proposal, which they think is really great. And I think there are 4 people on the set. 2 of the people are African American, and they just think $5 million per black person, plus a guaranteed annual income of $97,000, nearly $100,000. Plus one of the most expensive housing markets on the planet Earth, plus a home for the price of $1 to African American residents as reparations. This is what it sounded like.
We're going to start in San Francisco. A reparations proposal to give $5 million to every eligible black person appears to be gaining support. At a city hearing yesterday, residents added their voices to the debate.
It is time for you to do the right thing and provide us with the reparations. Make us whole. Make us important in your lives. Black Lives Matter. You have an opportunity to demonstrate this today.
The San Francisco Board of Supervisors voiced enthusiastic support for more than 100 recommendations made by a city-appointed reparations committee. Other recommendations include guaranteeing annual incomes of at least $97,000 and homes in San Francisco for $1 a family. The committee submits a final report in June. It has not analyzed the cost of the proposals, but the conservative Hoover Institution says San Franciscans of other races would have to pay at least $600,000 per family. It's a complicated issue.
The question of who pays is really at the heart of it.
But they're really considering $5 million for a black person?
It's complicated.
The proposal.
That's a lot of money.
$97K per year, and then housing for $1 per family. I mean, I always quote Heather McGee on this, who says history has a way of ending up in your bank account, and she's 100% right.
Yeah, history has a way of ending up in your bank account, and she's 100% right. No, she's not 100% right. It's a completely meaningless bunch of pablum, and citing someone who said something ridiculous. This is, I got it, these are all pretty young people, not too long out of college, because that's the demographic they're going for, apparently. And boy, these people, they're in journalism on national television and one of the major networks. And this is the intellectual level at which these people are operating. That is pretty extraordinary. There it is. That's not going to happen. You're being lied to by the Democrats again, who lie all the time. But this fatuous lie is one of the biggest lies I've ever seen. I don't think I can think of a bigger lie than this. And because Black Lives Matter, really? How about the 40% abortion rate? Does that matter? How about the 9,900 homicides last year? Do they matter? Nancy Pelosi have any events up at the Capitol for either one of those? You're genocidal racists, and you're the Democrat Party. And it's true, we should see. Here's the thing. Maybe, like Sam said, maybe they're going to give them the $5 million and the guaranteed income of nearly $100,000 a year in Confederate money, since that's Democrat Party money. Why don't Republicans have messaging as good as this show? I give it to them for free. Sam gave it to them for free. I think the Republicans should hold a press conference and tell them we're going to use Confederate money, which is Democrat money, and draw attention to the fact that, that's a thing. By the way, there was never slavery in California. There was never slavery in San Francisco of African Americans. And boy, oh boy, oh boy. California entered the Union in 1850 as a free state. There was no slavery there. But why would that matter? That's not something that, boy, oh boy. Speaking of which, there is of your $97,000 guaranteed income, there is an organization known as Smart Asset. Smart Asset they do money evaluations and analysis. And they've got a brand new study out. What $100,000 is actually worth in the largest U.S. cities, according to a 2023 study. That sounds fairly recent, doesn't it? Seen as a sign of success and financial comfort, a six-figure salary has long been an important milestone for American workers, that be employees, rather than the communist term workers. But the times have changed, and $100,000 isn't quite what it used to be, especially as rampant inflation continues to sap the purchasing power of money and push the cost of living higher. In fact, 51% of people in the United States who earn more than $100,000 reported living paycheck to paycheck in December of 2022. That's just a couple months ago. 7% higher than a year earlier. So isn't that amazing? 7% higher than a year earlier, and that's just fine. It was, it was only 44%, and then suddenly it's 51%. People who say that they live paycheck to paycheck on $100,000 a year. Thanks, Joe Biden. But that's not going to be reported by CBS Morning or by CBS. This is according to a survey, a report from it's Payments, PYMNTS. It's an acronym, of course, and another group called Lending Club. So they put together a board here to see how much $100,000 is actually worth in different parts of the country. Smart Asset compared after-tax income in 76 of the largest U.S. cities and then adjusted those figures for the cost of living in each city. Now, they provide all of the data here and links and things. $100,000, listen to this, goes furthest in Memphis, Tennessee. The city may be known as the home of the blues, but Memphis, low cost of living surely won't make you sing them. So won't make you sing the blues. $100,000 salary is worth more here, $86,444, than in any other city in our study after subtracting taxes and adjusting for the cost of living. Now, Texas cities dominate the top 10. Thanks to no state income tax and low cost of living. In Texas, the state looms large in their study. 7 out of the 10 cities in their top 10 are located in Texas after deducting taxes, adjusting for the cost of living. $100,000 salary on average is worth $77,885 across the 10 Texas cities that they analyzed in the study. Oklahoma City has the lowest cost of living. Oklahoma City, they say that your income is worth $84,000, your $100,000 worth $84,498. Now, let's go to New York City, where Democrats reign supreme across the state and the city, and crime runs rampant, and it's the city that never sweeps. In New York City, $100,000, listen to this, amounts to, you make $100,000 a year. What's it worth? It's worth $35,791, less than $36,000 in New York City. Isn't that remarkable? Yes, sir. The cities that rank the best, Memphis, number 1, then El Paso, then Oklahoma City, Corpus Christi, Lubbock, Houston, San Antonio, getting a lot of Texas in there, St. Louis, and honestly, New York City, your $100,000 is worth $35,791. So if you make $1 million, then you end up with $350,000, right? Because maybe $360,000 almost, but that's it if you make $1 million a year in New York City. Because the Democrats are there to take your stuff. That's their job. That's their role. That's what they do. That's pretty amazing stuff, isn't it? Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let's go to the telephones, Michael. Let's go to Matt calling from Rockville, Maryland. Matthew, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hey, Chris, I've got the answer for the reparations.
Yeah?
Simply tax all registered Democrats. It'll do 2 things. 1, it'll please the Democrats, they're raising taxes. And 2, it'll get rid of their Democratic guilt.
That's a very good idea. But Abraham Lincoln, the United States of America in the Civil War, Republican, first Republican president. Naturally, he was assassinated by a Democrat. shortly thereafter. And the first real Democrat president in America was Jefferson Davis of the Confederate States of America, the CSA. And, of course, the Democrats then gifted the world the White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan shortly after the Civil War. They gave us Jim Crow laws. And, you know, now they're thrilled about aborting 40% of the African-American population in the womb. So really the Democrats, and it was the Democrats that forced people off of buses and out of the luncheonette counters. And, you know, it's the history of racism in America is the history of the Democrat Party, right, Matt?
It definitely is. And you can also end all gun violence in America. Simply
and all
on
gun
your
pretty
FL license.
Pretty much true.
Your FL license is this. If you're put in there what party you belong to. If you're a Republican, you can own a gun. If you're a Democrat, I'm sorry, you've been declined.
I've been arguing that for years, actually, that the Democrat Party, they're against the Second Amendment anyway, so they wouldn't mind. I think, based on what we know about them, they shouldn't mind. They shouldn't mind if they're denied their Second Amendment rights. They're trying to deny everybody else our Second Amendment rights. And as I've been saying, it's the problem is not our guns, it's your sons. Just saying. Thank you, Matthew. Yeah, I got the Democrats, and they'll pay in Confederate money. This is the way they do everything. We're bailing out their buddies at the big fancy California Silicon Valley Bank and their New York Bitcoin Bank. So here we are. It's March, almost a quarter of the way through the year already. It's time to reflect on our New Year's resolutions. How are they going? Maybe you wanted to eat better, exercise more, improve your overall health. People who've discovered 120 Life are doing just that. With proven ingredients like tart cherry, cranberry, pomegranate juice, 120 Life can help lower blood pressure without side effects and do it naturally. Don't know if you have high blood pressure, it's important to get checked out. So you can take action if need be. From reducing sodium intake, getting enough sleep, that actually helps. There are lots of ways to take control of your blood pressure naturally. As for me, I had my bottle this morning. I drank a bottle of 120 Life every day. Helps keep me energized. I think it's very tasty and keeps your blood pressure in check too. So go to 120life.com. That's 120life.com and order the 2-week trial pack. Use the code CHRIS, C-H-R-I-S, to save 15%. If it doesn't work for you, you get your money back, guaranteed. Order it now, 120 Life. We need more stuff like this, don't we? These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. The product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, prevent any disease or condition. Ah, yes. Yeah, the Democrat, it's time that everybody started telling, Republicans maybe should start telling the truth about the Democrat Party and their history and their role in our society. That might go a long way. I've been wondering for years, scratching my head, why the Republicans seem to be incapable of doing that. I'll do my part.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
Open enrollment has come and gone. It doesn't matter. If you're in reasonably good health, you can apply anytime and save 30 to 60% off Obamacare rates without any penalties. Stop giving thousands of dollars to government-sponsored insurance companies only to pay high deductibles with a limited network. American medical plans have absolutely no deductibles and zero copay for doctor visits. Couples under 65 are saving $500 to $1,000 a month with better coverage. You owe it to yourself to see if you qualify for a health coverage plan that dramatically saves you money with better coverage. Call American Medical Plans at 833-500-PLAN. That's 833-500-PLAN. Or go to AmericanMedicalPlans.com. That's plans with an S. AmericanMedicalPlans.com. They will customize a plan chosen and managed by you, not the government.
Be more CyberZen. Get NordVPN. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers, secure your devices from malware-infected downloads, and block access to malicious websites. With NordVPN, enjoy internet without trackers, without malicious websites, without malware-ridden files. Be more cyber zen. Catch the special deal now at nordvpn.com.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1, find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2, have a plan to get there. Step 3, make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all three with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
We're proud to be working with our local businesses for the greatest comeback of all time.
Come together.
With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
When you sit in your home, do you realize how outdated it looks? You've got tired carpeting, mismatched furniture, and unusable spaces that need updating. Don't waste time driving for hours looking for ideas. Stop by the Home Center. See the professional staff at the Village Design Group. Let them guide you. Want to redesign, remodel, or renovate your place or need new furnishings? They put over 40 years experience to work to transform your home from ordinary to awesome. Check them out on the web at villagedesigngroup.com or go by the showroom at 15501 South, next to Zaxby's.
You look out the window. It's dark. You lock the doors. Maybe you set an alarm. You take every precaution. Do whatever it takes to keep your home safe. But it's not. In fact, termites may be destroying your home right now. You may not see them. You may not hear them. But by the time you see the damage termites cause, it may be too late. So don't wait, because now there is something new. Introducing Termidor, the unique treatment that wipes out 100% of the termites in your home in 3 months or less. They'll never see it coming. But you can't get it from any store. So ask for Termidor by name from your pest control company. Because if you're not asking for Termidor, you're asking for trouble.
Termidor is available at Aberdeen Exterminating. Call 944-2474. For service, that's 944-2474.
Jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fire Pizza in the Cole Shopping Center and enjoy your famous wood fire pizzas and the Brick's Wood Fire wings in several flavors. New menu items and fresh food is made daily. A fun place for family and friends. Dine in or sit on the outdoor patio. So jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fire Pizza, Kohl's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center in Southern Pines. Brick's Wood Fire Pizza is open every day at 11 a.m.
You can jump into the fire.
Ever wish you had a local store which beats online prices on guns, cases of ammo, factory accessories, and magazines? Now you do. Proven Arms and Outfitters, the retail arm of Quantico Tactical, offers an awesome selection of modern sporting firearms from leading manufacturers like SIG, FN, Smith & Wesson, and Israeli Weapon Industries at better prices than online. Proven's knowledgeable, experienced, and friendly staff will help you with all of your firearm needs. Proven Arms and Outfitters is open Tuesday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. and is co-located with Quantico Tactical east of Aberdeen on Highway 211 or online at ProvenOutfitters.com.
If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m. here on WEEB.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
I made mention yesterday, but didn't get into this story that is one of the most amazing stories of the year, I've got to say. The Democrat mayor of Newark, New Jersey, perhaps you've heard of it. I wonder what the cost of living is in Newark, New Jersey. Was suckered by a fugitive from justice, a sexual abusing fugitive from justice, a Hindu fraud into... and they're using the term duped, saying that the Democrat mayor was duped into a sister city scam by a non-existent Hindu nation called Kailasa. And the Democrats running Newark, New Jersey thought that there was a country called Kailasa, and then they entered into a sister city arrangement with the non-existent country and the non-existent city. It's a pretty amazing story. Newark enters sister city relationship with country that doesn't exist, is the headline. Isn't that amazing? Yes, it is. Officials from the city of Newark, Democrats all, have admitted that they were duped into becoming a sister city with a fake nation that claimed to exist off the coast of Ecuador in South America. You know, the Galapagos, places like that. Amazing. The city's mayor, Raz Baraka, invited representatives from Kailasa to Newark City Hall for a cultural trade agreement in January. This is pretty amazing. Only problem is it doesn't exist, and the guy...
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sand Hills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Despite the recent failure of two regional banks, Treasury Secretary Yellen telling the Senate Finance Committee this morning that we need not worry about the health of America's banking system.
I can reassure the members of the committee that our banking system is sound and that Americans can feel confident that their deposits will be there when they need them.
Yellen describes administration actions to bolster confidence in banking as decisive and forceful. Among other things, she says all depositors of the two failed banks have been backstopped by the Fed and the FDIC.
Our administration will continue to build on the actions we have taken to expand supply and provide cost relief in areas like energy and health care.
Now, Yellen is discussing President Biden's budget proposals slammed by Republicans for the $4.7 trillion in new and higher taxes it contains. Contradicting Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas's repeated claim that the southern border is secure, Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz tells a House committee that the DHS does not have complete operational control of the border. Well, it may be an American drone, but it's Russia that's trying to salvage what it can of the unmanned aircraft that it caused to crash in the Black Sea. Meanwhile, Defense Secretary Austin says he's been on the phone to his Russian counterparts.
We take any potential for escalation very seriously, and that's why I believe it's important to keep the lines of communication open.
And now Poland says it has plans to supply Ukraine with a dozen MiG-29 fighter jets. Ukraine's government has been pleading with the West for aircraft to battle the Russians. Stocks have turned positive on Wall Street. Right now, the Dow is up 68 points, the Nasdaq ahead 117, and the S&P trading 24 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCN News. I'm Mike Riley. Some state leaders hope to change current restrictions for a popular medication used for abortions. Right now, patients must take the drug, mifepristone, in person in front of the doctor that prescribed it after a 72-hour waiting period. Attorney General Josh Stein is pushing for the change in North Carolina and tells WECT
medication abortion is incredibly safe and has been proven effective for over 2 decades.
American banks that do business with Credit Suisse will probably be making adjustments to their business relationships with a troubled European bank, according to the Financial Times banking correspondent Stephen Gandel.
If some bank has too big a trade on with Credit Suisse, or too big a trade on with someone that also has too big a trade on Credit Suisse, they have to unwind those trades.
State Highway Patrol launched its Booze It and Lose It campaign ahead of St. Patrick's Day. They'll have saturation patrols and check-in stations at random locations around North Carolina. Highway Patrol Sergeant Brad Taylor tells WITN in Greenville.
We just want to encourage people to not drive while they're impaired. It's a holiday season. Also, even though you're not out partying and you're not impaired, be conscious that there could be impaired drivers out there.
Fewer Americans applied for jobless claims last week. The Labor Department says applications fell by 20,000, pushing the total beneath 200,000. Bankrate.com's Mark Hamrick says yet another sign of a strong labor market, a factor the Federal Reserve will likely consider in its meeting next week.
Although we have seen a pickup in unemployment, with the jobless rate rising to 3.6% in February, there has also been robust hiring over the first 2 months of the year.
A day after rehearing a gerrymandering case that Republican lawmakers lost last year, the state Supreme Court took up another case, voter identification, that the GOP also lost. One disagreement between the court's Democratic and Republican justices is whether the law, like voter ID, can be called racially discriminatory. You're listening to NCN News.
Join PBS North Carolina as we explore the world around us through stories that illuminate and moments that inspire. From PBS favorites like Masterpiece to local programs that celebrate our state and people. From educational resources for kids to emergency briefings that keep us secure. PBS North Carolina offers endless possibilities for discovery and wonder. Follow your curiosity at pbsnc.org.
Why? Just think about it. Why is the #1 selling brand of chainsaws not sold at Lowe's or the Home Depot? We can give you over 10,000 reasons. That's how many authorized local steel dealers you can find across the country. Visit one and you'll find a range of dependable gas and battery-powered tools, from trimmers to blowers. And you'll find service from experienced professionals. Real steel. Find yours at steelusa.com. Lowe's and Home Depot.
New York Deli is a slice of the Big Apple in Pinehurst. Located in Olmsted Village, New York Deli offers authentic New York bagels and a full breakfast menu until 11 a.m. Looking for lunch? There are 33 signature sandwiches to choose from. New York-style pizza on Wednesdays and Fridays, and now offering Meatball Mondays. New York Deli is open weekdays from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Visit Moore County Takeout and Delivery Options Facebook page for our menu updates. Call 295-2264 for takeout, or have your order delivered via DoorDash, Grubhub, or Easy Bites.
It is going to be a great forecast for us today with high temperatures in the upper 60s and lots of sunshine this afternoon. So head outside and soak up that fresh air. Tonight we'll see partly cloudy conditions. It'll be cool, but not as cold as the past couple of mornings on our Friday, with wake-up temperatures tomorrow morning in the upper 40s. Warmer tomorrow with high temperatures in the low 70s, but we will see scattered showers pushing in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
This hour of the Chris Plant Show is sponsored by John Cole Plumbing Professionals. Need a plumber? Call the professionals at John Cole Plumbing Professionals, 639-4933. 639-4933.
So, folks, this is about just basic fairness and decency. There's nothing radical about what I'm proposing. And if you look at the polling data, it's overwhelmingly popular, what we proposed. Matter of fact, it's a hell of a lot more popular than I am.
Yeah, well, you know, monkeypox is more popular than you are. At least a Democrat Party, group, what do we call them now? Group festivals? I think that might be it. They love the monkey, but they're the party of monkeypox. That's why they renamed it Mpox. Then everybody just stopped talking about it. It wasn't as much fun. Well, monkeypox. It was fun to talk about monkeypox. Mpox just went away. Sounds like a space alien. Played by Kevin Spacey. He's a groper, too. He's another groper, isn't he? Speaking of which, the National Cherry Blossom Festival is coming up. Because in Washington, D.C., the Empire of Japan gifted the United States of America shipments of cherry trees going to pre-World War II era, and along the mall in Washington, D.C., the Tidal Basin around the Jefferson Memorial and now the FDR Memorial. Lots of cherry trees, cherry blossom trees. We have them in my neighborhood in Washington, D.C. also. It's a beautiful time of year. Springtime in Washington is usually very nice. And we've had a very nice mild winter this winter, too, which happens pretty frequently in Washington. But now it's all because of politics, the weather and all that. But in any case, the cherry blossom, when the cherry blossoms come around this time of year, there is an annual rite, tradition, the Cherry Blossom Festival. And the Cherry Blossom Festival involves all kinds of events and parties and dinners and dances and all kinds of stuff. And now the National Cherry Blossom Festival.org, they're organizing stuff. They've got their pink tie party. Now, this is an annual event, the pink tie party, because they're pink, blossoms and the cherry blossoms on the trees. Very nice. My best girl and I guess 2 years ago now, we were hiking around our neighborhood, and the city had tree cutting people out, trucks with guys with chainsaws. and the beautiful cherry blossom trees were in full blossom, and they were hacking the hell out of them, trimming all the branches back, and just got it when they're in full blossom. And we were watching them cut these branches off, like 5-foot-long branches in full blossom, the cherry blossoms all over, full bloom. And I was like, what, you're really cutting these things down? And the dudes were like, you know, this is what they told us to do. We're doing it. At the peak of the thing, pretty crazy. So we grabbed a bunch of the branches and brought them home and put them in big water buckets and stuff, and they hung on for a long, long time in our house. Very nice little Washington moment. But back to the pink tie party, the cherry blossom festival, and it's tonight actually. The National Cherry Blossom Festival Pink Tie Party, March 16th, 2023. Ironically being held at the Ronald Reagan Building and International Trade Center. It's a giant building in Washington, D.C., near the White House, between the White House and the Capitol. It's kind of ironic. They built one of the biggest buildings and named it for Ronald Reagan. I think it is, the Pentagon is the only bigger government building in the Washington area, I think. But they've got the Pink Tie Party, and you'll never guess what's going on at the Pink Tie Party. They've got the pink tie. Welcome to spring with style, experience a world of dazzling flavor, incredible entertainment, and more. There's always and more. 2023 Pink Tie Party and a reception style event hosted by a company for the Ronald Reagan Building and International Trade Center. So don your finest pink attire to enjoy, but really the theme, normally that's different, but in this case it's because of the pink and the cherry blossoms, and they have it every year, even before all this stuff. But they have events like they have and things to look forward to. Delightful, it says delightful, they use the word, delightful cocktails and mocktails, including an XR activation by a place in town. And look for the beautiful queens of absolute dragulous walking the Blossom Runway. Wait a minute, what is this? It's a drag show. They've got a transgender drag show. The beautiful queens. Is it okay to call the people queens? Because that used to be an insult, I think, isn't it? Right? Like queer. Queer was an insult, and then it was front and center in a name everybody wanted to be called. The beautiful queens of absolutely dragulous. Absolutely dragulous. That's a drag queen thing. And you can purchase your tickets right here on Al Gore's Amazing Internet to go for the drag show and all that. It's pretty amazing. And more. Then they have the and more for a vibrant spring soiree with MC Guy Lambert. He wanted to be Guy Lombardo, but he's ended up as Guy Lambert. And you can purchase your tickets for the big drag show because it's the Pink Tie Party and all that stuff. It's really something. And then you got to buy the tickets and go to the Pink Party, and then they have the drag show because the Democrats can't help but be, non-binary, transgender, dressing up like the other sex. I don't know what it is with them, but that's where they are right now, isn't it? That's the Democrat Party. They weren't always like this, but they're like this now. And if you notice it, then you're a terrible person because you're observant and they don't like observant people. Just amazing. That's your Democrat Party. Yes, it is. Also, I'd like to point out that the Audubon Society is changing their name because John James Audubon, I think he went by James. John James Audubon, who founded the founder of the Audubon Society, which is a naturalist society, and it's been around for a long, long time. And now in Washington, D.C., they have the D.C. branch of the Audubon Society. They put out a statement renaming D.C. Audubon Society as their headline, and they crossed out Audubon. We will no longer carry the name of an enslaver to advance our mission. Just until yesterday, it was fine, for 100 years or something. But now they just noticed, they're not historical researchers, I guess. With the history of John James Audubon well documented in the leadership from an affiliate chapter at Seattle Audubon confirming their intention to rename, we began our own renaming journey. They're always on a journey, aren't they? Last year to drop his name from our work. We congratulate our partners for their successful efforts to drop Autobahn from their name, and we look forward to seeing the success of the Chicago Autobahn and Portland Autobahn as they have recently announced. But what are you going to call him then? Because he's the guy that founded it. So they said they just figured out, they just learned, like, heel of the hand to the forehead. What? I can't believe that, John James Audubon owned slaves and supported slavery. That is an absolute shock. But, of course, it's not a shock to anyone. They're just pretending it's a shock. That's pretty amazing. So then they put out a statement, then they had to put a correction on it right away. The National Audubon Society has not yet confirmed their intention to change their name, but the National Audubon Society is exploring the possibility, as we were informed. You see, this is an amazing thing. So they want to rename the Audubon Society because something that was known all along just occurred to them, and now they're taking it very seriously, because that's who they are. Now, again, the Democratic Party is the party of slavery. They're the party of the Confederate States of America. They're the party of the White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. They're the party of all Jim Crow laws, every single segregationist Jim Crow law. You may recall that not only was Joe Biden against same-sex marriage until very recently, even though he lied about that. Did you see him lying about that? We played the audio for you of him lying about that. But the lie was even bigger than when he said he was in high school in Wilmington, Delaware, when his dad was dropping him off as a senior in high school in 1960 or 1961, and he saw two well-dressed men in suits, stereotyping gay men in the 1960s, kiss outside the Catholic school. So it might be, Italians. And it turns out we got a call from a listener shortly after we played that audio, because he said he stepped outside and there was the one man, a well-dressed man in the nice suit, which, wink, wink, you know what he's saying, went into the Hercules building. Well, we looked at it. The Hercules building is more than 7 miles away, I think, from the high school, because the high school was there. It's still there, Catholic high school. And he said he saw the two men kiss and then walk in. And what was the other? Oh, wait a minute. The Hercules building was the one that wasn't even built until 15 years after he said this happened. And the other building he named is miles away from the high school. What is it? The DuPont building, is miles away from the high school. So the story is completely fabricated. And then, you play audio from 2006 saying he's against same-sex marriage, 2008 saying he's against, on stage at the presidential debate, he's against same-sex marriage. But then he lied to this guy, Cal Penn, on Comedy Central the other night, The Daily Show, that he first came around in 1960 when something never happened. The guy's just ridiculous. He's completely ridiculous. But the Democrat Party is also, you remember he said he didn't want his kids going to school in a racial jungle when they, and that's okay. When you're a Democrat, your slate is wiped clean every morning when you get out of bed. It's an amazing thing. And the Audubon Society is changing their names. Then across the country, then the Democrat Party should change its name, because the Democrat Party is the party of slave ownership. The Democrat Party is the party of the Confederacy, the party of President Jefferson Davis of the Confederate States of America. The Democrat Party has to be canceled. It should go away faster than the Audubon Society, that's for sure. And by the way, the New York Times, I went and I did my research, and this ought to be well known, but it was Ken Blackwell, the great Ken Blackwell, who I've had the honor of meeting a couple of times, writing for the Family Research Council. And this is, it appeared in CNS also in 2020, so almost 3 years ago, July of 2020. The New York Times, Dark History of Slave Ownership. Uh-oh, what's this? The New York Times. The radical left doesn't just want to destroy statues, it wants to rewrite history using politically convenient narratives. Starting in 2019, the New York Times has embraced a false narrative about the founding of America entitled The 1619 Project. Instead of the country beginning with the Declaration of Independence in 1776, the New York Times argued it started in 1619, when approximately 24 slaves were transferred to colonial Virginia before the existence of the United States and the Declaration of Independence. The 1619 Project, I'm writing the 1861 Project, which is the real story of the Democrat Party. 1619 Project is an attempt to look at American history through the prism of race and slavery. Now, here's the thing, and it's got Marxism and Howard Zinn written all over it, and it's a big lie and all this stuff. But never mind that, because as Ken Blackwell writes, the New York Times has some reckoning. They like that word, reckoning. And it turns out that, starting to be revelations that the family that owns the New York Times also owns slaves. Bertha Levy Ochs, O-C-H-S, the mother of Adolf Ochs. Well, his name is Adolf, after all. Probably a member of the Socialist Workers' Party, too. Former publisher and owner of the New York Times, supported slavery and the Confederacy during the Civil War. She was caught while smuggling medicine in a baby carriage for the South. In total, at least 3 members of the Ochs family fought for slavery. And according to New York Post reporter Michael Goodwin, Adolf Ochs supported the pro-slavery South, and it was evident in an editorial in the paper described the Democrat Party, which he supported as they may justly insist that the evils of Negro suffrage were wantonly inflicted upon them. Now, here's the thing. This is a disturbing past for the New York Times and their ownership. The paper would like to sweep under the rug. It is time to cancel the New York Times. If the paper was held to the same standard that they hold others to, then we must cancel the New York Times. And again, the Audubon Society, if they've got to go, if all the statues and portraits of Democrats have to come down, and they're all of Democrats, then surely the New York Times has to go as well, don't they? Yes, they have to go. That's your New York Times and their history of slavery. But when you're a Democrat, none of this really matters, because they own the New York Times, and all the media follow the New York Times, and nobody's going to report on the New York Times history and their links to slavery, and of course the Democrat Party, which is the party of the plantation, the Confederacy, the bullwhip, the Klan, Jim Crow. That's the Democrat Party. Not to mention incarcerating the Japanese, the Trail of Tears. That's the Democrat Party. Bull Connor standing in schoolhouse doors. Orville Faubus. Eden Pure is having their famous BOGO deal on the Thunderstorm air purifiers. You familiar with these? One listener wrote in, "It makes a huge difference in our cat litter box odor. Just wish I'd waited for the BOGO deal to get another one." Well, now is that time, my friend. BOGO is back for a limited time, so when you buy one Thunderstorm, you get one for free. Doesn't matter how many you buy. You buy 11, you get 11 for free. See how that works? Buy 3, you get 3 for free. You can give them away as gifts. You can bring them to the office. The Thunderstorm will completely eliminate any odor, even the worst odors like, pets, cigarette smoke, leftists like Michael Moore. Now's the time to order. Eden Pure's buy one, get one free deal is this week only. With more than 300,000 units already sold, the Thunderstorm has countless 5-star reviews. Humming along right now in my living room. You know it works like a champ. People are buying several for around the home as gifts in the office. Just go to EdenPureDeals.com. Use the discount code Chris. That's EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is Chris, and shipping is free. Yes, sir. Yeah, we're not for double standards, as I've heard. The Democrats would have no standards at all. Time to cancel the Democrat Party and the New York Times.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter. the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Be more CyberZen. Get NordVPN. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers, secure your devices from malware-infected downloads, and block access to malicious websites. With NordVPN, enjoy internet without trackers, without malicious websites, without malware-ridden files. Be more CyberZen. Catch the special deal now at NordVPN.com.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, it's so great to finally be able to get together again.
Oh, it sure is. And I really appreciate you picking up the bill.
I'm happy to. I've got the extra cash. Since we've all been driving so much more again, I've been using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes. I get real cash back just for buying the gas I was going to buy anyway.
But is it a hassle to use?
No. It's super fast and easy, and I can cash out whenever I want.
That's a total no-brainer. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PUSH for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code PUSH. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PUSH for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PUSH.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business. We've been in business for 83 years. We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound, or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up. Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, 42 years, and they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back and picked it up and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware for 28 years. I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
Serving more people, more places, 24/7. If your AC breaks down, we'll restore your indoor heaven. Installation or repair, one call will be there. It's your family, don't delay. Comfort's just a call away. We're Comfort Services. Comfort Services.
Come visit the beautiful Comfort Services showroom. See our gas fireplaces, wood-burning fireplaces, electric fireplaces, and outdoor kitchen grills. Don't forget to have us schedule a service on your gas logs for peace of mind this winter. Stay comfy and cozy all season long by calling Comfort Services at 910-695-2665. That's 910-695-2665.
Comfort's just a call away. Comfort Services.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
All right, let's take a phone call, and I've got more important audio. The bank bailout of the Democrat donors and friends. Let's go to the telephones, Michael. Let's go to Martin calling from Alexandria, Virginia. Martin, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hey, Chris, can you hear me okay?
Oh. Yes, sir, I can.
Hey,
Hey, this thing that you were talking about in California with the $5 million gift, and it's just another example of the left thinking how inferior blacks are and how superior they perceive whites to be. This thing is like having a 100-mile race and spotting them 99 miles and thinking that we might win. It's crazy. They think the same thing about blacks as they did 150 years ago. It's just a different way of saying it. I hope that black people, and I hate to say black people and white people, I just hate to say that, but that's the way they say it. So I hope that blacks see how inferior they think they are and how superior they think we are.
It is about the soft bigotry of low expectations on the one hand, and it is, secondly, about buying votes, right? I mean, Martin, LBJ famously said with the passage of the Civil Rights Act, I'll have those, and he used the N-word, voting Democrat for 100 years. That should be on walls in every Democrat member of Congress's office.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
We're proud. It wasn't long ago when residents in the Sandhills had to call 2 different companies for plumbing or heating and air conditioning service. But Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning was the first to offer all 3 services and still do. At Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning, it's our goal to offer customers fast, dependable, and creative solutions to your home and business needs. Experience counts. Call Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning 910-949-3232. 910-949-3232.
Your home is your biggest investment and your most important asset. This tax season, why not put your return to work and invest in a Generac automatic whole home generator from the generator guys at Carolina Power and Generators. Having a whole home generator not only ensures that your power stays on when severe weather arrives or other unforeseen incidents happen, but it can also help with the resellability of your existing home. With turnkey installations, 24-hour emergency service, and affordable maintenance plans, the generator guys at Carolina Power and Generators give you peace of mind that your asset is protected at all times. So call Carolina Power and Generators today for your free consultation at 910-241-4677 or visit them online at generacnc.com.
Moore County, the heart of the Sandhills, your home and mine. I'm Richard Hudson, Moore County's congressman. There's nothing more important to me than delivering results for you, your family, and our region. That's why I've opened my main office right here in Southern Pines. We are ready to help you with the VA, Social Security, passports, or any other federal agency problem.
Congressman Richard Hudson wants to hear from you at his new office located at 340 Commerce Avenue, Suite 16 in Southern Pines. Congressman Hudson's office is open 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Make an appointment, visit hudson.house.gov or dial 910-910-1924. It's an honor to serve you in Congress.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
New York Deli is a slice of the Big Apple in Pinehurst. Located in Olmsted Village, New York Deli offers authentic New York bagels and a full breakfast menu until 11 a.m. Looking for lunch? There are 33 signature sandwiches to choose from. New York-style pizza on Wednesdays and Fridays, and now offering Meatball Mondays. New York Deli is open weekdays from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Visit Moore County Takeout and Delivery Options Facebook page for our menu updates. Call 295-2264 for takeout, or have your order delivered via DoorDash, Grubhub, or Easy Bites. Neck, shoulder, or back pain can be downright debilitating. If you have those issues, you already know that, and you don't need me to tell you about the opioid crisis. There's another, better way. I'm talking about chiropractic, a healing art that's also science. Dr. Sharon Wright of Wright Chiropractic in Seven Lakes invites you to come in for a discussion about how chiropractic works and could work for you. To be sure, there are many of you out there that have reached the proverbial dead end trying to treat and manage your pain.
This is Dr. Wright. I can't guarantee I can fix every problem, but I will tell you honestly whether chiropractic can be of help for your particular issue. Living with pain is not always the only option. Doesn't it make sense to explore every avenue before resigning yourself to the limitations of pain? Call our office today to schedule a consultation and start living again. 673-2225.
Your local weather report is brought to you by Heavenly Pines Jewelry of Pinehurst. Call 910-235-9086 for all your jewelry and design needs.
It is going to be a great forecast for us today with high temperatures in the upper 60s and lots of sunshine this afternoon. So head outside and soak up that fresh air. Tonight we'll see partly cloudy conditions. It'll be cool, but not as cold as the past couple of mornings on our Friday, with wake-up temperatures tomorrow morning in the upper 40s. Warmer tomorrow with high temperatures in the low 70s, but we will see scattered showers pushing in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
Spend your afternoons with the Sean Hannity Show. Weekdays 3 to 6 here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard around the world at talk973.com.
I-107. Oasis is currently not providing legal funding in Arkansas, Kansas, Kentucky, Maryland, North Carolina, North Dakota, or West Virginia.
We got Kamala coming up. She was being fluffed by Stephen Colbert on CBS last night because that's the role. You know, CBS, we had some CBS morning show earlier with the $5 million in reparations per African-American people, plus $97,000 a year of guaranteed income, plus housing for $1. That ought to go well in San Francisco. Overwhelming support, the San Francisco City Council, they call it the Board of Supervisors. And those are just 3 of 100 recommendations that they all voted for. They voted unanimously for all this. They really do live in a fantasy world where money just appears by the trillions of dollars. It's amazing. All right, let's go to soundbite number 1, Shark Tank guy. We got this Shark Tank guy, Kevin O'Leary, talking about the bailout of course, the Silicon Valley Bank primarily. And the Silicon Valley Bank is full of really rich people, including billionaires, the people that put money in, including billionaires and their Democrat Party donors. You know, they love the Democrat Party. They give a lot of money to the Democrat Party, and that makes it real good. See, when it comes time to bail them out, they're certainly happy to bail them out with all their donors and them. Like Mark Cuban, for example, he's a billionaire and got I guess millions in the Silicon Valley Bank, and he's going to get it all back because the Democrats are here and he gives money to the Democrats. Just to name one, right? You see the meme going around with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez looking confused, which is her natural pose. So daylight savings is not a bank? She said because, we had moved the clocks ahead over the weekend. I think I still haven't changed my clock on my dashboard of my car. Got everything else in the house. It's amazing how many clocks you can have in your house, isn't it? Everything has a clock these days. Your oven has a clock. Radios, everything. Everything's got a clock. All right, let's go to the sounded like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez for a moment there. Let's go to, so it's not a bank. Gavin Newsom, the governor of California and a Democrat, he's planning on running for president, and the media will fluff him when he does. He has vineyards and wineries and wine companies, and 3 of his wine operations are headquartered in the Silicon Valley Bank, of course. Now, fewer than 10% of the depositors at the Silicon Valley Bank have $250,000. That's what you're insured for under the FDIC rules, right? Now, only 10% of the depositors have less than $250,000 in the bank. So that would indicate that 90% of depositors have more than $250,000 in the bank. And the Biden White House is going to make sure that they're all made whole. And they say the shareholders won't be bailed out, but that's a lie, because when nobody's looking on one Friday sometime soon, they'll take care of that one. And then it'll be all okay, and they'll get their money from their donors. So here's this Shark Tank guy. His name is Kevin O'Leary, and he was talking about the Silicon Valley Bank and why they're going belly up. You know, interest rates went up because inflation went up, because Joe Biden printed trillions of dollars to spread around to his political allies. And when the interest rates went up, the investments that they had made at the Silicon Valley Bank were no longer good investments, because of government bonds and bills and so on, and their value dropped through the floor when the interest rates went up. And they're like, uh-oh, it came time to sell, and they couldn't, they couldn't do it. It's like Randolph and Mortimer Duke, right? It really is in Trading Places, where at the end there's the margin call, and they didn't have their $360 million or whatever it was, because it's a tricky thing, this business world. So here's the Shark Tank guy, Kevin O'Leary, explaining what was wrong with the Silicon Valley Bank.
Silicon Valley Bank is the poster boy for idiot management now. That brand is radioactive waste. And so at the end of the day, let this thing go under, because that's our democratic, capitalist system, because when you're an idiot and it goes to zero, that's okay.
Radioactive waste. The Biden administration had their luggage thief at the Department of Energy. He was the guy in charge of their radioactive waste. And Sam Brinton, he dresses up and plays make-believe in other women's clothing. Pretty amazing stuff. So now it's the poster boy, it's radioactive waste. Kevin O'Leary of Shark Tank.
As an investor in bank stocks, I won't invest anymore, because you're basically telling me that from now on, the regulatory environment on small regional banks is going to be so punitive, I don't think they can make money anymore. Remember this is the really key issue for everybody in America to think about. There are 11 sectors in our economy. We are the greatest economy on earth. One of them is financial services. It's the only sector that services all other 10. We have to make a decision. Do we want to turn this into a utility to service the other 10, or do we want it to be private? If it's private, you have to let the idiots go to zero, and we didn't do that this weekend.
Kevin O'Leary, a Shark Tank guy. Mark Cuban, a Shark Tank guy. It's a very small circle fest and a hot tub that we have going here. It's the Democrat Party. Isn't that amazing? And now we have in Europe Credit Suisse. Credit Suisse, or Credit Suisse, which is a big bank there, and they're getting a $54 billion bailout from the Swiss government to keep them afloat, and that means it starts to look like a global economic meltdown, which is not what you're looking for. Sean Hannity had Kevin O'Leary on, and he asked him, about the money. What happens to all the... Come on, what
Kevin,
happens
you're a
next?
smart guy. Why did you keep your money there if it was run by idiots?
No, it's one of many, many banks I keep my money in.
So don't worry about him. It's just everything's a political thing. The Heritage Foundation has a smart guy who's a former CEO himself, Andy Puzder. Andy Puzder, P-U-Z-D-E-R. Andy Puzder was on the television talking about this, and he's really a nuts and bolts, common sense, reality-based person, talking about the how did it come to this? How did this bank, with all these billionaires and millionaires, and the governor of California and Mark Cuban and all the Shark Tank guy, Kevin O'Leary, got our money in there? Only 10% have under $250,000 in the bank, which means it's got to be bailed out, because it's the golden rule. Here's Heritage Foundation Andy Puzder explaining.
What happened was the Biden administration infused a lot of money into the economy at a time when demand was already high, so really boosted demand, which drove inflation. Everybody warned about it, from Larry Summers to Art Laffer. I mean, it was across the the spectrum. And apparently this bank didn't see it coming. They bought long-term, low-interest yielding bonds, treasuries, that yielded about 2%. And then they needed a bunch of money because their depositors needed money, and they couldn't sell it because bonds were now paying 4%. So it was terrible, terrible foresight. In part because they didn't have a risk manager, and the risk manager they had was in the UK, focused on DEI and ESG, woke investing, and not focused on risk to the bank.
Yeah, the board, it turns out, had one person with any banking experience at all, and the rest were a bunch of lefties who had a background in lefty things that were about, they had lots of LGBTQ seminars and gatherings, but didn't do very good when it came to securing the money that had been deposited in their Silicon Valley bank. Amazing stuff. Here's Andy Puster.
The G in ESG is supposed to be governance. And if all you're focused on is climate change and trying to hire people for qualifications other than their merit, their qualifications, or their character, if you're not focused on how your company is governed and run, if you're just focused on being woke, you're going to have problems. And these are the kinds of problems that arise. I think we're going to see this in a lot of other businesses, a lot of other sectors, if we don't get back to our historic focus on how corporations are run and hiring people based on merit.
You put lefties in charge, and this ESG thing is one of their shorthand. Environmental, social, and governance. It is such a cult. What a gang of freaks are these people. And I was reading to you about the woman in charge of their European, the Silicon Valley Bank had a European branch, and the woman in charge of their thing, her primary qualifications were her sexual orientation and the fact that she led lots of LGBTQ things. I mean, honestly, that's not important. I remember when that wasn't important. I was looking at a thing today in the gay publication, The Advocate, where they list gay Republicans, famous gay Republicans. Ran into Ambassador Rick Grenell at CPAC recently, who's a great hero, and it's sad that he has to be brave because the left is just such a gang of barbarians. But the Republican Party's always had, and conservative movement has always had gay people, not usually at parades dressing up like their mothers and going to the pink tie ball with the cherry blossom parade for the drag queen runway thing. But, honestly, you people, can I just say, that's your priorities are kind of in the wrong place. When you're running a bank, you should have bank people there. That's just a thought. All right, let's but the Democrats will bail out their donors, their partners, because that's how this works. They're corrupt. Speaking of corrupt, let's go to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris last night was on the Stephen Colbert Show, CBS. They bookend. We started with a little CBS this morning, how they love reparations and the $5 million plus $97,000 a year guaranteed income plus housing for $1 in San Francisco, most expensive housing market probably in the country for a major city anyway. And here's Kamala Harris. She flew to New York, and they motorcaded to the Ed Sullivan Theater, where Stephen Colbert amazingly does his tragic show, which is just Democrat Party propaganda, and he just gushes and spoozes all over her.
Madam Vice President, it is an honor to have you here. Thank you for stopping by again. This is your 6th visit to The Late Show.
It is my 6th visit. 5 in person.
They're counting. You see, you got counting 6. It's a 6th visit. Isn't that great? Because it's Democrat Party propaganda. And everybody wants to know, is Lunch Bucket Joe running, or is he going to be in an iron lung by then?
You have said that you intend to run in 2024 with President Biden. Is that your way of letting us know that he intends to run?
Well, as the president has said, we're not going to make any announcements tonight on this show. He wouldn't mind at all.
I'm sure. You get down in front of it. I'm sure President Obama used Joe Biden to float a few ideas out there for him here and there.
Funny?
Go ahead.
As our Joe Biden has said, he intends to run, and if he does, I will be running with him.
Okay, so he does intend to run.
Woo! It's like North Korea. It's like living in North Korea. Well, Elizabeth Warren, left it out there that maybe you wouldn't run, and now you're not on talking terms anymore. But Colbert's not going to ask that because, this is Democrat Party propaganda programming, and CBS helped. Because now, when she left, Kamala Harris left, there were protesters outside. I'm kind of happy to see, because conservatives have taken the Democrat Party's lead. Now, like that dust up at the Capitol on January 6th, there might have been a lot of people who attended that day who had somehow come to the conclusion that mob political violence was perfectly normal, had been normalized by the Democratic Party, and the news media said it was okay because it was mostly peaceful. And you might have that impression because, that's what happened. The Democrat Party did normalize mob political violence all over the country for a couple of years, and the media did tell us it was mostly peaceful, and it was okay, and it's the voice of the unheard, and they're expressing themselves. And Kamala Harris helped raise money, bail money, to get the criminals out of jail, the looters and the arsonists and burning and overturning police cars and all that stuff. But, boy, oh boy, is he the protesters that gathered outside also taking a lead from the left, and they're yelling at Kamala when she was getting into the motorcade, the armored limousine. And I saw one woman, a pro-American woman, with a sign that was defending the First Amendment, which the Democrats are attacking every day from college campuses to Washington, D.C. But here's what it sounded like when the hecklers greeted Kamala Harris getting into her armored limousine in New York City last night. Lock her up. Notice we didn't have to beep anything. Lock her up. Oh, we had to beep one thing. Someone yelled, "To heck with you." And they're following her motorcade as it drives away. And they're holding signs in support of the First Amendment. Now, the Democrats, they show up and they scream so many vulgarities that the whole thing would be beep, 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 and they'd be attacking the police, and they'd be calling for transgender drag story hour for kindergartners and to bail out billionaires in Silicon Valley and all that. So good. And she was asked by Colbert what it's like to be vice president, and she couldn't answer the question. She actually could not answer the question. She had no idea how to answer the question. It was an embarrassment. But, Colbert is there to fluff her because he's just another multi-million-dollar-a-year Democrat Party apparatchik. This one paid by CBS, the CBS television network. It's good to be a Democrat. Where nary is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. Kamala's husband was out there talking to people yesterday, too. And turns out if you don't agree with the Democrats, everybody's a Nazi. It's a Nazi Germany all over again. We'll be right back.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
Eden Pure is having their famous BOGO deal on thunderstorm air purifiers. One listener wrote, "It makes a huge difference with our cat litter box. I just wish I had waited for the BOGO deal. I need another one." Well, now is that time. BOGO is back, so when you buy one thunderstorm, you get one free. No matter how many you buy, you get an equal number free. Buy 2, get 2 free. Buy 5, get 5 free. The thunderstorm will completely eliminate any odor, even the worst kinds of odors. Pets, cigarette smoke, urine, your mother-in-law's cooking. Now is the time to order. Eden Pure's buy one, get one free sale is this week only. With more than 265,000 thunderstorms sold and countless 5-star reviews, you know it works like a champ. People are buying several for around the home and as gifts. Just go to EdenPureDeals.com, use the discount code Chris. That's EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is Chris, and shipping is free.
Be more CyberZen. Get NordVPN. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers, secure your devices from malware-infected downloads, and block access to malicious websites. With NordVPN, enjoy internet without trackers, without malicious websites, without malware-ridden files. Be more cyber-zen. Catch the special deal now at nordvpn.com.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1, find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2, have a plan to get there. Step 3, make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all three with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
I'm Ella. And I'm Eva. We and everyone in our family are patients at Sandhills Weekend Dental. We love going to the dentist, especially to get our teeth cleaned. Katie, the hygienist, told our brother Ashton he needs to brush his teeth really well every day to get rid of the poop that the sugar bugs leave behind, or else he will get cavities, and he doesn't want that. We feel everyone should go to Sandhills Weekend Dental and eat, kiss, and smile better, except we don't kiss.
Make your appointment today. Call Sandhills Weekend Dental at 687-4423.
Hey, there are hundreds of restaurants in Moore County. Some are unique, but only one has Zaxby's. Zaxby's on 15501 in Southern Pines. Zaxby's has the most chicken options in town, whether you want it hot or not. Zaxby's can do it all. Their vast menu has something for everyone, no matter if you're dining in or driving up to take it home. Zaxby's has the cure for your chicken craving. Located on 15501 in Southern Pines near Holiday Inn Express.
Pines Funerals. Fry and Prickett, Kennedy, and Powell Funeral Homes, serving Carthage, Robbins, Southern Pines, and surrounding communities. Have you thought about pre-planning your final arrangements? At Pines Funerals, we're here to guide and assist our community's families through the pre-planning process. Visit pinesfunerals.com today to schedule a no-pressure, no-obligation appointment to ensure all of your questions are answered. That's pinesfunerals.com to see why more families prefer Pines.
Do you feel safe? Can you protect yourself or your family if crime threatens you? It is time to get prepared with a carry conceal permit. Don't procrastinate. Get your carry conceal permit from Bear Arms and protect yourself, your family, and your property before crime finds you. Sign up for classes now at BEAREARMS.com or call them at 910-691-8728.
Moore County, the heart of the Sandhills, your home and mine. I'm Richard Hudson, Moore County's congressman. There's nothing more important to me than delivering results for you, your family, and our region. That's why I've opened my main office right here in Southern Pines. We are ready to help you with the VA, Social Security, passports, or any other federal agency problem.
Congressman Richard Hudson wants to hear from you at his new office located at 340 Commerce Avenue, Suite 16 in Southern Pines. Congressman Hudson's office is open 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Make an appointment, visit hudson.house.gov or dial 910-910-1924. It's an honor to serve you in Congress.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
Whether I get to Douglas Imhoff or not, he's the second gentleman. What did Joe Biden call him? He called him something ridiculous because he's an idiot. You may have noted I made fun of it a couple of years ago when liberals renamed the gypsy moth. It's a moth called the gypsy moth because it goes from place to place. And we have a gypsy ant, and in 2021, insect experts will change the name of the gypsy moth and gypsy ant because, you know, the Romani people, I've told the story before. My best girl and I were in Westminster Cathedral in London, and they locked the place down because a gang of gypsies came running through, like 20 of them, ripping purses off of women's shoulders and sprinting for the doors. I've got a picture of myself and my best girl in Paris at the Arc de Surrender. I'm wearing a brass plumbing fitting on my ring finger, on my wedding ring finger, because a gypsy woman tried to scam me with this brass ring, telling me it was my golden wedding ring. She just wanted money for her to return it. You may have seen werewolf movies and stuff. Maria Ospanskaya. I see the mark of the pentagram. Gypsies everywhere. Several hundred years of scamming people. You got a reputation. Well, Whoopi Goldberg yesterday used the term gypped on The View. It sounded like this.
The people who still believe that he got, gypped somehow in the election will still believe that he cared enough about his wife to pay that was gas.
She's flatulating there. Because, she's impersonating a Chinese spy balloon every day. But gypped. Now, by the time the show was on in San Diego, California, they actually bleeped the term gypped because they've determined that it's a racial slur that can no longer be used. In fact, Whoopi had to put together a video and apologize for using the word gypped.
When you're a certain age, you use words that you know from when you were a kid or you remember saying, and that's what I did today, and I shouldn't have.
Yeah.
I should have thought about it a little longer before I said it. You should have thought about it longer. Didn't. And I should have said cheated, and I used another word, and I'm really, really sorry.
So you mean to say that the Romani people are cheaters, and that's now it's okay, you should have said cheated, but what was going through your mind was gypped. It's funny, I make fun of people when they use the word gypped, saying, hey, that's a racial slur. And I don't want a racial slur. Really? Yes, really. That's right, she said gypped. Somebody was gypped, but the left has decided, the party of trees and ropes, that you can't use that word anymore. So she had to apologize for fear of being canceled because, the left. The word Nazis.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. Fewer Americans applied for jobless claims last week. The Labor Department reporting that applications for claims in the U.S. for the week ending March 11th fell by 20,000 to 192,000 from 212,000 the previous week. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen tells the Senate Finance Committee and the nation that the U.S. banking system remains sound. Speaking before the Senate Finance Committee, Yellen says the government has taken actions to stabilize and strengthen public confidence in the financial system.
Shareholders and debt holders are not being protected by the government. Importantly, no taxpayer money is being used or put at risk with this action.
Senate Finance Committee ranking member Mike Crampo says the bank's collapse was attributable in large part to inflation. Also at townhall.com, parts of New York and New England are digging out of a nor'easter.
Michael Garvey of Pittsfield, Massachusetts, says he and his snowblower have become a familiar sight.
This is the third time, probably within 24 hours, I've used my snowblower with all this snow.
The snowstorm that began Monday night and lasted through Tuesday dumped as much as 3 feet of snow in some areas. Peterborough, Massachusetts got 35 inches. There were tens of thousands of power outages in the region, and tracking site poweroutage.us says some 67,000 homes and businesses were still without electricity by Wednesday evening. I'm Donna Warder.
And California's 11th atmospheric river has flooded roadways, brought landslides, and toppled trees in the southern part of the state. On Wall Street, stocks remain higher. The Dow up 198 points and the NASDAQ adding 221. More at
MCN News. I'm Mike Riley. Governor Roy Cooper has released his budget proposal. As the state budget is a 2-year spending plan, this is the last big budget for Cooper in his second term. Cooper says he's committed to education.
5,000 teacher vacancies across our state. We must provide educators with the pay and the respect that they so richly deserve.
A repeal of North Carolina's pistol permit rules passed the State House on Wednesday, heading to Democratic Governor Roy Cooper's desk for his signature. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the Biden administration took decisive and also forceful action to stabilize the U.S. banking industry following the collapse of 2 U.S. banks. She assured the Senate Finance Committee today and the American depositors their money is safe.
This week, the government took decisive and forceful actions to stabilize and strengthen public confidence in our financial system.
ECU economic expert Nicholas Robb told WYTN.
These bank executives were betting that interest rates wouldn't change, and that was a risky bet.
Legislators are trying to prohibit K through 12 educators from teaching concepts from critical race theory. Theodore Shaw, professor of law and director of the Center for Civil Rights at UNC Chapel Hill.
Critical race theory is not taught in elementary and secondary schools, even though some people now claim that it is. All these things that apparently the legislature is considering banning have nothing to do with critical race theory.
As a bloody battle for Bakhmut continues in its 7th month, CBS's Ramy Encioso is in Odessa and says
it is important to hold the city, according to Ukraine, because it is also seen as a linchpin for Russia to continue its takeover of the east part of the region and to continue on to even bigger cities further west.
You're listening to NCN News.
Healthcare.gov is here for you when life happens. If you lost your health coverage because of turning 26, going off Medicaid, leaving your job, or moving, you could be eligible to enroll in new coverage now. And if you need to update your coverage because of marriage or having a baby, you could also be eligible. But don't wait. There's a limited time to enroll. Check your eligibility at healthcare.gov today. Life happens. Get covered. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Getting older and wiser is a part of life. But like all things, aging has its challenges, and it's often hard to know where to turn for answers. Listen to the AARP Without Limits podcast to get the best information to navigate the challenges of aging in North Carolina. Learn how to live your best life after 50. You can find the latest episodes of AARP Without Limits wherever you listen to your podcast.
Ember's Smokehouse is now open in downtown Southern Pines. Looking to satisfy your barbecue craving? Well, step up to the counter and order classic barbecue like pulled pork, ribs, briskets, or chicken. Ordered by the platter with classic sides or by the pound. Your barbecue craving will be satisfied. Check out their menu and other delicious items. They're open Monday through Friday, 11 to 7, Saturday, 10 to 7, and Sunday, 10 to 3. That's Ember's Smokehouse, 130 Southwest Broad Street in Southern Pines.
It is going to be a great forecast for us today with high temperatures in the upper 60s and lots of sunshine this afternoon. So head outside and soak up that fresh air. Tonight we'll see partly cloudy conditions. It'll be cool, but not as cold as the past couple of mornings on our Friday with wake-up temperatures tomorrow morning in the upper 40s. Warmer tomorrow with high temperatures in the low 70s, but we will see scattered showers pushing in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
This hour is sponsored by Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai on 15501 in Southern Pines, where you get a great deal and a great deal more. On the web at pinehursttoyota.com and HyundaiofPinehurst.com.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Hello and welcome. It is Eric Erickson here across the nation. The phone number is 877-973-7425. If you want to be on the program, Scott Slade. This is for an audience of one. Scott Slade, thank you for your kind words last night. The measure of my affection is that I sat there the whole time. If you know, you know. Given the choice between giving birth to a velociraptor out my rear end or that again, I think I might take the dinosaur. But for you, I would go to that. Okay, now I can. I gotta. That had to be in the record. Had to be the record. I gotta move on. Got a lot to talk about today. I want to begin with audio I actually just saw. So I didn't even get Charlie to cut this up for me because I'm just seeing this actually from J.D. Vance's account. And this goes to a larger issue. This is Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio on local TV in Ohio.
Talked to Senator J.D. Vance, and he says he does not agree with the federal government's bailout of Silicon Valley Bank.
But if a small community bank in southwestern Ohio or central Ohio or any other place in Ohio actually had a massive run on their bank, would they get bailed out in the same way by the federal government? I actually think the answer is no, and that's a big problem because what it means is that if you have politically connected friends, you benefit from these bailouts. If you don't have politically connected friends, then you suffer, and that's a real problem in our banking system.
Exactly that. Exactly that. There's a tie-in here. There is a tie-in here, and you know what? I think I'm going to set up my camera here, and I'm going to record a brief video here, and I'm going to push it out to all of my subscribers from in studio. I think this needs to be said. Because do you know what today is? Today is March 16th, if you're listening to this in delay. Today, 3 years ago, began our 15 days to stop the spread as a nation. 15 days, we were going to stop the spread. This has been a hell of a long 15 days, isn't it? It's a very long 15 days. I don't know that Donald Trump has ever been fully held accountable for going along with it and platforming people like Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx. Dr. Fauci's on TV today, by the way, doubling down on COVID was naturally transmitted and not a lab leak. And Dr. Birx is admitting that the lockdown was actually more of an experiment than anything to see if it would work. They pulled one over on Trump. J.D. Vance is on TV saying, you know, if a community bank in Dayton, Ohio, had a run on that bank and had mismanaged its books the way that Silicon Valley Bank mismanaged its books, do we really think it would get a bailout without having well-heeled Democratic connections? We know that Silicon Valley Bank investors, many of whom are major Democratic donors, had direct access to Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and Janet Yellen and others to pursue a bailout of Silicon Valley Bank. So let's tie all of this stuff together. 3 years ago, your business was shut down by the Trump administration. They gave you PPP loans, and many of you experienced something interesting. Your employees got furious at you for taking PPP money to continue paying them, because the employees got more money in unemployment. Your employees got mad at you for taking PPP because they wanted unemployment. They got more money being unemployed under the system designed by Republicans, Democrats, and Donald Trump. Your employees got more money being unemployed. So a lot of you had to shut down your businesses. Some of you went with PPP and you kept your business afloat. And then Joe Biden became president and continued to spend when even his economic advisors said not to. And you got massively high inflation. You got out of control energy prices when they began their war on oil. Your costs went up and you had a hard time finding employees. A lot of the employees you had who had left to take unemployment didn't come back. They were able to save some money, take a long vacation. The economy got wrecked and your business got wrecked. And where was your bailout from the federal government? When you shuttered your business because you could no longer make ends meet, where was your bailout? And for some of you, the Democrats have the audacity to call you rich because you own a bank or you own what's perceived as a profitable business. You make money, your kids are in private school, and yet your take-home pay has gone down because you've had to pay more to keep your workers. You've had to give more benefits to keep your workers happy because workers are in short supply. You've had to make ends meet for friends and family. You've had to be generous with others. God's been generous with you. You've been generous with others, taking care of family members who've run into hard times post-COVID, paying the tuition for your kids to go to a school where they're actually getting an education instead of indoctrination. And the Democrats have the audacity to tell you you are rich and you don't need any help and they're going to raise your taxes because your income looks high and they're not taking into account the money you are spending to help other people and to give your kids an education. Well, you live in the suburbs in a big house and you drive a foreign import luxury car and your kid goes to private school. You're swimming in wealth. Screw you. We're going to raise your taxes. Meanwhile, you're barely getting by. You're living paycheck to paycheck, like the guy who makes half of what you make. But the reason you're living paycheck to paycheck is because you have people in your orbit who you care about who are on hard times, and instead of having them rely on the government, you're helping them out. And the Democrats don't want to give you a bailout. But the guy next door with the "in this house, we believe love is love and we have no room for hate," he's got a bunch of student loans for getting a master's degree in puppetry arts, and the Democrats want to use your money to bail him out of his student loans. You're an electrician who couldn't go into houses for 6 months because people were scared to death of COVID. Your business fell on hard times. You don't have a college degree, but you make a great living. And Joe Biden wants you to bail out the Harvard Law School grad who decided to go do community relief efforts in Africa, which is a noble cause, but he thinks the government and you should bail him out for having done that instead of taking a job to actually pay his student loans back. Meanwhile, Harvard has a multi-billion-dollar endowment, and they could bail him out, but they'd all rather you, the electrician, bail out that guy and all the other Harvard law grads who can't afford to make ends meet. And then along comes Silicon Valley Bank. The risk was there. They just didn't have a risk assessment officer because, no joke, the risk assessment officer took a leave of absence to go plan a parade of lesbians, among other things, from what news reports have said. Yes, a punchline in all of this. They didn't really have a risk assessment officer. When they hired a risk assessment officer, at the end of 2022, the risk assessment officer lived on the other side of the country and really wasn't there and that familiar with the risks. And the Federal Reserve said, we're going to start raising interest rates, get ready. And then they said again, we're going to raise interest rates, get ready. And then they said again, we're going to raise interest rates, here it comes. And then they raised interest rates. You never did a risk assessment. You bought a bunch of corporate bonds that now underperformed the Fed funds rate, so you became illiquid. The tech companies all piled their money in. The geniuses, the smartest people in the room, the experts, all of them used a single bank. They didn't diversify their risk either. You didn't diversify your risk. They didn't diversify their risk. And what did you do when the poop hit the fan? You all picked up the phone and called Kamala Harris, Janet Yellen, and Kamala Harris because you're political donors, and you said, hey, screw the middle class. We need a bailout. Come save our deposits. Now, look, I understand the concern of all these companies. They all used the same bank. The bank didn't manage its risk well. If you don't bail out the depositors, forget the shareholders, forget the equity in the bank, the depositors, if you don't bail them out, well, they can't make payroll for people. Those people then can't pay their bills. You have a rash of bankruptcies in this country, except they've already gotten their student loans bailed out. But when your business goes under, because you can't meet payroll, you don't have Kamala Harris's phone number. You don't have Bill Ackman, the hedge fund manager. You don't have any of the major Democratic donors calling the White House or the Treasury Department or the Federal Reserve. You don't have any former Federal Reserve governors on your board of directors. You got you and your wife and your kids and your mom and pop shop struggling, about to go under because inflation's so high due to government policy. No one's coming to bail you out. Yeah, look, I get the economic consequences. I do. I get the economic consequences of Silicon Valley Bank, but also those should be the consequences in a free market. There should be risk in a free market. And when you manage your risk poorly, there should be consequences, and other people will be out there in the creative destruction of the marketplace to pick up the pieces and rebuild. And those businesses that all use Silicon Valley Bank, that have to use the liquidated assets of Silicon Valley Bank to get a pro rata share of what they had, they'll learn their lesson. And they'll, if they're good, find investors who can swoop in, give them loans, bail them out, and make some money along the way. But all of that's been forestalled now. All of the things that are supposed to happen in a free marketplace have not happened because Democratic donors involved with Silicon Valley Bank could pick up the phone and get a bailout that your business can't get. They want to tax you because on paper you're doing well. Meanwhile, you are bailing out your friends and family on hard times because the federal government won't bail them out because the feds don't know them and they're not wealthy enough to be donors to the Democratic Party. A backlash is coming. There are some people who think, no, look at 2022, no backlash will come. Well, Republicans admittedly put up a bunch of crazy people. And all those crazy people got rejected. It was the normal people actually won. If the GOP puts up normal candidates who address this concern in 2024, I think they provoke a backlash against the Democrats. In America, it should not be about who you know that gets you ahead. Didn't really watch the Oscars the other night. I don't watch that garbage anymore. But I tuned in at the end because the game was over and it came on. It was on the live stream on the front porch, and it was the Everything, Everywhere, All at Once people won. And I went back and watched the actor who won, the dad in that. It's a Vietnamese refugee. He said, this is the American dream. He dropped out of acting, gave up on it, wasn't getting jobs, came back in, and he won. Won on the quality of his performance. That is the American dream. And the American dream is supposed to be through your hard work and tenacity, you can get ahead. But you can't get ahead when the Fed is using your money to bail out the privileged elite from their student loans instead of making the universities with billion-dollar endowments cover their costs. You can't get ahead when the Fed is using your money to bail out a bank in Silicon Valley where all the Democratic donors are invested. You can't get ahead. The free market doesn't work when the free market is no longer free. A backlash is coming. The GOP nominates the right candidate who can articulate that message. There will be hell to pay, and there should be. The system is designed to work as a meritocracy. It's supposed to be that way in this country. It's not supposed to be about who you know to get ahead, but increasingly in this country, it is about your connections and who you know, and whose phone number can you call, and do you have enough Federal Reserve governors on your board of directors? And when that time comes, that the voters are finally enraged enough, and the GOP has a bunch of non-crazy candidates, Democrats are rightfully going to have hell to pay. They should have hell to pay. What's going on in this country? They're not using the free market. They're not allowing the free market to regulate. They're stepping in and subsidizing. They're picking winners and losers. And all of us ultimately lose. 3 years ago, today, 15 days to stop the spread, it changed everything, and there's never really been a reckoning for Trump or the Democrats who provoked inflation when trying to perpetuate it. I think that reckoning is coming.
Want to be on the show? Call Eric now at 877-97-ERIC. That's 877-973-7425.
Don't you want to do business with people who want to do business with you? That's why I like Patriot Mobile. One of the many reasons I like Patriot Mobile, because they're Christians and conservatives, and they want your business. They're a cell phone provider. They use the same cell towers everybody else uses, so you're not going to get inferior service. You're going to get the same great service. And if you don't believe me, go to patriotmobile.com/Eric. Not only do you get free activation, but you can see their detailed coverage map. You put in your home address, you can see all the way down to your home address. Do you get 5G, voice, data, how good's the quality of the service, highly detailed maps. You can port your existing phone number to them or get a new phone number from them, and a portion of their profits go to the causes you care about, from the Second Amendment to life. The conservative movement is funded in part by Patriot Mobile's profits, and they use you as a customer to generate those profits. So you're working with a great company that shares your values and is committed to the cause and gives you great discounts. Go to patriotmobile.com/Eric, patriotmobile.com/ERICK, or call them 972-PATRIOT. Tell them I sent you. one of the things I try to do different from other talk radio show hosts is get you involved. So I'm not just telling you what to be upset about or what to be focused on, but also how, on occasion, you can fix it. That's why we have an army of activists nationwide. If you text the word Army to 33777, you'll be able to join the army of activists. Now, what is this? It's an email list. It's not for sale. On occasion, you'll get an email or a text message saying, hey, there's this thing happening in Congress or your state legislature you should be focused on, and here's how to let your state legislator or your congressman or senator know about it. All you have to do is text Army to 33777, and you'll become one of the most involved, engaged people in your community, letting your legislators know what you think about various issues around the nation. This isn't just for your nation, it's for your state. We're working with conservative activists around the country to make sure you stay informed.
When I opened my business, I knew I needed insurance. How much, what kind, where to buy? No idea. A friend told me to call FCIG, First Casualty Insurance Group, Southern Pines. My FCIG rep told me what I needed, and she showed me how to save on my home and car insurance, too. I was really surprised to find out that they represent over 3 dozen companies. Wow.
Time to call FCIG, First Casualty Insurance Group, Southern Pines. 910-692-8303. 910-692-8303.
Serving more people, more places, 24/7. If your AC breaks down, we'll restore your indoor heaven. Installation or repair, one call will be there. It's your family, don't delay. Comfort's just a call away. We're Comfort Services. Comfort Services.
Come visit the beautiful Comfort Services showroom. See our gas fireplaces, wood-burning fireplaces, electric fireplaces, and outdoor kitchen grills. Don't forget to have us schedule a service on your gas logs for peace of mind this winter. Stay comfy and cozy all season long by calling Comfort Services at 910-695-2665. That's 910-695-2665.
Comfort's just a call away. Comfort Services.
I'm Ella.
And I'm Eva.
We and everyone in our family are patients at Sandhills Weekend Dental.
We love going to the dentist, especially to get our teeth cleaned.
Katie, the hygienist, told our brother Ashton he needs to brush his teeth really well every day to get rid of the poop that the sugar bugs leave behind,
or else he will get cavities, and he doesn't want that.
We feel everyone should go to Sandhills Weekend Dental and eat, kiss, and smile better, except we don't kiss.
Make your appointment today. Call Sandhills Weekend Dental at 687-4423.
This is the perfect time of the year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment. Thanks to all the storms, my new Echo chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So men, get out there and enjoy your Echo power equipment from Beaver Equipment, Highway 211 in Aberdeen, 910-944-0402. Do you have aches and pains, or do you just need to calm your mind? Then come to Flowland in Aberdeen and get your CBD MD products from the most trusted retailer in the area. All CBD MD products are THC-free, and you can get yours at Flowland 7 days a week. With over 20 years of experience, Flowland can help you with which product is best suited to your needs. Visit Flowland at 1200 North Sandhills Boulevard in Aberdeen today, or on the web at shopflowland.com.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
You could be live on Eric's show by calling 877-97-ERIC. That's 877-973-7425.
Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here across the nation. 877-973-7425 is that phone number if you want to call in. At the bottom of this hour, I've been telling you there's an action alert for those of you who are listening right now from the state of Georgia. And your Lieutenant Governor, Burt Jones, is going to come on with me for a few minutes to talk about that action alert, something we do for our listeners nationwide when there's a big conservative issue in your states. We try to highlight those nationally to get attention for you guys to help out wherever you are, what's going on in your state. Let's go to Beth. You're going to be up first today. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi there.
Good to be here. My thought is on all this bailout stuff and the college things. As Americans over the last 20 years or probably even longer, we've been reducing and we're disregarding responsibility for years, from the government bailing out people to parents bailing out their kids, until we've done such a great job of forgetting and omitting the word no in our society and in our culture.
Yeah,
so here we are.
You know, that's a good way to look at it. When you think, I don't know if you've heard the story about the Stanford law students who had a meltdown over federal judge Kyle Duncan talking to the Federalist Society, and the university treated those adults like they were children, and the children had to be protected. They're adults. This inability to treat people as adults, make them take responsibility for themselves and tell them no, and the inability of some parents out there to tell their kids no really is ruining our society. And you know, interesting that, Beth, and thanks for the phone call. I was in a meeting with some friends yesterday afternoon, and one of them made the point that you know, it's not a theological point. Just bear with me, because I know for some it'll strike you as that. We live in an America where faith has kind of faded as a major thing. When people had faith, they believed in an eternity. They believed in a heaven and hell. They believed in a divine judgment. They believed in to some degree, some level of goodness in society. When that goes away, when you're outside of the idea of everybody believes in a God and there's going to be a hell and a heaven, well, you've got to mete out justice yourself in this lifetime, because there is no justice in the next lifetime. And likewise, you've got to surround yourself with a tribe of fellow believers and protect each other and have each other's back, because there's no divinity to protect you, to have your back. And that begins to screw up society. One of the manifestations of that screw up is your inability to tell people no, lest they later tell you no or betray you in some way. You got to have your tribe's back no matter what. It begins a cascading breakdown of society. When we come back, school choice in Florida, it has just passed committee, and now it's on the vote in Georgia in the legislature.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
My name is Ward Rowland. A good insurance agent has to put the needs of his clients first. As a law enforcement officer, I spent 11 years protecting and serving my community. It is my honor and privilege to serve Moore County and North Carolina residents with their insurance needs. Come in today or call 910-725-0915. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
You found it, your dream home. The perfect square footage on a quiet street. The midtown condo with the amazing roof deck. The country house on some acreage. Or maybe it's a little bungalow on the beach. Whatever your dream looks like, First Bank offers personalized loan programs. Great rates and exceptional service every time for everyone. Dreams happen at First Bank. Learn more by visiting a local branch or go to localfirstbank.com/mortgage.
Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 Seasons Heating and Air. Get comfortable with us.
4 Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
It's no surprise, Pinehurst Toyota has done it again, a third award. And this one is the Golden Carfax top-rated dealer, based on Toyota and Hyundai ability to consistently provide the best pre-owned vehicles and service. Pinehurst Toyota also has the Pilot Best of the Pines Service Department and the Sandhills Magazine Best Dealership in Moore County. The Pinehurst Toyota Advantage Plan is our goal to make you 100% satisfied with your visit to Pinehurst Toyota. The first 2 years or 25,000 miles are covered by the Toyota Care Program, and you get 5 years of roadside assistance regardless of miles. That's why with a major service at Pinehurst Toyota, you will receive a complimentary loaner for all qualified warranty repairs. Call Pinehurst Toyota at 910-692-2424. That's 910-692-2424.
This is the perfect time of the year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment. Thanks to all the storms, my new Echo chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So men, get out there and enjoy your Echo power equipment from Beaver Equipment, Highway 211 in Aberdeen, 910-944-0402.
Want to create the bathroom or wine wall of your dreams? This is Amy from Main Street Glass, and every step of our process is tailored to your wants and needs. We specialize in residential and commercial glass, so whether you need a custom shower enclosure, wine room, storefront entry door, or custom mirror, we can do it all. So stop by Main Street Glass at 195 Pinehurst Avenue or call us at 910-639-6336 to schedule your free estimate today.
Rogue Custom Coat, the Sandhills' premier firearms Cerakote applicator and firearms dealer, would like to invite everyone to their Customer Appreciation Day, April 15th from 10 until 2. Come browse their wide selection of guns, optics, ammo, and accessories while enjoying food, discounts on products, and giveaways. That's April 15th at Rogue Custom Coat, located at 1614 Hawkins Avenue in Sanford, or check out their Facebook page for more information.
We've got a nice forecast on the way today with mostly sunny skies and comfortable temperatures in the upper 60s this afternoon. Things start to change, though, as we head into tomorrow. It will be breezy out ahead of a cold front, and that same front will bring rain to the forecast, especially tomorrow afternoon and evening, and then continuing into our Saturday morning. So just keep the umbrella handy if you're headed out tomorrow night. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
Join Eric's Army of Activists. Text ARMY to 33777 now.
Welcome back. It is Eric Erickson. Across the nation, there's a civil rights movement growing, inspired by the COVID lockdowns, when parents got to experience what their children were not learning in the classroom by watching them on their Zoom calls. And a number of Republican states took up an idea that originated out of Florida about 2 decades ago on allowing access for underprivileged kids, the children of police officers and first responders, to go to private schools with the money that states otherwise would pay into public schools. If the child doesn't go to a public school, doesn't get this portion of money from the state anyway. Florida pioneered it. Today in Florida, the Florida Senate Committee on Education has voted to expand Florida's historic program to more kids. Arizona has now passed school choice. Oklahoma has passed school choice. Iowa has passed school choice. Louisiana has passed school choice. Kansas is considering school choice. Texas is on the verge of passing school choice. One of the lone Republican states out there that has dragged its feet on expanding school choice is actually the state of Georgia. And under the leadership of the lieutenant governor of the state, Burt Jones, they were able to pass SB 233 out of the state Senate earlier this month. It would be the first meaningful school choice bill to ever make it in Georgia. However, it's still got to pass the House of Representatives in Georgia. Those of you in Georgia who want to get it passed, if you text the word ENGAGE to 33777. You can reach out to your state legislator in the House and to Governor Kemp and ask him to be public in support of it. It's got bipartisan support. A number of black Democrats in the state legislature are supporting school choice. They know it would benefit their community. Joining me to talk about this is the state's Lieutenant Governor, Burt Jones. Thanks very much for your support on the legislation.
Hey, Eric. Good to be with you today, and thank you very much. We are excited about the movement of the bill right now, and we like our chances right now, but love being on your show so we can talk about it.
Yeah, so I've gotten questions from people, and I want to allow you to talk about this one. The bill was originally drafted. It would be an expansive school choice bill. It was later amended so that it only applies to a level above poverty, poor kids in failing schools. Why the level of change there from being expansive to everyone to restricting who can take advantage of it first?
Well, just to be honest with you, this is a measure that we've talked about or either brought up in years past, similar versions or either this exact version. And, Senator Dolezal made the changes in order to pick up some more votes. Obviously the margin is not what it used to be when I first started in the Senate back in 2013. We used to have a supermajority. We're down to just a little bit of a spread, and you have to have 29 votes in order to pass a bill out of the state Senate. And he was trying to get some, particularly some rural legislators on board. They listen to the talking points that a lot of the school boards or superintendents like to say about how it's going to, ruin public school. Look, I'm all for public school. My mother was a public educator for 30 years. We're all about wanting to try to empower parents and give kids an opportunity, particularly kids who are in failing school systems. Give those parents other options besides just being stuck in the same system that's not serving their child properly.
Now, just so I understand this right, so when a kid goes to a public school, they get an allotment of money from the county based on property taxes, and they also get an allotment of money from the state. And if the kid moves public school, the money from the state moves with the child. And so what this law would do is take that money and allow it to follow the child into whichever school the parents want, whether it's public or private. Is that right?
Then it's just state dollars. It doesn't touch the local dollars. Obviously, it's just the state dollars, which we set a number on it. It's on average, it's about $6,000 that the state participates, and so they would be able to take those dollars and go to a school of their choice. And even if they were to choose to try to homeschool the child, they could use those dollars towards that as well. So we think it's a good first step that a lot of other, as you said, Republican states have done. It's very popular. It's popular across party lines. We had a party line vote on ours, but I know there's some House reps, as you mentioned earlier, that are in the Democratic caucus. They're in favor of this bill. And like I said, if we really want to talk about what's in the best interest for the children, then giving parents an opportunity to put their kids in the best environment for that child is the way to do it, that I feel like.
Now, I want to not throw you a curveball here, but a little more expansive on this. I know, and I don't, by the way, I don't want to put you in the middle of something where I know there are negotiations going on behind the scenes, but I do understand that one of the other contentions here is on the funding of the Hope Scholarship. Governor Kemp has proposed full funding for college for kids with B and higher. There's real hesitancy, I gather, from some members of the legislature that they don't want to put themselves in a sticky budget situation 5 years from now where they have to walk that back again. What's the lay of the land look like from your vantage point on how those negotiations are shaping up?
Well, I'm going to be with Governor Kemp on this one. I'm for doing 100% Hope Scholarship tuition as well. That's what it was originally set up for back in 1992. It was set up to reward kids that did well, kept a B average, and give them opportunity at one of our university systems. And through the years, it's been chipped away at. for whatever reason, and now we have a ability to fund it at 100% again. And so I'm with the governor on agreeing with that assessment, and I think we need to do it as long as we can.
Well, I will tell you, as the parent of a kid who's about to head off to college, I'm with both of you on this one, and hope they do it. That would be good incentive for the state. Now, on school choice, the lay of the land in the State House, it's there. Committees are looking at it. We've seen this in the past, where it either made it out of the House, died in the Senate, or made it out of the Senate, died in the House. If there are people who are interested in supporting the school choice legislation, it's SB 233. How do you recommend they approach their state House legislators without, of course, putting you in a sticky situation of the intra-chamber rivalries?
Yeah, I mean, I just think those who are interested in the bill, they should call their representatives and express their interest in it, because they feel like, that they themselves might be able to take advantage of it, and at least there'll be an option for them if they so choose. So, like I said, you don't have to call and be bombastic or anything like that. Just calmly call them up as a constituent, as a concerned citizen, that you'd really like to see this legislation pass, and the best way to get legislators to respond is by having their constituents talk to them and be enforced on a measure. It goes a long way in this process.
Okay, now, completely off subject before I let you go, and let me just start by apologizing, because I've got a national audience now. We got stations all over the country.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, no,
somebody from out of state wants to call.
No, nobody from out of state really cares about the question I'm about to ask, but I actually want to ask the question. So for those of you who don't know, and let me set the stage for this. So Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones in Georgia, it represents an area south of Atlanta. Historically, in Georgia over the last 2 decades, most of the statewide elected officials have come from north of Atlanta. South of Atlanta, there's this vast array of land, rural poverty, very large counties without a lot of infrastructure. I know you and I have talked about this in the past, and I feel bad dragging my whole audience into this, but it hits me close to home, having Wilkinson County near me, one of the poorest counties in the state of Georgia. And what do you see on tap for rural counties south of I-20 as far as economic growth?
Well, I think I've come from a small town myself, Eric, as you well know. I'm from a town that's county is less than 25,000 in population.
I love your small town that you're from, by the way. I love going through there.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And we're one of those small communities. We've always had to band together to get anything, whether it's through technical colleges, transportation, healthcare issues, those kind of things. We've always had to work as a collective community to get those things done. What is great about what's going on with the economic development across the state here in Georgia, and I give the governor a lot of credit for this, is the fact that we are having economic opportunities and expansion, whether it be Hyundai, whether it be Rivian, whether it be any of the cottage industries that feed off the car manufacturers. They're going to rural areas of the state, and which is going to obviously create opportunity, upward opportunity for a lot of business folks and young people who, instead of maybe leaving their hometown to go to the University of Georgia or Georgia Southern or whatever, and then never coming back, there's economic growth that is happening all over the state, even in rural areas, that might shift the scales back and get it somewhat even right now.
Okay, so before I let you go, I got to tell you this. You mentioned Rivian. I've got a friend. I don't know that I know anyone more liberal than this particular friend of mine. I have a few liberal friends. This guy is way to the left and had a Tesla. And he sold his Tesla because he could not, in good faith, continue to drive a car that Elon Musk makes. And he got a Rivian. And he told me the hardest thing about getting the Rivian is that he knew it was made in Georgia, and he did not want to, give Brian Kemp or the Republican in Georgia any credit. But he'd rather do that than drive a Tesla.
Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. Well, you know, he's going to continue to get upset with conservative leadership, I guess, because they're Rivian and Tesla and some other ones. They're pretty business-minded conservative folks. So he might just need to go back to the combustible engine.
Yeah, I think so. I kind of prefer the combustion engine myself. All right, I got to leave it there with you, but thank you so much for spur of the moment stopping by, and thank you for your leadership on this issue.
No, I appreciate it, Eric. Thank you for having us on, and call us anytime. Love being on your show.
Take care. Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones in Georgia. So, again, let me set the stage. And I realize those of you all over the country, you don't care about Georgia. I get it. But this is a huge national issue right now. Republicans in Florida are expanding their program. Texas is passing a school choice program. The governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, says he will call them back to a special session if they don't pass it. Arizona has passed it. The new governor in Arizona, Katie Hobbs, is trying to kill it. The legislature has fought her and made her budget for it. Oklahoma's passed it. Louisiana under Bobby Jindal passed it. You've got school choice programs expanded in Ohio and Iowa. Georgia is one of the very few holdouts among Republican states, and now it's got a real chance to pass it. If you're in Georgia, if any of you want to see how the action system works, and we do this for other states too. We've had members of the Texas legislature and others keep everybody aware of what's going on in the states from a conservative perspective. We turn our action center on for you to be able to contact your legislators to do conservative things. If you want to see what it works like, text ENGAGE to 33777. Those of you from Georgia, you put in a Georgia address, you're able to use the system, contact your state House member, and ask them and Governor Kemp to support SB 233, the school choice measure in the state of Georgia. And I hope you will. I also hope if you are considering using precious metals for your investments. I keep getting these questions. I actually saw a big story today from Bloomberg that echoed the one from CNBC the other day about the massive number of people suddenly buying gold to ease the ebbs and flows of the stock market in their portfolios. Advantage Gold may be somebody you want to talk to. 800-450-2566. With inflation, the stock market, world affairs, the way they are right now, gold might be something you want, might be. A lot of conservatives who do their own investing really like to use gold. If you're one of them, Advantage Gold can help you. 800-450-2566. They're TrustLink's #1 highest rated gold company 7 years in a row. They actually have a fantastic department of people who answer your questions without gimmicks. They're not going to do a hard sell on you. They're going to try to show you how you can use gold. And also, if you want to, in an IRA, a 401k, or a general investment, the different rules that apply, because different rules apply depending on the means and method of which you want to hold your gold. And they can navigate you through that without the gimmicks, without the hard sell. They just want to be educational. And by being educational, they think you'll put your trust in them. 800-450-2566. 800-450-2566. Let Advantage Gold answer your questions on how to use precious metals as part of your investment strategy.
You can follow Eric around social media at EW Erickson on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. And check him out at EWErickson.com.
One of the things I try to do different from other talk radio show hosts is get you involved. So I'm not just telling you what to be upset about or what to be focused on, but also how, on occasion, you can fix it. That's why we have an army of activists nationwide. If you text the word Army to 33777, you'll be able to join the army of activists. Now, what is this? It's an email list. It's not for sale. On occasion, you'll get an email or a text message saying, hey, there's this thing happening in Congress or your state legislature you should be focused on, and here's how to let your state legislator or your congressman or senator know about it. All you have to do is text Army to 33777, and you'll become one of the most involved, engaged people in your community, letting your legislators know what you think about various issues around the nation. This isn't just for your nation, it's for your state. We're working with conservative activists around the country to make sure you stay informed. There are so many ways for you to be involved and to stay informed and to stay connected with the show. While you're traveling, while you're on vacation, wherever you are, we have a podcast, we have a 24/7 live stream, we've got social media. I'm on social media. You should follow me on Instagram. And it's real easy. All you have to do is text the word ERICK, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777. You'll be able to stay informed, stay involved, and stay connected with me and the show. You know, I actually do engage with my listeners on occasion on social media. They don't like it when I say that, though, but it's true. All you have to do is text ERICK, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777. You'll be able to get a link to my daily email that you should subscribe to. You'll be able to get a link to the live stream, the podcast, and all of my social media. It's very easy to stay connected with me and the show, whether you're traveling or I'm traveling. All you have to do, text ERICK, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777 now.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business. We've been in business for 83 years. We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound, or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, 42 years, and they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back and picked it up and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware for 28 years. I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Want Eric's weekly recipes? Text recipe to 33777 now.
Do not forget to subscribe to the daily email. I actually did an in-depth show notes email today for paid subscribers. You get 15% off by texting DATA to 33777. Listen to this tweet from Politico. Maternal mortality is going in the wrong direction in the United States. New data suggests a significant increase in deaths among pregnant people in 2021, cementing America as the most dangerous, wealthy country to live in when you're pregnant or give birth. Strange juxtaposition, is it not? Maternal mortality among pregnant people. Not pregnant women, pregnant people, but maternal mortality. Why not pregnant people mortality? Because maternal signifies maternity, signifies mater from Latin, signifies mother. It signifies female. Female mortality is going in the wrong direction in the U.S., except pregnant people. There have been now multiple documented reports, though rare, still documented reports of women who identify as men being pregnant, not necessarily realizing they are pregnant, and having terrible healthcare outcomes because they don't present to the doctor as women. They say they're men, and they've had problems. I mean, there have been documented very few, only a handful, but it's happened. And as medicine goes woke and embraces the insanity, it's only going to get worse. If you want to improve the survivability rates of pregnancy, maybe recognize that only women can give birth and go from there. You would think they would do that instead of going off the cliff of this nonsense. Which reminds me, have y'all seen this clip? The lieutenant governor for the state of Minnesota. This is probably the worst parenting advice one could possibly give anyone. It's astonishing that this woman would say something like this, and this is the lieutenant governor of Minnesota. It's kind of insanity, terrible advice for parents.
Because let's be clear, this is life-affirming and life-saving healthcare. When our children tell us who they are, it is our job as grown-ups to listen and to believe them.
When our children tell us who they are, it is our job to listen to them and believe them. Next time my kid tells me he's Superman, I'm climbing up to the roof and throwing him off to see what happens. My kid says he's Aquaman, I'm holding him down in the bathtub saying, breathe, child, breathe. This is horrible advice. I did see an interview on TikTok with a kid who said that since people identify as furries, there should be a hunting season for the people who identify as animals. Since they now identify as animals, we should be able to hunt them. And I'm thinking, listen to that kid. That's the one you want to listen to. Hunt the furries. Open season on the people who identify as Bambi. I want that kid to run for president, by the way. When we come back, Joe Biden has a TikTok problem, and the Democrats aren't really sure what to do about it because of China.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Pride Plumbing is proud to serve Moore County with superior workmanship and dependable plumbing service, including 24/7 emergency service. Like the name says, we take pride in our work and your safety. Our employees must pass background and drug tests and share Pride Plumbing's reputation for quality service. From simple leaky faucets to new water heaters and sewer lines, backflow testing and installation, drain cleaning, plumbing repairs, and, if necessary, replacement and remodeling. A family business with over 50 years of prideful service. Go online to callprideplumbing.com and check out our 5-star customer reviews. We offer a 10% discount to all veterans and active military. Call Pride Plumbing of Moore County at 910-295-0152. 910-295-0152. Serving with pride since 1965.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sand Dunes, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen facing lawmakers today after the second largest bank collapse in U.S. history.
Our administration's top economic priority remains bringing down inflation.
In opening remarks at a Senate Finance Committee hearing meant to address President Biden's budget proposal, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the U.S. banking system remains sound. Deposits will be there when Americans need them, and that the government took decisive and forceful actions to strengthen public confidence in the banking system. Biden officials face questions about the decision to protect money at 2 failed regional banks, a move some observers called a bailout. The Justice Department and the Securities and Exchange Commission have launched investigations into the collapse. Jennifer King, Washington.
Also at townhall.com, the Pentagon releasing footage of the incident involving an American military drone and a Russian fighter jet. The declassified video shows a Russian jet flying close to the surveillance drone and dumping fuel near it. And what U.S. officials say was an apparent effort to damage the American aircraft as it flew over the Black Sea. On a second approach, either the same jet or another Russian fighter struck the drone's propeller, damaging one blade. That's according to the Pentagon. There's a silver lining from the latest storm to drench California.
California's 11th atmospheric river left the storm-soaked state with a bang, bringing flooded roadways, landslides, and toppled trees to the southern part of the state, but also a drought-busting rainfall that means the end of water restrictions for nearly 7 million people. But weather woes remain. An additional 61,000 people remain under evacuation warnings, and there is more weather on the way. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
The Dow is ahead 320 points, and the Nasdaq adding 254. More at
NCN News. I'm Mike Riley. Governor Roy Cooper is calling for 18% teacher pay raises over the next 2 years in his latest budget proposal. The proposal would also restore additional pay for teachers with master's degrees, which Republicans eliminate.
We're also restoring master's pay and significantly expanding the reach of teaching fellows scholarships to attract more teachers into the profession.
At the White House, National Security Council spokesman John Kirby today criticized the Russian warplane pilot the Biden administration says downed a U.S. drone of the Black Sea.
This was a deliberate, overly aggressive move by this pilot.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the Biden administration took defensive and forceful action to stabilize the U.S. banking industry following the collapse of 2 U.S. banks. She assured the Senate Finance Committee.
I can reassure the members of the committee that our banking system is sound and that Americans can feel confident that their deposits will be there when they need them.
European banks are concerned, too, according to Financial Times banking correspondent Stephen Gandel in an interview with CBSN.
If some bank has too big a trade on with Credit Suisse or too big a trade on with someone that also has too big a trade on Credit Suisse, they have to unwind those trades.
Alarming new statistics show an uptick in maternal mortality rates in the U.S. CBS News correspondent Astrid Martinez reports the numbers are even worse for black women.
The maternal mortality rate increased across the board in 2021 to about 33 deaths per 100,000 live births. But the rate for black women was 2.6 times higher than for white women. Those numbers point to well-documented racial disparities in maternal health.
Duke plays today, and Coach John Shire says Oral Roberts has been successful.
They haven't lost since January 9th. They're used to winning. So, for us, it's regardless of who you're going to play, but especially with them, we know how good they are and what a challenge it's going to be.
You're listening to NCN News.
If you are a victim of crime and your offender is currently serving time in the adult correction system, NC Saven is a free confidential service to help you find peace of mind by learning your rights and receiving updates on your offender status. NC Saven educates victims and connects you to meaningful victim assistance resources. Register today at ncsaven.org. That's ncsavan.org. This message is from the North Carolina Department of Public Safety.
Do you own a Generac generator and thinking of going solar? Alternative Power can now integrate many existing Generac generators into a Generac clean energy solution called PowerCell. This solar and battery storage system helps reduce your electricity bill and in many cases can provide whole home backup power for days, not hours. Best of all, Generac PowerCell is eligible for a 30% federal tax credit. Contact Alternative Power to schedule a free consultation. Restrictions may apply. See more
at First Bank, North Carolina's largest independent community bank. We know your dream may be to make it possible for your child to achieve theirs. Whether you want to start saving for their education, to pay for a first tuition bill, or to help your student be a smart spender, First Bank offers a wide range of products and services to help you achieve your dreams. From student checking accounts to prepaid debit cards, savings accounts to home equity lines of credit. You'll find a great fit at First Bank.
It is going to be a great forecast for us today with high temperatures in the upper 60s and lots of sunshine this afternoon. So head outside and soak up that fresh air. Tonight we'll see partly cloudy conditions. It'll be cool, but not as cold as the past couple of mornings on our Friday with wake-up temperatures tomorrow morning in the upper 40s. Warmer tomorrow with high temperatures in the low 70s, but we will see scattered showers pushing in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome, friends and critics. It's Eric Erickson here across the nation. The phone number is 877-973-7425. I want to shake things. I'll get to the TikTok thing. I will. But I think I'd rather talk about something else first. There's something happening in the country all of a sudden. It may be sailing under the radar for you. I, your host, however, have a perceptive sense of things that are happening that might otherwise sail under the radar and go unnoticed by the audience. That's why I'm behind the microphone. It's my time to tell you the intriguing things happening in the public that you might otherwise be unaware of. And this one, I think, is very notable. Probably far more notable than people otherwise realize. Kamala Harris, the Vice President of the United States, and her husband, Doug, have begun the Kamala Harris Likeability Tour. And you will note in doing the Kamala Harris Likeability Tour, Kamala Harris is going on liberal talk shows. For example, she's going on Stephen Colbert's show, where no conservative would waste their time.
As our Joe Biden has said, he intends to run, and if he does, I will be running with him.
Okay, so he does intend to run.
Kamala Harris. Oh, it's the Kamala Harris Likeability Tour. Hang on, there's one more clip here.
Well, you have said that you intend to run in 2024 with President Biden. Is that your way of letting us know that he intends to run?
Well, as the president has said, we're not going to make any announcents tonight on this show. But, he wouldn't mind at all.
I'm sure. You getting out in front of it? I'm sure President Obama used Joe Biden to float a few ideas out there for him here and there. Go ahead.
As our Joe Biden has said, he intends to run. And
Yeah. Her laugh. My goodness, her laugh. She did say one thing that I do have to note was somewhat funny. This exchange right here.
I know you love Veep.
I do. I love Veep. Is it accurate?
There are bits of it that are actually quite accurate. And okay, so last week. So my team, we were having long days as usual, and a member of my team decided to do something really sweet for me. So I was out of my office in the West Wing. I was having a meeting across the street, and we're walking back toward my office, and he says, I need to tell you something. So I wanted, the winter is almost over. It's really cold today, and we haven't lit your fireplace. So I decided when you were in that meeting to light the fireplace. But he forgot to open the flue. So Secret Service was like, ma'am, you could not go back to your office.
Holy cow.
Because there was smoke everywhere. But it was the sweetest gesture.
Or just hang a hand in there and get a beautiful cure on it.
It's just... So there are those moments.
Oh, sure.
The staff lit the fireplace for her. It was a sweet moment, y'all. Forgot to open the flue. Okay, that is kind of funny. You do have to laugh. But now, it's not just her. It's not just her. Her husband is also out there, Doug Emhoff. And you got to listen to this clip to be believed. All of these clips in juxtaposition are perfect. This is Doug Emhoff, the husband of the vice president, the second gentleman of the United States.
I also met some Ukrainian refugees who were there, and we need to support them. And I met one woman who was saved in the Holocaust in Germany, settled in Ukraine, and is now a refugee again back in Berlin, where she originally left as a Jew in the Holocaust. So these are the stories that are happening out there. And so This stuff is so important. This hate is interconnected. You see it in the discourse in the country right now. You see it in the divide that we have, and that just going to the school meeting. You see that hate that is out there. We've got to step up and speak out, and we've got to call out the cowards out there. People, as my wife likes to say, these so-called leaders, but she's right, because you can't be in leadership if you're not going to lead.
The second gentleman of the United States, Kamala Harris's husband, just compared parents at school board meetings to Nazis. Kamala Harris's husband thinks if you go to the school board and complain about the lockdowns or the failures to educate or the indoctrination or the explicit pornography in the elementary school library, you are a Nazi. That is Kamala Harris's husband. Now, all of these clips together, this is the issue here. They've started the Kamala Harris likability tour. It is not a coincidence that Kamala Harris goes to Iowa and goes on the Colbert Show, and her husband is boosting his profile all at the same time after a series of stories in Politico, the Washington Post, New York Times, and CNN that Democrats think Kamala Harris is a drag on the Biden ticket. It is not a coincidence that this is happening after that series of stories where, according to Democrats, on background, we're talking Senate Democrats, we're talking House Democrats, we're talking Democratic consultants, we're talking the people Kamala Harris referred reporters to say nice things about her, and they expressed they actually had concerns about her. All these people raising these concerns, so the White House does what? They put her on the Kamala Harris likability tour. Go on Stephen Colbert. The Stephen Colbert choice is notable because Colbert is a political talk show masquerading as a late-night show. Colbert is distinctly of the left and has turned his show completely into the affirmation amen choir of the left. You do not hear or see or have any Republicans on the show. All of the jokes are disparaging towards conservatives and Republicans. Nothing that he says makes Democrats look bad. He goes out of his way to protect the Democrats on his show. And so they put Kamala Harris in a safe space of progressives because she's got to be likable to them. They don't care about you and me. They don't care about conservatives. The fact that they're having to try to get Kamala Harris to appeal to Stephen Colbert's viewers is actually a pretty damning indictment on what the polling must show about her. And then you trot her husband out, and he compares parents who go to school board meetings to Nazis. How clueless are these people? How clueless are these people? Here's a side take. This is my hot take of the day. If she flubs the likability tour, if they don't see meaningful, measurable improvement in her polling among Democrats, they can toss her and say she did it to herself. This is, it's you know, Dan Quayle did not have to do this in 1992. Dan Quayle was widely regarded as he's actually a very brilliant man, but was regarded as a lightweight in the vice presidency. People were kind of flummoxed by Dan Quayle as the pick for vice president of the United States. He had a series of mistakes on the campaign trail, including the famous potato one, which actually the teacher had written out potato having an E on the end. People forget that. Maybe it was an intentional setup. Maybe the teacher was just stupid. But Quayle was asked to judge the spelling bee. A kid spelled potato right. Quayle told him to put an E on the end, and that's what was written on the piece of paper. That's the actual true story of what happened. But it was used to vilify Quayle as some sort of idiot on the campaign trail, badly managed by staff. And Kamala Harris is going through it like Dan Quayle. The difference is that Dan Quayle and his staff liked each other. Dan Quayle was typically well prepared as vice president. He did not have high staff rollover. Kamala Harris has high staff rollover. Kamala Harris has one of the highest staff rollovers in Washington outside of Amy Klobuchar's office. She's just a difficult person to work for. She doesn't do her prep. Kamala Harris doesn't read the briefing books ahead of time, typically. She waits until she's almost there. She tries to plow through them, rushed. She's not a dumb person. And we got to be careful here because I know that both sides try to vilify the other side as idiots. You don't actually become vice president of the United States by being an idiot. I may not like her, but I'm not going to say she's dumb. She was the district attorney in San Francisco. She became the attorney general for California. She got to the United States Senate. She's vice president of the United States. She may not be Einstein, but I also don't think she's Pee Wee Herman. The problem is that it's not that she's dumb, she's lazy. She doesn't want to do the work. This is a recurring theme when she was in the Senate, when she was in the AG's office, now that she's in the White House. She doesn't want to do the work. She wants other people to do the work, give her the briefing, and let her run with it. When you are a district attorney in San Francisco, that's okay. You got a lot of staff under you actually doing the prosecutions. When you're attorney general in California, you got a lot of staff under you. When you're vice president, you don't actually have a massive pool of staff. You got to do some of the lifting, and she's not. She's come across as unlikable to a lot of people. She's had a terrible, terrible round of speeches where she says really stupid things. I played you the one about the astronauts, and then they went up. It was ridiculous. I don't know that I can find the audio immediately, but she's explaining about the astronauts and how, and then they got in the capsule, and then they closed the door, and then the rockets fired, and yes, I know, they went up. It was so cringeworthy. And she does that over and over and over. She has all of these cringeworthy moments where she does these stupid things. She's become very unlikable. She's considered high maintenance in the White House. And now she's got to go on a likability tour. If she fails the likability tour, they have license to drop her. But what it signifies is they're trying to boost her profile now before Joe Biden formally announces he's running for president, because they have a problem. Poll after poll after poll shows independent voters who might be willing to consider Biden are put off by Kamala Harris. And who can blame them?
And now, Deep Thoughts by Kamala Harris. That was Deep Thoughts by Kamala Harris.
Want to be on the show? Call Eric now at 877-97-ERIC. That's 877-973-7425.
It's back. The Eden Pure 3-pack for less than $200 at EdenPureDeals.com. And they got a new code. You used to go in and put in Eric3. Don't do that anymore. You put in Eric, my name, ERICK. Every time they got a different deal, you just use my name. And right now the deal is this. Get 3 Eden Pure Thunderstorm for less than $200. You save $200, you get them for less than $200, and you get free shipping. The website is EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code, just Eric, ERICK, on the front page of that website. What is the Eden Pure Thunderstorm? It's an air purifier. The dust, the pollen, the mold, the mildew, it traps it all. It's filterless. You just wipe it out on occasion, but where it shines is an odor eliminator. Pet odors, litter box odors, smoke odors, musty odors, cooking odors, wipes them all out. You can get 3 of them for less than $200 at EdenPureDeals.com. EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code, Eric, ERICK. There are so many ways for you to be involved and to stay informed and to stay connected with the show. While you're traveling, while you're on vacation, wherever you are, we have a podcast. We have a 24/7 live stream. We've got social media. I'm on social media. You should follow me on Instagram. And it's real easy. All you have to do is text the word Eric, ERICK, to 33777. You'll be able to stay informed, stay involved, and stay connected with me and the show. You know, I actually do engage with my listeners on occasion on social media. They don't like it when I say that, though, but it's true. All you have to do is text ERICK, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777. You'll be able to get a link to my daily email that you should subscribe to. You'll be able to get a link to the live stream, the podcast, and all of my social media. It's very easy to stay connected with me and the show, whether you're traveling or I'm traveling. All you have to do, text ERICK, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777 now.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
My name is Ward Rowland. A good insurance agent has to put the needs of his clients first. As a law enforcement officer, I spent 11 years protecting and serving my community. It is my honor and privilege to serve Moore County and North Carolina residents with their insurance needs. Come in today or call 910-725-0915. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Serving more people, more places, 24/7. If your AC breaks down, we'll restore your indoor heaven. Installation or repair, one call will be there. It's your family, don't delay. Comfort's just a call away. We're Comfort Services. Comfort Services.
Come visit the beautiful Comfort Services showroom. See our gas fireplaces, wood-burning fireplaces, electric fireplaces, and outdoor kitchen grills. Don't forget to have us schedule a service on your gas logs for peace of mind this winter. Stay comfy and cozy all season long by calling Comfort Services at 910-695-2665. That's 910-695-2665.
Comfort's just a call away. Comfort Services.
Has your driveway, parking lot, or road seen better days? Cracked and crumbling surfaces can be a trip hazard to you while also causing damage to your vehicle. Contact Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services at 910-673-1318 to see what they can do for you. Family owned with over 30 years of experience, Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services can handle all of your paving project needs, from small residential to large commercial projects. Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services specializes in asphalt paving, asphalt overlays, crack sealing and repair, seal coating, striping, and pothole patching. So when you need an experienced pavement professional, call Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services at 910-673-1318 for your free estimate today, and all military and first responders receive 10% off. That's 910-673-1318.
Do you have aches and pains, or do you just need to calm your mind? Then come to Flowland in Aberdeen and get your CBD MD products from the most trusted retailer in the area. All CBD MD products are THC-free, and you can get yours at Flowland 7 days a week. With over 20 years of experience, Flowland can help you with which product is best suited to your needs. Visit Flowland at 1200 North Sandhills Boulevard in Aberdeen today, or on the web at shopflowland.com.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
Get exclusive interviews and Eric's daily email by texting SHOW to 33777.
Hi there, welcome. It is Eric Erickson here across the nation, 877-973-7425. Let's go to the phones. Kevin, you're going to be up next. Welcome.
Great. Thank you, Eric. Love the show. I remember how effectively in 2008 the Democrats ran against Sarah Palin, and I had the sense at that time that they really crippled John McCain's prospects with independents in particular. Doesn't the GOP have a similar opportunity in 2024 by focusing fire on Kamala Harris to score points against Biden? She just seems like such a clear liability for the Democrats. It would be a shame if the GOP didn't seize the opportunity.
Yeah, look, I think you're absolutely right on that. And in fact, the data shows that is one of the Democrats' concerns. The number one issue voters have with Joe Biden is his age, which means those voters are mindful that there needs to be someone standing in the shadows to replace him. And Kamala Harris has lower approval ratings than Donald Trump. I mean, Kamala Harris is the least popular Democrat. Let me see if I can pull this up. Biden's job approval right now, and the average is 41%. Donald Trump's favorability right now is 38%. Kamala Harris's job approval is also 38%. She and Donald Trump are tied. DeSantis, interestingly enough, is at 43.6 with an unfavorability of 39.6. So DeSantis is 4 points higher, favorable, unfavorable. He's the only politician like that, other than Hakeem Jeffries, who is up 0.3 of a point, but he's unknown. A quarter finding favorable, 24% finding unfavorable. All these other people, though, bad. Mitch McConnell, probably the most unpopular politician in the country. He's got 51% unlikability, 20% likability. Interesting enough, Joe Biden has 51.7% unlikability, unfavorability. McConnell has 51.6%. Donald Trump has 55% unlikability. Kamala Harris has 50.8% don't like her. Only 38% like her. She is a huge liability for the Democrats right now, and they know it. You've had multiple Democrats on background saying she's a disaster waiting to happen. They think that Biden needs to replace her, and he's not going to do it. He can't do it. Who does Joe Biden replace a black Asian woman with? Gay white man Pete Buttigieg? No! Black voters would be furious. White male? Cis hetero white male? No! Everybody else would be furious. He's got to stick with Kamala Harris, and she's a liability for him. That's just the reality. The reality is also, if you go to omahasteaks.com right now and you put Eric in as your promo code at checkout, you get $30 off. Already unbelievable savings. Minimum orders applies. Y'all, you get ready-made sides. You get ready-made desserts. You can even get ready-made main dishes. An incredible lasagna, for example, arrives frozen. You put it in the oven. You heat it up. Before the kids can even ask you what you're doing for supper tonight or dinner, depending on where you live, well, you've already got it taken care of. You also get their incredible steaks. And you know, like some of their stuff, you can arrive frozen and just put it in your smoker if you want. Let it heat up that way. Get yourself... The chicken wings, get you the shrimp. There's so much at Omaha Steaks. Don't forget the seafood, too. The shrimp are incredible. You get it all, and if you put Eric in as a promo code at checkout, you get an extra $30 off. It's omahasteaks.com. They have been doing this since 1917. This company is more than 100 years old. How many companies do you do business with that are more than 100 years old? They've got staying power because they have 100% satisfaction guarantee. They know how to give you quality food delivered directly to your door. omahasteaks.com. It's their semi-annual sale, 50% off site-wide, an extra $30 off using my name, Eric, as your promo code at checkout.
We're proud to be working with our local businesses for the greatest comeback of all time.
Come together.
With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
This edition of the Zumwalt Zone is brought to you in part by Meadow Creek Tile, located on 15501 near Zaxby's. Call 910-693-7711.
Hello, I'm John Zumwalt, and you're in the Zumwalt Zone. I think all of us know that criminals are not the brightest people on earth. Sometimes, though, I think they can surprise you with how stupid they really are. If you're a bank teller, for example, you'd be kind of dim-witted to take a stack of bills out of the drawer you're responsible for and walk out the door. Same logic goes for a person working in the jewelry store taking a couple of expensive watches. You're going to be one of the first persons they suspect. Let me introduce Davian Irwin to you. He works at the Dallas Zoo. I don't know how Davian did it, but he managed to steal 2 monkeys from the zoo. 2 monkeys. Davian, I get it. You really, really wanted a monkey, but you work for the zoo. Don't you think they might suspect you, or did you think the cops were going to be puzzled by this particular caper? Davian, they were monkeys. Monkeys stink, and they make noise, and they swing and stuff, and you work at the zoo in the monkey section. Anyway, Davian wasn't sorry. He told authorities he would do it again if given a chance. How much you want to bet that we're reading about him again in a few years, working at another zoo, stealing monkeys? You don't kick the monkey stealing habit just like that. If you have a zoo, do not hire Davian. All right, how am I going to tie this into politics? Actually, just like this. Never vote for a liberal, no matter what. You'll be sorry. Okay. I know that wasn't much of a tie-in, but I did the best I could. I hope everybody has a wonderful day from the Zoom Wall Zone.
It's no surprise. Pinehurst Toyota has done it again. A third award. And this one is the Golden Carfax top-rated dealer, based on Toyota and Hyundai ability to consistently provide the best pre-owned vehicles and service. Pinehurst Toyota also has the Pilot Best of the Pines Service Department and the Sandhills Magazine Best Dealership in Moore County. The Pinehurst Toyota Advantage Plan is our goal to make you 100% satisfied with your visit to Pinehurst Toyota. The first 2 years or 25,000 miles are covered by the Toyota Care Program, and you get 5 years of roadside assistance regardless of miles. That's why with a major service at Pinehurst Toyota, you will receive a complimentary loaner for all qualified warranty repairs. Call Pinehurst Toyota at 910-692-2424. That's 910-692-2424.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals would like to remind you that it's time to prep your home for the cold winter months ahead. Consider a heat source like a single light bulb near your well, which can often be enough to keep it from freezing. Be sure that your pipes are well insulated with heat tape or foam pipe insulation, and be sure to seal off any drafts. If you have any questions, they've got answers. Call the John Cole Pros today at 910-639-4933.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
Hey, there are hundreds of restaurants in Moore County. Some are unique, but only one has Zaxby's. Zaxby's on 15501 in Southern Pines. Zaxby's has the most chicken options in town, whether you want it hot or not. Zaxby's can do it all. Their vast menu has something for everyone, no matter if you're dining in or driving up to take it home. Zaxby's has the cure for your chicken craving. Located on 15501 in Southern Pines near Holiday Inn Express.
Hey, we've all been there. You're in the middle of something important. And then, boom, the power goes out. But what if it didn't? What if you skipped the candles and flashlights and just carried on with your day? With a Kohler generator, your power stays on, even when the utility power goes out. So your food stays fresh, your home stays powered, and you stay happy.
Call Premier Power Generation at 910-295-3188.
This Weather Center report brought to you by JB Short Carpet 1, Highway 1 North between Southern Pines and Vass, or on the web at shortcarpet1.com.
We've got a nice forecast on the way today with mostly sunny skies and comfortable temperatures in the upper 60s this afternoon. Things start to change, though, as we head into tomorrow. It will be breezy out ahead of a cold front, and that same front will bring rain to the forecast, especially tomorrow afternoon and evening, and then continuing into our Saturday morning. So just keep the umbrella handy if you're headed out tomorrow night. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
You can be live on Eric's show by calling 877-97-ERIC. That's 877-973-7425.
Greetings, conversationalists. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson, wherever you are in the world listening. The phone number is 877-973-7425. I'm going to go take Sandy's phone call here. Sandy, welcome to the show. How are you?
Great. Thanks for having me. Quick question for you regarding this crisis with the banks. Some speculate the Democrats are interested in creating a central bank digital currency. And I'm just trying to understand, can the Federal Reserve do that unilaterally, or would that have to go through Congress? And get your thoughts on something like that in general.
That's a great question. I actually think it's dubious. I
agree.
The Fed thinks they have the right to do it. I don't know that they can get 5 members of the Supreme Court to say they have the right to do it. And the reason for that is actually the very basic constitutional argument that it is Congress that gets to authorize the currency in the nation. And Congress has given specificity as to what that currency is, and it's paper and coins. Congress hasn't authorized a digital currency in the United States for transactions. Now, people say, well, what about credit cards and stuff? Well, credit cards are you're contracting with a private company, and that company actually transmits the currency. You swipe your credit card, and that company you contract with sends money to the business. And it may involve electronic transfers, but that's not the same as an actual digital representation of currency like cryptocurrency tied to an algorithm. I think it's fundamentally different. And I got to tell you, I'm not a big fan of crypto to begin with. Look, Signature Bank, out of business. It's the one that lent crypto. I've got friends of mine who love it, who trust it, who think it is a great thing. I don't. In part, I will admit, I don't understand cryptocurrency. Let me back up. I understand it enough to know there's a lot I don't understand. I understand the general parameters of it's tied to algorithms and numbers and the like, and you can transfer it and have an exchange. I don't actually buy the idea that it is some better form of currency, in large part because if you got a country that bans it, well, your money's worthless. And the exchange rate and everything else, I understand people enamored with the technology. I'm enamored with the technology too, but that's not the same thing. And then I find it deeply problematic when we see where some countries have gone with this. I don't think the United States will get per se like China with a social score for people, where China can suddenly block you from buying things because your social credit score isn't high enough. And I know people are concerned in this country, but to some degree we have this with companies and who can and cannot do business, with cancel culture and the like. I don't want a digital currency. I don't want a digital currency. I am fine having actual currency, printed dollars, and manufactured, pressed out coins, have my credit card, or, sorry, Dave Ramsey, my debit card, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine with the basics of Venmo and stuff, but what we're actually doing is we're not transferring a cryptographically secure currency. We're transferring bits that are tied to our bank accounts and like when we use Venmo or Apple Pay and stuff like that. I just don't think we need a digital currency. And I think if we have a digital currency, it'll be abused. But another point, if my friend Braden were here to tell me, he would tell me I'm missing a bigger point here. The whole point of crypto is to bypass government control of the transfer of funds. You have a digital currency, suddenly you've undermined the whole point of crypto to begin with. So why bother with a digital currency? I, for the life of me, cannot figure out why we would want to subject ourselves to anything like that. It seems like it would be a terrible idea. On top of that, it seems like the government and others, it would just be right for you. So, for example, and Man City, you have sent me down the rabbit hole on this one, but I think it's worth going down. Consider this with me. Right now, the government of the United States, the FBI, the British government, the French, Europeans, the Chinese, they want back doors into your text messages. There's a program out there called WhatsApp. It's owned by Facebook, and it is secure. That is, Facebook cannot get in and read your messages. There's a program out there called Signal that a lot of my friends use, and I have a lot of friends on Signal, and I love them, but I can't use it. I mean, I get messages on Instagram and Twitter. I get messages on WhatsApp. I get messages in iMessages. I get emails. I get regular text messages. I'm overwhelmed with people having so many access points to me. I can't. Signal's just one more thing. The reason people use Signal is because you delete it, it's gone. And as a buddy of mine was saying, he regularly deletes his Signal chats. Like every Friday, he deletes every chat he's gotten through Signal. And it's a document retention policy. And as long as you are consistent with doing it, legally the government can't accuse you of destroying evidence, because if every Friday you're every week deleting your Signal chats, that's a document retention policy, and document retention policies are illegal in his mind. That's not me giving you legal advice, by the way. That's a friend of mine who's a lawyer who says that. iMessage, the blue chats. I sent Charlie, so painfully, to spite me, my producer refuses to get an iPhone. And I actually don't want him to have an iPhone, if I'm honest, because if he had an iPhone, he would just complain nonstop. It would be like having a second wife complaining about technology, because my real wife complains about technology all the time. Having him with an iPhone, it would be nonstop just belly aching about, I don't know why my phone does this. It didn't do that when I had an Android. Why don't the app does the same thing? Oh, my Lord. Help me. Spare me this. I don't want him to have an iPhone. I also don't chat with him on his phone because it generates a green bubble, and I philosophically have a problem chatting with the poor. So I send him his text messages on his laptop, which is a Mac, and so he gets the blue bubble. And I mean, I don't like to chat with people who have the green bubble. It means you're an inferior species, essentially. Ongoing jokes here. But if you're in iMessage and you're chatting with other people in iMessage and the bubble is blue, it means it's also end-to-end secured, so the government cannot go to Apple and ask for your iMessages and get the transcript of it. Now, the government says, well, we need to have a backdoor into these message channels because what if Al-Qaeda's planning the next 9/11 and we can't get in? Except here's the problem. We have seen time and time again hackers getting data from the federal government. They just did something in the Pentagon a couple of years with veterans records. Hackers were able to get a bunch of records. I think the Social Security Administration is one of them. I think the Social Security Administration, don't hold me to that one, but I think it's one of the federal entities that have been hacked. If you give the federal government a backdoor to your text messages, you are giving the Chinese a backdoor to your text messages. You are giving hackers backdoors to your text messages. All the time now we hear about companies that are getting hacked. The Russians, the Hungarians, you name it. What was it, the Colonial Pipeline? They shut down the pipeline and the pipeline company had to actually pay. Some companies decide they're not going to pay, and they go through painful processes to reconstitute all of their emails and data and their phone systems and the like when they've been shut out of everything by the hackers because they won't pay. Wait until that happens to you because you've given the government a backdoor into your iCloud account or your WhatsApp account or your Telegraph or your Signal, and then the hackers get a hold of it. It's a terrible idea. Are there people out there today using Telegram or Signal or WhatsApp to plan the next terror attack? You're damn right they are. And are there people out there using those programs to send child porn? Absolutely. But they'll just find other ways. 9/11 was planned before the iPhone. 9/11 was planned and carried out before Signal, before WhatsApp, before iMessage, before iCloud. 9/11 was planned before all of those things, and they were able to pull it off. You really think they can't figure out ways around it? Meanwhile, you give the government the back door, the hackers are going to get into your life. So another reason not to have cryptocurrency sponsored by the government. They're going to steal all your money. All your money's going to get stolen. It's bad enough these days with your bank accounts. So I got the Apple Card. This is not a brag moment. Let me just explain to you the Apple Card. So the Apple Card is a digital credit card. You use Apple Pay, and it goes to the card. I have a physical card with it. And the genius of the physical card is that it's got the security chip on it. It doesn't have a physical number on it. You cannot look at the credit card and find the number or the expiration date. It doesn't exist on the card. The security code doesn't exist on the card. I got the Apple Card and replaced my debit card because my debit card kept being stolen. I would go, Louisiana's notorious for this. Literally, I had this happen to me in Louisiana. I went to see my parents, put the debit card in to pay for gas, and 30 minutes later, Bank of America's calling saying someone had access to your debit card number. It's happened to me more than once. It's kind of the ongoing joke with my family. When we go to Louisiana, don't use your debit card in a gas station gas pump or it's going to get stolen. With the Apple Card, the number on the physical card, it changes regularly too. So it's super true. This is not an ad for the Apple Card. All I'm saying is I use it because I've never had the number stolen. And with my debit card, it happened every 6 months or so. Bank of America having to send me a new debit card because someone got the number. Can you imagine if the federal government set up a cryptocurrency exchange, given the number of hacks into the government already? They would be stealing your algorithmic data and stealing your digital currency from the federal government. You don't even have to worry about the government abusing it to shut you out of the system because you did something cancelable. Just worry about the hackers. It's a terrible idea to do some sort of digital currency. I cannot believe I just spent an entire monologue on this. Sandy, it's all your fault. On the Fed and the digital currency, the cryptocurrency stuff, it's all your fault, but it's worth saying it's a horrible, horrible idea. Now, if you want a really good idea, you can go to EdenPureDeals.com and get 3 Eden Pure Thunderstorms. How about that transition? What you do is you go to EdenPureDeals.com. You see the front page of the website, you put in Eric, E-R-I-C-K. Next week, I'm not going to be here. It is spring. I have taken off days from work. I want you all to know I've taken off days from work this year. There have been days where I've been gone. All of them have been work-related. Not a single one has been a day of rest for yours truly. So I'm going next week to sit on a beach, smoke a cigar, have a glass of bourbon, and do nothing for a week except some fishing and some sitting in a hot tub watching shooting stars. You can follow me on Instagram to see all of my excursions at the beach. And I'm going to take my Eden Pure Thunderstorm with me. The reason is because I take it when I travel, because if a hotel room stinks or a rental car stinks, it eliminates the odor. And you can get 3 of them for less than $200 at EdenPureDeals.com. You hold this thing in your hand. It's just a little bit bigger than your hand. You plug it into the wall. You can use a USB cord in a rental car if it's got a USB outlet or a cigarette lighter with an adapter. You plug it in. If someone has smoked in the car, it wipes out that odor. If you're cooking, it wipes out the stinky odors after cooking. If you fried something in your kitchen, at least that fry smell, it wipes out the odors. It works. You have one for upstairs, one for downstairs, one for your RV, or one for your basement. Leave them there. Turn them on when you need them. Wipe out bad odors. EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is just Eric, E-R-I-C-K, on the front page of the site.
There's not my truth or your truth. There is only the truth. And you can hear it every day on The Eric Erickson Show.
As a listener to this here radio show, you get a 15% discount on the annual rate for my daily email. Now, what is the daily email? Well, in particular, you get the stack of stuff. All the stuff that I talk about on radio features in the daily email. It comes out right when the show starts at noon Eastern time. All you have to do is text DATA to 33777. That very first link, you click it, and you'll get 15% off as a radio listener. 15% discount from the normal. It's $70 annually. You get a 15% discount. You will become the most informed person in your circle of friends. Again, everything I talk about on the show, and then all the stuff I don't have time to get to, it's all in the email that comes out at noon. Plus, you get all the freebie stuff everybody else gets, my daily commentaries, but you also get access to exclusive interviews. You get discounts to the annual conference. All you have to do is text DATA to 33777 and get involved now. There are a lot of fantastic groups in America. One that I am very passionate about is called Help the Persecuted. Help the Persecuted is based in Atlanta, Georgia. I went to seminary with my friend Josh Youssef, who's the head of the organization. Around the world, they help persecuted Christians, particularly in Asia, Southeast Asia, the Middle East, who are being persecuted because of their faith. Last year,
around Easter time, they actually rescued a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad who converted to Christianity, and his family put out a bounty on him to have him executed for his betrayal. They were able to put him in a safe house in the Middle East and then rescue him from the country and help him set up a life elsewhere. And they did it with donations from people like you. All you have to do is go to htp.org/Eric, htp.org/ERICK, htp.org/Eric. Help the persecuted around the world by donating to Help the Persecuted.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Pride Plumbing is proud to serve Moore County with superior workmanship and dependable plumbing service, including 24/7 emergency service. Like the name says, we take pride in our work and your safety. Our employees must pass background and drug tests and share Pride Plumbing's reputation for quality service. From simple leaky faucets to new water heaters and sewer lines, backflow testing and installation, drain cleaning, plumbing repairs, and, if necessary, replacement and remodeling. A family business with over 50 years of prideful service. Go online to callprideplumbing.com and check out our 5-star customer reviews. We offer a 10% discount to all veterans and active military. Call Pride Plumbing of Moore County at 910-295-0152. 910-295-0152. Serving with pride since 1965.
If you're like most folks, you love your home. You love your neighborhood and those that live around you. But when you go inside your home, you see that it is in need of a massive updating, especially those bathrooms, kitchen, and great room. You know that these areas need upgrading, but you also know what a task it is to do it yourself. Hi, I'm Steve Leader Adams, and I've built over 2,000 homes, and I and my partner Larry Postlethwaite have over 70 years of construction experience and have our own remodeling business called Relive It Remodeling. We also pride ourselves on making remodeling jobs an easy and enjoyable process for our clients. We look after everything from permits to the last paint stroke. We also show up when we promise and stay until completion. And we also recycle any materials through the Wounded Warrior program. And here's one more promise. Nobody, and I mean nobody, does better quality work than we do. For your next renovation job, give me a call right here at WEEB at 692-7440 or check us out on the web at ReliveItRemodeling.com.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
Join Eric's Army of Activists. Text ARMY to 33777 now.
This hour of the program is sponsored by First Liberty Building and Loan. I don't care where you are. You're on Long Island. You're in Long Beach, you need access to grow your company, reach out to First Liberty, firstlibertyga.com, firstlibertyga.com. They might be able to help you get to yes, where a lot of banks are telling you no. They make their own decisions, firstlibertyga.com. Tell them I sent you. I'm going to switch up gears here. Let me get into this TikTok story here. I'm going to be briefer with it than I had otherwise intended. The United States is pushing for TikTok to sell. The demand has hardened the White House's stance towards TikTok, which is owned by ByteDance, which is a Chinese company. Being a Chinese company, it's run by communists who are tied to the Communist Party and the Chinese Communist Army. The Biden administration wants TikTok's Chinese ownership to sell the app or face a ban, TikTok said Wednesday, as the White House has hardened its stance. Now, this comes after TikTok hired SKDK, used to be SDK Knickerbocker, or SKD Knickerbocker. It's a Democratic public consulting firm with a lot of deep ties into the Biden White House. And they've given up, TikTok has, on trying to get Republicans on board, as Republicans are more and more concerned about China. The lobbyists out there are pushing the story that Republicans are only concerned about China because it was a distraction from the concern they should have about Russia. What I find very notable, well, let me read you this paragraph so that the New York Times, you can hear how they dance around it. The demand for a sale, coupled with the White House's support for legislation that would allow it to ban TikTok in the United States,
hardens the administration's approach. It harks back to the position of former President Donald J. Trump, who threatened to ban TikTok unless it was sold to an American company. In other words, what the Times goes to great trouble to not say directly is that the Biden White House is embracing another Donald Trump position that they originally rejected. You will recall the Biden administration is now attempting to detain families at the border. You try to come across the American border, you're going to get detained now, and you're going to go to one of those, as Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez called them, concentration camps. Not really, but that's what she called them when Trump was president. And that's where you're going to go under the Biden administration. They've reverted to the Trump-era policy they had otherwise rejected. Now, they're reverting to the Trump-era policy on TikTok of sell it or else. That's Trump's policy. And now Biden is embracing it. Time and time again, things that Donald Trump put into place, the Biden team is embracing after trying to find ways around them because they happen to be common sense approaches. Getting the Chinese Communist Party to divest itself of TikTok is a good thing. You know, TikTok, when it's live, when it's on your phone and the app is open, it can record your surroundings. It can hear what's going on. It might possibly be able to activate the camera. It is alleged that the Chinese have surveilled the locations of individual Americans tied to their TikTok accounts just by when they open the app and where they open the app. It's a surveillance program of the Chinese Communist Party, and it also, with its algorithm, feeds American kids deeply destructive things that pollute their minds and harm them. I do find it very interesting that TikTok hired SKDK, that they gave up trying to lobby Republicans, and that they decided the preferred lobbying firm of the Biden administration would be who they go to, and the Biden administration comes out and says sell or else. Wonder how much SKDK got paid by TikTok for them to arrive back at the Donald Trump position. Part of me wonders if they're making money off TikTok and they're using it to help Joe Biden. They're making Joe Biden look firm and strident on the issue. But at least he finally got there. Well after Republicans around the country got there. In multiple Republican states, South Carolina, Georgia, Mississippi, Tennessee, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Iowa, the Dakotas. You can't use TikTok on government phones. You can't use it on federal government phones now anymore thanks to Republican-passed legislation that the Democrats went along with. It's probably time for all of us to delete TikTok from our phones and save ourselves from the Chinese Communist Party.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
You look out the window. It's dark. You lock the doors. Maybe you set an alarm. You take every precaution. Do whatever it takes to keep your home safe. But it's not. In fact, termites may be destroying your home right now. You may not see them. You may not hear them. But by the time you see the damage termites cause, it may be too late. So don't wait, because now there is something new. Introducing Termidor, the unique treatment that wipes out 100% of the termites in your home in 3 months or less. They'll never see it coming. But you can't get it from any store. So ask for Termidor by name from your pest control company. Because if you're not asking for Termidor, you're asking for trouble.
Termidor is available at Aberdeen Exterminating. Call 944-2474. For service, that's 944-2474.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sand Hills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. The Pentagon has released footage of the incident involving an American military drone and a Russian fighter jet.
The declassified video shows a Russian jet flying close to the surveillance drone and dumping fuel near it in what U.S. officials say was an apparent effort to damage the American aircraft as it flew over the Black Sea. On a second approach, either the same jet or another Russian fighter struck the drone's propeller, damaging one blade, according to the Pentagon.
White House correspondent Greg Cluxton says Russia insists its warplanes did not strike the drone. Also at townhall.com, as economic conditions worsen in Latin America, hunger is spreading throughout countries like Guatemala and Honduras, causing malnutrition at levels not seen in decades. SRN News and our companion network, Town Hall News, are working with the nonprofit international relief organization Food for the Poor to rush desperately needed food to children in the region. CEO Ed Rain says conditions on the ground are almost beyond belief.
You know, you just see people trying to dig everything up. We time and time again, we see kids digging through garbage, trying to find something to eat. It's so desperate that you have to witness it firsthand to really understand how desperate it is. It is so widespread.
Ed Rain adds that as hunger spreads, it is children who suffer most. More information on the emergency efforts of Food for the Poor, available at srnnews.com. A member of the United States Army parachute team has died after sustaining injuries during a training jump at Homestead Air Reserve Base in Homestead, Florida. Sergeant First Class Michael Ty Kettenhoffen died on Monday. The Dow had 308 points now, and the NASDAQ up 230. More at townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Bruce Farrell. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen facing key senators following two recent U.S. bank failures. Here's CBS's Linda Kenyon.
Secretary Yellen says depositors are safe.
The Federal Reserve is providing additional support to the banking system with a new lending facility. This will help financial institutions meet the needs of all of their depositors.
But when it comes to those who ran Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank,
shareholders and debt holders are not being protected by the government.
Yellen also stressed the need for Congress to raise the debt ceiling, telling the Senate Finance Committee a GOP plan to prioritize some bills over others is just default by another name. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
North Carolina Republican lawmakers hoping the second time is a charm with a rebooted anti-critical race theory bill. Legislators are trying to prohibit K-12 educators from teaching concepts from critical race theory. Theodore Shaw is a professor of law and director of the Center for Civil Rights at UNC Chapel Hill.
We do confront the systemic and systematic place of race in our history, which brought the 14th Amendment into existence.
The Equality in Education bill referred to the House Rules Committee on Tuesday. A Fort Bragg soldier had to be removed from an airplane at Raleigh-Durham International Airport Tuesday night. An arrest warrant says 24-year-old Luis Rojas was removed from the JetBlue flight because he was intoxicated and refused to put his seatbelt on. While others tried to get him on another flight, he became uncooperative, began using foul language, and began chasing people around the terminal. Police were called. He's been charged with disorderly conduct at an airline terminal. Stormy Daniels' lawyer says the porn actor has met with prosecutors investigating hush money paid to Daniels on former President Donald Trump's behalf. You're listening to NCN News.
1 in 6 kids go hungry in North Carolina every day. That's unacceptable and unnecessary. No-cost school meals can help. Kids that eat healthy do better in school. And when school meals are equally accessible, there's no stigma and no shame. Every child in every public school in North Carolina should have access to breakfast and lunch at no cost to their families. Learn more at schoolmealsforallnc.org. That's schoolmealsforallnc.org. Coastal Agribusiness has partnered with the Plant Sciences Initiative at NC State to join interdisciplinary science and technology to benefit growers and consumers. Dr. Adrian Percy is the PSI Executive Director.
We need these folks in our sector, and I think we can help with really industry-relevant research, bringing folks into our industry that perhaps would not have considered it as an option otherwise.
Learn more at coastalagro.com. Coastal Agribusiness.
Moore County, home to historic Yadkin Road, majestic pine forest, and a deep-rooted community. And as part of the Cooper Ford family, they live here, shop here, share their faith here, and support the causes you care about. Cooper Auto Choice is locally and family owned. So if you're in the market for a pre-owned vehicle, you have a choice. Cooper Auto Choice, just down the street from Red's Corner on Broad Street in Southern Pines. To learn more, call 910-725-1111 or visit CooperAutoChoice.com.
It is going to be a great forecast for us today with high temperatures in the upper 60s and lots of sunshine this afternoon. So head outside and soak up that fresh air. Tonight we'll see partly cloudy conditions. It'll be cool, but not as cold as the past couple of mornings on our Friday, with wake-up temperatures tomorrow morning in the upper 40s. Warmer tomorrow with high temperatures in the low 70s, but we will see scattered showers pushing in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Anthony Baglione in the Weather Center.
This hour is sponsored by First Casualty Insurance Group of Moore County. FCIG represents multiple insurance companies and can customize a plan to fit your needs.
1, 0, all engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Greetings, welcome. It is Eric Erickson here, the third hour of the program, 877-973-7425, if you'd like to be on the program. I wanna read you this tweet from Bill Malugin at Fox News. An innocent Texas grandma and her 7-year-old granddaughter were killed after a speeding human smuggler, fleeing from police, ran a red light and crashed into their car. 2 illegal immigrants were also killed. The smuggler is a U.S. citizen from Louisiana. This is the actual news article. Preliminary information indicates law enforcement attempted to stop a 2001 Dodge Ram 1500 pickup truck for a speeding violation. The driver of the pickup truck, Rizian Comer, 22, of Bossier City, Louisiana, refused to stop, and a vehicle pursuit ended eastbound on Interstate 10, the report stated. When the pickup, driven by Comer, got onto the service road in Ozona, he disregarded a red light at the 15th Street and Avenue E intersection and struck a 2019 Dodge Ram 1500 pickup truck driven by Maria Timbunga with Amelia Timbunga as the passenger. Maria and Amelia and the 2 illegal immigrants were pronounced dead at the scene. Comer was transported to Brooke Army Medical Center in San Antonio and is in serious condition. Comer and the 2 illegal immigrants are the only occupants listed in the 2021 Dodge Ram pickup truck. It appears they were engaged in the smuggling of humans. If the initial reports are correct. I wasn't going to talk about this, and then I saw a tweet from Marty Kemp. I don't know if she's listening or the governor's listening in Georgia. Marty Kemp is the first lady in Georgia. And she has made a big issue of human trafficking. She has pushed the legislature on a bipartisan basis to take action against human trafficking. And I saw her tweet that today is called My Freedom Day. It's a student-driven event around the country to raise awareness about modern slavery. I wasn't going to talk about this till I saw Marty Kemp's tweet. So if someone listening in Georgia wants to tell the First Lady of Georgia, I'm talking about her issue because of her tweet, and it, I agree with her, is a big issue, well, feel free to pass it on, and let me just tell you my experience. So I ran for political office. Sadly and unfortunately, I got elected. Worst job ever. I don't understand why anyone wants to. Well, so I got a buddy, Seth Clark. He's a city councilman in Macon, Georgia, and I owe him a text. He wants to take me fishing. He's a Democrat. He's a big lib. I love the guy. He is all about making his city better. This is a guy who pipes froze on Christmas Day in a retirement home. He and his wife and kids were headed north for family vacation for Christmas. He sent his wife and kids ahead, and he stayed behind to help the old people at the retirement home clean up the mess and help them with their prescriptions and medicines and all that sort of stuff. Just a remarkable human being. He's on the left. I'm on the right. The guy just has a heart of gold. He's a great city councilman. I hated the job. The reason I ran, though, was one issue, and it was this issue. I was at the time, this is 2006, I was running redstate.com and local TV in Macon, Georgia, where I was. They asked me if I would come on one night and talk about the 2006 midterms, and I think it was actually that election night or some such. Can't really remember. I think so. Yeah. It was the midterm election night in 2006, and I remember driving downtown. It was like 10 o'clock at night on the way to the news channel for the 11 o'clock newscast, and I realized there are like 10 Asian-themed massage parlors. And they're all open, and they have crowds. Like, these are businesses you pass in the day. There are no lights on, nothing. You don't even notice them. And at night, you notice them because they're lit up. And one in particular had a number of men standing outside just chatting with each other. I thought, never even noticed these businesses. I thought they were all out of business. And here they are at night. The lights are on. They're going on. And I had a blog at the time. So the rise of blogs, and I wrote about it. Said I just thought it was interesting. I didn't realize that my city had this many Asian-themed massage parlors on a drive that's maybe 5 miles, past 10 of them. And I got death threats in the comments. Like, I got actual death threats for commenting on what is going on here. I had heard rumors, and I said I had heard rumors that these places were fronts for prostitution, and I just thought it was very interesting. Here they are all open at night. They're not open during the daytime. What is going on? And, of course, it turns out they are. Had a lady reach out to me. She lived in Gwinnett County, Georgia. She referred me to a report the Clinton administration authored, but then the report didn't come out until after George Bush was president. So John Ashcroft was Attorney General. His name was on the report, even though it was actually compiled by the Clinton administration, and Janet Reno, his Attorney General. And what the report said is that within 30 minutes drive of military installations in the southeast, you find an explosion of Asian-themed massage parlors. And these Asian-themed massage parlors, many of them actually are fronts for human trafficking and for prostitution. And the money is sent from these shops to the Northwest, to Oregon and Washington, and the money then laundered and sent overseas to the Japanese Yakuza, the Japanese mob, that a lot of them are fronts for organized crime. And in fact, a lot of these places have human trafficking or signs of human trafficking, although it's very hard to nail down as to what's actually going on. And it dug a little further, and about that time, one of the places that I saw, the biggest one of the places that I saw open at night, it got raided by local police based on some reports, and they didn't find a lot of people there. There were 2 women, though. They did not speak any English at all. They were living on mattresses in the floor of this place, in rooms with no light bulbs. And the local police couldn't prove that they were human trafficking victims, but they had all the signs. And so I ran on that issue, and I won. Democrats and Republicans alike were concerned about the issue. It was kind of notorious. You'd drive down the interstate, and you'd see all these billboards for these Asian-themed massage parlors all saying, come to my city where I lived. It was kind of getting a reputation of being a hothouse for Asian-themed massage parlors. You know, that shooting a couple of years ago during the Trump administration in the North Atlanta area, the guy who went into the Asian-themed massage parlors, it was characterized as anti-Asian hate by the national press. They wanted to focus on race issues in America because Trump was president. In reality, the guy said he went in and killed him because he was going there for sex. He had gotten addicted to sex and was going there regularly for sex.
more and more we're finding people being smuggled into this country, and not just people smuggled into this country, but also American kids kidnapped, lured into drugs, to human trafficking rings. I only talk about this in guarded terms out of respect for the people involved. But I have a friend whose son was nearly hauled off into human sex trafficking in a terrible situation. I only go so far with it other than to say he met someone through social media, began a relationship with the girl whose father had abused her and was using her to lure boys. And it was a terrible situation. Thankfully, he was okay. But these things happen in this country.